Welcome, dear listener, to this evening's audiobook. This reading is brought to you by Sleepy Sounds. Tonight, we will be reading the second part of Andersen's complete fairy tales collection. So, as the gentle sound of the soft rain starts to fall, let us begin our enchanting journey together. The Goblin and the Huckster. There was once a regular student who lived in a garret and had no possessions. And there was also a regular huckster to whom the house belonged and who occupied the ground floor. A goblin lived with the huckster because at Christmas he always had a large dish full of jam with a great piece of butter in the middle. The huckster could afford this, and therefore the goblin remained with the huckster, which was very cunning of him. One evening, the student came into the shop through the back door to buy candles and cheese for himself. He had no one to send, and therefore he came himself. He obtained what he wished, and then the huckster and his wife nodded good evening to him. And she was a woman who could do more than merely nod, for she had usually plenty to say for herself. The student nodded in return as he turned to leave, then suddenly stopped and began reading the piece of paper in which the cheese was wrapped. It was a leaf torn out of an old book, a book that ought not to have been torn up, for it was full of poetry. "Yonder lies some more of the same sort," said the huckster. "I gave an old woman a few coffee berries for it. You shall have the rest for 6pence, if you will." "Indeed I will," said the student. "Give me the book instead of the cheese. I can eat my bread and butter without cheese. It would be a sin to tear up a book like this. You are a clever man and a practical man, but you understand no more about poetry than that cask yonder." This was a very rude speech, especially against the cask. But the huckster and the student both laughed, for it was only said in fun. But the goblin felt very angry that any man should venture to say such things to a huckster who was a householder and sold the best butter. As soon as it was night and the shop closed, and everyone in bed except the student, the goblin stepped softly into the bedroom where the huckster's wife slept and took away her tongue, which of course she did not then want. Whatever object in the room he placed his tongue upon immediately received voice and speech, and was able to express its thoughts and feelings as readily as the lady herself could do. It could only be used by one object at a time, which was a good thing, as a number speaking at once would have caused great confusion. The goblin laid the tongue upon the cask, in which lay a quantity of old newspapers. "Is it really true," he asked, "that you do not know what poetry is?" "Of course I know," replied the cask. "Poetry is something that always stands in the corner of a newspaper and is sometimes cut out. And I may venture to affirm that I have more of it in me than the student has, and I am only a poor tub of the huckster's." Then the goblin placed the tongue on the coffee mill, and how it did go to be sure. Then he put it on the butter tub and the cash box, and they all expressed the same opinion as the waste paper tub, and a majority must always be respected. "Now I shall go and tell the student," said the goblin. And with these words, he went quietly up the back stairs to the garret where the student lived. He had a candle burning still, and the goblin peeped through the keyhole and saw that he was reading in the torn book, which he had brought out of the shop. But how light the room was! From the book shot forth a ray of light which grew broad and full, like the stem of a tree, from which bright rays spread upward and over the student's head. Each leaf was fresh, and each flower was like a beautiful female head, some with dark and sparkling eyes, and others with eyes that were wonderfully blue and clear. The fruit gleamed like stars, and the room was filled with sounds of beautiful music. The little goblin had never imagined, much less seen or heard of, any sight so glorious as this. He stood still on tiptoe, peeping in, till the light went out in the garret. The student, no doubt, had blown out his candle and gone to bed, but the little goblin remained standing there nevertheless, and listening to the music which still sounded on, soft and beautiful, a sweet cradle song for the student who had lain down to rest. "This is a wonderful place," said the goblin. "I never expected such a thing. I should like to stay here with the student." And the little man thought it over, for he was a sensible little spirit. At last he sighed, "But the student has no jam." So he went downstairs again into the huckster's shop, and it was a good thing he got back when he did, for the cask had almost worn out the lady's tongue. He had given a description of all that he contained on one side, and was just about to turn himself over to the other side to describe what was there, when the goblin entered and restored the tongue to the lady. But from that time forward, the whole shop, from the cash box down to the pinewood logs, formed their opinions from that of the cask. And they all had such confidence in him, and treated him with so much respect, that when the huckster read the criticisms on theatricals and art of an evening, they fancied it must all come from the cask. But after what he had seen, the goblin could no longer sit and listen quietly to the wisdom and understanding downstairs. So, as soon as the evening light glimmered in the garret, he took courage, for it seemed to him as if the rays of light were strong cables, drawing him up and obliging him to go and peep through the keyhole. And while there, a feeling of vastness came over him, such as we experience by the ever-moving sea when the storm breaks forth, and it brought tears into his eyes. He did not himself know why he wept, yet a kind of pleasant feeling mingled with his tears. How wonderfully glorious it would be to sit with the student under such a tree. But that was out of the question. He must be content to look through the keyhole, and be thankful for even that. There he stood on the old landing, with the autumn wind blowing down upon him through the trapdoor. It was very cold, but the little creature did not really feel it, till the light in the garret went out, and the tones of music died away. Then how he shivered, and crept downstairs again to his warm corner, where it felt homelike and comfortable. And when Christmas came again, and brought the dish of jam and the great lump of butter, he liked the huckster best of all. Soon after, in the middle of the night, the goblin was awoke by a terrible noise, and knocking against the window shutters and the house doors, and by the sound of the watchman's horn. For a great fire had broken out, and the whole street appeared full of flames. Was it in their house or a neighbor's? No one could tell, for terror had seized upon all. The huckster's wife was so bewildered that she took her gold earrings out of her ears and put them in her pocket, that she might save something at least. The huckster ran to get his business papers, and the servant resolved to save her blue silk mantle, which she had managed to buy. Each wished to keep the best things they had. The goblin had the same wish, for with one spring he was upstairs and in the student's room, whom he found standing by the open window and looking quite calmly at the fire, which was raging at the house of a neighbor opposite. The goblin caught up the wonderful book which lay on the table and popped it into his red cap, which he held tightly with both hands. The greatest treasure in the house was saved, and he ran away with it to the roof and seated himself on the chimney. The flames of the burning house opposite illuminated him as he sat, both hands pressed tightly over his cap, in which the treasure lay. And then he found out what feelings really reigned in his heart, and knew exactly which way they tended. And yet, when the fire was extinguished, and the goblin again began to reflect, he hesitated and said at last, "I must divide myself between the two. I cannot quite give up the huckster because of the jam." And this is a representation of human nature. We are like the goblin. We all go to visit the huckster because of the jam. The end. The girl who trod on the loaf. There was once a girl who trod on a loaf to avoid soiling her shoes, and the misfortunes that happened to her in consequence are well known. Her name was Inge. She was a poor child, but proud and presuming, and with a bad and cruel disposition. When quite a little child, she would delight in catching flies and tearing off their wings, so as to make creeping things of them. When older, she would take cockchafers and beetles and stick pins through them. Then she pushed a green leaf or a little scrap of paper towards their feet, and when the poor creatures would seize it and hold it fast and turn over and over in their struggles to get free from the pin, she would say, "The cockchafer is reading. See how he turns over the leaf." She grew worse instead of better with years, and, unfortunately, she was pretty, which caused her to be excused when she should have been sharply reproved. "Your headstrong will require severity to conquer it," her mother often said to her. "As a little child, you used to trample on my apron, but one day I fear you will trample on my heart." And alas, this fear was realized. Inge was taken to the house of some rich people who lived at a distance and who treated her as their own child and dressed her so fine that her pride and arrogance increased. When she had been there about a year, her patroness said to her, "You ought to go, for once, and see your parents, Inge." So Inge started to go and visit her parents, but she only wanted to show herself in her native place, that the people might see how fine she was. She reached the entrance of the village and saw the young labouring men and maidens standing together chatting, and her own mother amongst them. Inge's mother was sitting on a stone to rest, with a faggot of sticks lying before her, which she had picked up in the wood. Then Inge turned back. She, who was so finely dressed, she felt ashamed of her mother, a poorly clad woman who picked up wood in the forest. She did not turn back out of pity for her mother's poverty, but from pride. Another half year went by, and her mistress said, "You ought to go home again and visit your parents, Inge, and I will give you a large wheaten loaf to take to them. They will be glad to see you, I am sure." So Inge put on her best clothes and her new shoes, drew her dress up around her, and set out, stepping very carefully that she might be clean and neat about the feet, and there was nothing wrong in doing so. But when she came to the place where the footpath led across the moor, she found small pools of water and a great deal of mud. So she threw the loaf into the mud and trod upon it, that she might pass without wetting her feet. But as she stood with one foot on the loaf and the other lifted up to step forward, the loaf began to sink under her, lower and lower, till she disappeared altogether, and only a few bubbles on the surface of the muddy pool remained to show where she had sunk. And this is the story. But where did Ink go? She sank into the ground and went down to the marsh woman, who was always brewing there. The marsh woman is related to the elf maidens, who are well known, for songs are sung and pictures painted about them. But of the marsh woman, nothing is known, excepting that when a mist arises from the meadows in summertime, it is because she is brewing beneath them. To the marsh woman's brewery, Inge sunk down to a place which no one can endure for long. A heap of mud is a palace compared with the marsh woman's brewery, and as Inge fell, she shuddered in every limb and soon became cold and stiff as marble. Her foot was still fastened to the loaf, which bowed her down as a golden ear of corn bends the stem. An evil spirit soon took possession of Inge and carried her to a still worse place, in which she saw crowds of unhappy people waiting in a state of agony for the gates of mercy to be opened to them. And in every heart was a miserable and eternal feeling of unrest. It would take too much time to describe the various tortures these people suffered, but Inge's punishment consisted in standing there as a statue, with her foot fastened to the loaf. She could move her eyes about and see all the misery around her, but she could not turn her head. And when she saw the people looking at her, she thought they were admiring her pretty face and fine clothes, for she was still vain and proud. But she had forgotten how soiled her clothes had become while in the marsh woman's brewery, and that they were covered with mud. A snake had also fastened itself in her hair and hung down her back, while from each fold in her dress a great toad peeped out and croaked like an asthmatic poodle. Worse than all was the terrible hunger that tormented her, and she could not stoop to break off a piece of the loaf on which she stood. No, her back was too stiff, and her whole body like a pillar of stone. And then came creeping over her face, and eyes flies without wings. She winked and blinked, but they could not fly away, for their wings had been pulled off. This, added to the hunger she felt, was horrible torture. If this lasts much longer, she said, I shall not be able to bear it. But it did last, and she had to bear it without being able to help herself. A tear, followed by many scalding tears, fell upon her head and rolled over her face and neck down to the loaf on which she stood. Who could be weeping for Inge? She had a mother in the world still, and the tears of sorrow which a mother sheds for her child will always find their way to the child's heart, but they often increase the torment instead of being a relief. And Inge could hear all that was said about her in the world she had left, and everyone seemed cruel to her. The sin she had committed in treading on the loaf was known on earth, for she had been seen by the cowherd from the hill when she was crossing the marsh and had disappeared. When her mother wept and exclaimed, Ah, Inge, what grief thou hast caused thy mother, she would say. Oh, that I had never been born. My mother's tears are useless now. And then the words of the kind people who had adopted her came to her ears, when they said, Inge was a sinful girl, who did not value the gifts of God, but trampled them under her feet. Ah, thought Inge, they should have punished me and driven all my naughty tempers out of me. A song was made about the girl who trod on a loaf to keep her shoes from being soiled, and this song was sung everywhere. The story of her sin was also told to the little children, and they called her Wicked Inge, and said she was so naughty that she ought to be punished. Inge heard all this, and her heart became hardened and full of bitterness. But one day, while hunger and grief were gnawing in her hollow frame, she heard a little, innocent child, while listening to the tale of the vain, haughty Inge, burst into tears and exclaim, "But will she never come up again?" And she heard the reply, "No, she will never come up again." But if she were to say she was sorry, and ask pardon, and promise never to do so again, asked the little one. Yes, then she might come. But she will not beg pardon, was the answer. "Oh, I wish she would," said the child, who was quite unhappy about it. "I should be so glad. I would give up my doll and all my playthings if she could only come here again. Poor Inge. It is so dreadful for her." These pitying words penetrated to Inge's inmost heart and seemed to do her good. It was the first time anyone had said, "Poor Inge," without saying something about her faults. A little innocent child was weeping and praying for mercy for her. It made her feel quite strange, and she would gladly have wept herself, and it added to her torment to find she could not do so. And while she thus suffered in a place where nothing changed, years passed away on earth, and she heard her name less frequently mentioned. But one day a sigh reached her ear, and the words, "Inge, Inge, what a grief thou hast been to me. I said it would be so." It was the last sigh of her dying mother. After this, Inge heard her kind mistress say, "Ah, poor Inge, shall I ever see thee again? Perhaps I may, for we know not what may happen in the future." But Inge knew right well that her mistress would never come to that dreadful place. Time passed, a long, bitter time. Then Inge heard her name pronounced once more, and saw what seemed 2 bright stars shining above her. They were 2 gentle eyes closing on earth. Many years had passed since the little girl had lamented and wept about poor Inge. That child was now an old woman, whom God was taking to himself. In the last hour of existence, the events of a whole life often appear before us, and this hour the old woman remembered how, when a child, she had shed tears over the story of Inge, and she prayed for her now. As the eyes of the old woman closed to earth, the eyes of the soul opened upon the hidden things of eternity. And then she, in whose last thoughts Inge had been so vividly present, saw how deeply the poor girl had sunk. She burst into tears at the sight, and in heaven, as she had done when a little child on earth, she wept and prayed for poor Inge. Her tears and her prayers echoed through the dark void that surrounded the tormented captive soul, and the unexpected mercy was obtained for it through an angel's tears. As in thought, Inge seemed to act over again every sin she had committed on earth. She trembled, and tears she had never yet been able to weep rushed to her eyes. It seemed impossible that the gates of mercy could ever be opened to her. But while she acknowledged this in deep penitence, a beam of radiant light shot suddenly into the depths upon her. More powerful than the sunbeam that dissolves the man of snow which the children have raised, more quickly than the snowflake melts and becomes a drop of water on the warm lips of a child, was the stony form of Inge changed, and as a little bird she soared with the speed of lightning upward to the world of mortals. A bird that felt timid and shy to all things around it, that seemed to shrink with shame from meeting any living creature, and hurriedly sought to conceal itself in a dark corner of an old ruined wall. There it sat, cowering and unable to utter a sound, for it was voiceless. Yet how quickly the little bird discovered the beauty of everything around it. The sweet, fresh air, the soft radiance of the moon, as its light spread over the earth. The fragrance which exhaled from bush and tree made it feel happy as it sat there clothed in its fresh, bright plumage. All creation seemed to speak of beneficence and love. The bird wanted to give utterance to thoughts that stirred in his breast, as the cuckoo and the nightingale in the spring, but it could not. Yet in heaven can be heard the song of praise, even from a worm, and the notes trembling in the breast of the bird were as audible to heaven, even as the Psalms of David before they had fashioned themselves into words and song. Christmas time drew near, and a peasant who dwelt close by the old wall stuck up a pole with some ears of corn fastened to the top, that the birds of heaven might have feast and rejoice in the happy, blessed time. And on Christmas morning, the sun arose and shone upon the ears of corn, which were quickly surrounded by a number of twittering birds. Then, from a hole in the wall, gushed forth in song the swelling thoughts of the bird as he issued from his hiding place to perform his first good deed on earth. And in heaven, it was well known who that bird was. The winter was very hard. The ponds were covered with ice, and there was very little food for either the beasts of the field or the birds of the air. Our little bird flew away into the public roads and found here and there, in the ruts of the sledges, a grain of corn, and at the halting places some crumbs. Of these he ate only a few, but he called around him the other birds and the hungry sparrows, that they too might have food. He flew into the towns and looked about, and wherever a kind hand had strewed bread on the windowsill for the birds, he only ate a single crumb himself and gave all the rest to the rest of the other birds. In the course of the winter, the bird had in this way collected many crumbs and given them to other birds, till they equaled the weight of the loaf on which Inga had trod to keep her shoes clean. And when the last breadcrumb had been found and given, the gray wings of the bird became white and spread themselves out for flight. "See, yonder is a seagull," said the children when they saw the white bird as it dived into the sea and rose again into the clear sunlight, white and glittering. But no one could tell whither it went then, although some declared it flew straight to the sun. The end. The Goloshes of Fortune. A beginning. In a house in Copenhagen, not far from the king's new market, a very large party had assembled, the host and his family expecting, no doubt, to receive invitations in return. One half of the company were already seated at the card tables. The other half seemed to be waiting the result of their hostess's question. Well, how shall we amuse ourselves? Conversation followed, which, after a while, began to prove very entertaining. Among other subjects, it turned upon the events of the Middle Ages, which some persons maintained were more full of interest than our own times. Councillor Knapp defended this opinion so warmly that the lady of the house immediately went over to his side, and both exclaimed against Ersted's essays on ancient and modern times, in which the preference is given to our own. The councillor considered the times of the Danish king Hans as the noblest and happiest. The conversation on this topic was only interrupted for a moment by the arrival of a newspaper, which did not, however, contain much worth reading, and while it is still going on, we will pay a visit to the anteroom, in which cloaks, sticks, and galoshes were carefully placed. Here sat two maidens, one young and the other old, as if they had come and were waiting to accompany their mistresses home. But on looking at them more closely, it could easily be seen that they were no common servants. Their shapes were too graceful, their complexions too delicate, and the cut of their dresses much too elegant. They were two fairies. The younger was not Fortune herself, but the chambermaid of one of Fortune's attendants, who carries about her more trifling gifts. The elder one, who was named Care, looked rather gloomy. She always goes about to perform her own business in person, for then she knows it is properly done. They were telling each other where they had been during the day. The messenger of Fortune had only transacted a few unimportant matters. For instance, she had preserved a new bonnet from a shower of rain, and obtained for an honest man a bow from a titled nobody, and so on. But she had something extraordinary to relate, after all. "I must tell you," said she, "that today is my birthday, and in honor of it, I have been entrusted with a pair of galoshes to introduce amongst mankind. These galoshes have the property of making everyone who puts them on imagine himself in any place he wishes, or that he exists at any period. Every wish is fulfilled at the moment it is expressed, so that for once mankind have the chance of being happy." "No," replied Care, "you may depend upon it that whoever puts on those galoshes will be very unhappy, and bless the moment in which he can get rid of them." "What are you thinking of?" replied the other. "Now see, I will place them by the door. Someone will take them instead of his own, and he will be the happy man." This was the end of their conversation. What happened to the counselor? It was late when Counselor Knapp, lost in thought about the times of King Hans, desired to return home, and fate so ordered it that he put on the Goloshes of Fortune instead of his own, and walked out into the East Street. Through the magic power of the galoshes, he was at once carried back 300 years to the times of King Hans, for which he had been longing when he put them on. Therefore, he immediately set his foot into the mud and mire of the street, which in those days possessed no pavement. "Why, this is horrible. How dreadfully dirty it is," said the counselor, "and the whole pavement has vanished, and the lamps are all out." The moon had not yet risen high enough to penetrate the thick, foggy air, and all the objects around him were confused together in the darkness. At the nearest corner, a lamp hung before a picture of the Madonna, but the light it gave was almost useless, for he only perceived it when he came quite close, and his eyes fell on the painted figures of the mother and child. "That is most likely a museum of art," thought he, "and they have forgotten to take down the sign." Two men, in the dress of olden times, passed by him. "What odd figures," thought he. "They must be returning from some masquerade." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a drum and fifes, and then a blazing light from torches shone upon him. The counselor stared with astonishment as he beheld a most strange procession pass before him. First came a whole troop of drummers, beating their drums very cleverly. They were followed by lifeguards with longbows and crossbows. The principal person in the procession was a clerical-looking gentleman. The astonished counselor asked what it all meant, and who the gentleman might be. "That is the Bishop of Zealand." "Good gracious," he exclaimed. What in the world has happened to the bishop? What can he be thinking about? Then he shook his head and said, It cannot possibly be the bishop himself. While musing on this strange affair, and without looking to the right or left, he walked on through East Street and over Highbridge Place. The bridge, which he supposed led to Palace Square, was nowhere to be found. But instead, he saw a bank and some shallow water and two people who sat in a boat. Does the gentleman wish to be ferried over the Holme? Asked one. To the Holme, exclaimed the councillor, not knowing in what age he was now existing. I want to go to Christian's Haven in Little Turf Street. The men stared at him. Pray tell me where the bridge is, said he. It is shameful that the lamps are not lighted here, and it is as muddy as if one were walking in a marsh. But the more he talked with the boatmen, the less they could understand each other. I don't understand your outlandish talk, he cried at last, angrily turning his back upon them. He could not, however, find the bridge nor any railings. What a scandalous condition this place is in, said he. Never, certainly, had he found his own time so miserable as on this evening. I think it will be better for me to take a coach. But where are they? There was not one to be seen. I shall be obliged to go back to the King's New Market, said he, where there are plenty of carriages standing, or I shall never reach Christian's Haven. Then he went towards East Street, and had nearly passed through it, when the moon burst forth from a cloud. Dear me, what have they been erecting here? He cried, as he caught sight of the East Gate, which in olden times used to stand at the end of East Street. However, he found an opening through which he passed, and came out upon where he expected to find the New Market. Nothing was to be seen but an open meadow, surrounded by a few bushes, through which ran a broad canal or stream. A few miserable-looking wooden booths, for the accommodation of Dutch watermen, stood on the opposite shore. Either I behold a fata morgana, or I must be tipsy, groaned the councillor. What can it be? What is the matter with me? He turned back in the full conviction that he must be ill. In walking through the street this time, he examined the houses more closely. He found that most of them were built of lath and plaster, and many had only a thatched roof. I am certainly all wrong, said he with a sigh, and yet I only drank one glass of punch. But I cannot bear even that, and it was very foolish to give us punch and hot salmon. I shall speak about it to our hostess, the agent's lady. Suppose I were to go back now and say how ill I feel. I fear it would look so ridiculous, and it is not very likely that I should find anyone up. Then he looked for the house, but it was not in existence. This is really frightful. I cannot even recognize East Street. Not a shop to be seen. Nothing but old, wretched, tumble-down houses, just as if I were at Roskilde or Ringstedt. Oh, I really must be ill. It is no use to stand upon ceremony. But where in the world is the agent's house? There is a house, but it is not his, and people still up in it, I can hear. Oh dear, I certainly am very queer. As he reached the half-open door, he saw a light and went in. It was a tavern of the olden times, and seemed a kind of beer shop. The room had the appearance of a Dutch interior. A number of people, consisting of seamen, Copenhagen citizens, and a few scholars, sat in deep conversation over their mugs, and took very little notice of the newcomer. Pardon me, said the councillor, addressing the landlady, "I do not feel quite well, and I should be much obliged if you will send for a fly to take me to Christian's Haven." The woman stared at him and shook her head. Then she spoke to him in German. The counselor supposed from this that she did not understand Danish. He therefore repeated his request in German. This, as well as his singular dress, convinced the woman that he was a foreigner. She soon understood, however, that he did not find himself quite well, and therefore brought him a mug of water. It had something of the taste of seawater, certainly, although it had been drawn from the well outside. Then the counselor leaned his head on his hand, drew a deep breath, and pondered over all the strange things that had happened to him. "Is that today's number of the day?" he asked, quite mechanically, as he saw the woman putting by a large piece of paper. She did not understand what he meant, but she handed him the sheet. It was a woodcut representing a meteor which had appeared in the town of Cologne. "That is very old," said the counselor, becoming quite cheerful at the sight of this antique drawing. "Where did you get this singular sheet? It is very interesting, although the whole affair is a fable. Meteors are easily explained in these days. They are northern lights, which are often seen and are no doubt caused by electricity." Those who sat near him and heard what he said looked at him in great astonishment, and one of them rose, took off his hat respectfully, and said in a very serious manner, "You must certainly be a very learned man, monsieur." "Oh no," replied the counselor. "I can only discourse on topics which everyone should understand." "Modestia is a beautiful virtue," said the man. "Moreover, I must add to your speech mihi secus videtur. Yet in this case, I would suspend my judicium. May I ask to whom I have the pleasure of speaking?" "I am a bachelor of divinity," said the man. This answer satisfied the counselor. The title agreed with the dress. "This is surely," thought he, "an old village schoolmaster, a perfect original, such as one meets with sometimes even in Jutland." "This is not certainly a locus discendi," began the man. "Still, I must beg you to continue the conversation. You must be well read in ancient lore." "Oh yes," replied the counselor. "I am very fond of reading useful old books, and modern ones as well, with the exception of everyday stories, of which we really have more than enough." "Everyday stories?" asked the bachelor. "Yes, I mean the new novels that we have at the present day." "Oh," replied the man with a smile, "and yet they are very witty, and are much read at court. The king likes especially the romance of Messrs. Iffin and Gaudian, which describes King Arthur and his knights of the Round Table. He has joked about it with the gentlemen of his court." "Well, I have certainly not read that," replied the counselor. "I suppose it is quite new and published by Heiberg." "No," answered the man, "it is not by Heiberg. Gottfried von Gaiman brought it out." "Oh, is he the publisher?" "That is a very old name," said the counselor. "Was it not the name of the first publisher in Denmark?" "Yes, and he is our first printer and publisher now," replied the scholar. So far all had passed off very well, but now one of the citizens began to speak of a terrible pestilence which had been raging a few years before, meaning the plague of 1484. The counselor thought he referred to the cholera, and they could discuss this without finding out the mistake. The war in 1490 was spoken of as quite recent. The English pirates had taken some ships in the Channel in 1801, and the counselor, supposing they referred to these, agreed with them in finding fault with the English. The rest of the talk, however, was not so agreeable. Every moment, one contradicted the other. The good bachelor appeared very ignorant, for the simplest remark of the counselor seemed to him either too bold or too fantastic. They stared at each other, and when it became worse, the bachelor spoke in Latin, in the hope of being better understood. But it was all useless. "How are you now?" asked the landlady, pulling the counselor's sleeve. Then his recollection returned to him. In the course of conversation, he had forgotten all that had happened previously. "Goodness me, where am I?" said he. It bewildered him as he thought of it. "We will have some claret, or mead, or Bremen beer," said one of the guests. "Will you drink with us?" 2 maids came in. One of them had a cap on her head of 2 colors. They poured out the wine, bowed their heads, and withdrew. The counselor felt a cold shiver run all over him. "What is this? What does it mean?" said he. But he was obliged to drink with them, for they overpowered the good man with their politeness. He became at last desperate. And when one of them said he was tipsy, he did not doubt the man's word in the least, only begged them to get a droshky. And then they thought he was speaking the Muscovite language. Never before had he been in such rough and vulgar company. One might believe that the country was going back to heathenism, he observed. This is the most terrible moment of my life. Just then, it came into his mind that he would stoop under the table and so creep to the door. He tried it, but before he reached the entry, the rest discovered what he was about and seized him by the feet, when, luckily for him, off came the goloshes, and with them vanished the whole enchantment. The counselor now saw quite plainly a lamp and a large building behind it. Everything looked familiar and beautiful. He was in East Street, as it now appears. He lay with his legs turned towards a porch, and just by him sat the watchman asleep. "Is it possible that I have been lying here in the street dreaming?" said he. "Yes, this is East Street. How beautifully bright and gay it looks. It is quite shocking that one glass of punch should have upset me like this." 2 minutes afterwards, he sat in a droshky, which was to drive him to Christian's Haven. He thought of all the terror and anxiety which he had undergone, and felt thankful from his heart for the reality and comfort of modern times, which, with all their errors, were far better than those in which he so lately found himself. The watchman's adventures. "Well, I declare, there lies a pair of goloshes," said the watchman. "No doubt they belong to the lieutenant who lives upstairs. They are lying just by his door. Gladly would the honest man have rung and given them in, for a light was still burning, but he did not wish to disturb the other people in the house, so he let them lie. These things must keep the feet very warm," said he. "They are of such nice, soft leather." Then he tried them on, and they fitted his feet exactly. "Now," said he, "how droll things are in this world. There's that man can lie down in his warm bed, but he does not do so. There he goes pacing up and down the room. He ought to be a happy man. He has neither wife nor children, and he goes out into company every evening. Oh, I wish I were he. Then I should be a happy man." As he uttered this wish, the goloshes which he had put on took effect, and the watchman at once became the lieutenant. There he stood in his room, holding a little piece of pink paper between his fingers, on which was a poem written by the lieutenant himself. Who has not had, for once in his life, a moment of poetic inspiration? And at such a moment, if the thoughts are written down, they flow in poetry. The following verses were written on the pink paper. Oh, were I rich! Oh, were I rich! How oft, in youth's bright hour, when youthful pleasures banish every care, I longed for riches, but to gain a power, the sword, and plume, and uniform to wear. The riches and the honor came for me. Yet still, my greatest wealth was poverty. Ah, help and pity me. Once, in my youthful hours, when gay and free, a maiden loved me, and her gentle kiss, rich in its tender love and purity, taught me, alas, too much of earthly bliss. Dear child, she only thought of youthful glee. She loved no wealth, but fairy tales and me. Thou knowest? Ah, pity me. Oh, were I rich! Again is all my prayer. That child is now a woman, fair and free, as good and beautiful as angels are. Oh, were I rich in lover's poetry, to tell my fairy tale, love's richest lore. But no, I must be silent. I am poor. Ah, wilt thou pity me? Oh, were I rich in truth and peace below, I need not then my poverty bewail. To thee I dedicate these lines of woe. Wilt thou not understand the mournful tale? A leaf on which my sorrows I relate, dark story of a darker night of fate. Ah, bless and pity me. Well, yes, people write poems when they are in love, but a wise man will not print them. A lieutenant in love and poor. This is a triangle, or more properly speaking, the half of the broken die of fortune. The lieutenant felt this very keenly, and therefore leaned his head against the window frame and sighed deeply. The poor watchman in the street, said he, is far happier than I am. He knows not what I call poverty. He has a home, a wife, and children, who weep at his sorrow and rejoice at his joy. Oh, how much happier I should be could I change my being and position with him, and pass through life with his humble expectations and hopes. Yes, he is indeed happier than I am. At this moment, the watchman again became a watchman. For having, through the Goloshes of Fortune, passed into the existence of the lieutenant, and found himself less contented than he expected. He had preferred his former condition, and wished himself again a watchman. That was an ugly dream, said he, but droll enough. It seemed to me as if I were the lieutenant up yonder, but there was no happiness for me. I missed my wife and the little ones, who are always ready to smother me with kisses. He sat down again and nodded, but he could not get the dream out of his thoughts, and he still had the goloshes on his feet. A falling star gleamed across the sky. There goes one, cried he. However, there are quite enough left. I should very much like to examine these a little nearer, especially the moon, for that could not slip away under one's hands. The student, for whom my wife washes, says that when we die, we shall fly from one star to another. If that were true, it would be very delightful, but I don't believe it. I wish I could make a little spring up there now. I would willingly let my body lie here on the steps. There are certain things in the world which should be uttered very cautiously, doubly so when the speaker has on his feet the Goloshes of Fortune. Now we shall hear what happened to the watchman. Nearly everyone is acquainted with the great power of steam. We have proved it by the rapidity with which we can travel, both on a railroad or in a steamship across the sea. But this speed is like the movements of the sloth, or the crawling march of the snail when compared to the swiftness with which light travels. Light flies 19 million times faster than the fleetest racehorse, and electricity is more rapid still. Death is an electric shock which we receive in our hearts, and on the wings of electricity, the liberated soul flies away swiftly. The light from the sun travels to our earth 95 millions of miles in 8 minutes and a few seconds. But on the wings of electricity, the mind requires only a second to accomplish the same distance. The space between the heavenly bodies is, to thought, no farther than the distance which we may have to walk from one friend's house to another in the same town. Yet this electric shock obliges us to use our bodies here below, unless, like the watchman, we have on the Goloshes of Fortune. In a very few seconds, the watchman had traveled more than 200,000 miles to the moon, which is formed of a lighter material than our Earth, and may be said to be as soft as new fallen snow. He found himself on one of the circular range of mountains, which we see represented in Dr. Madler's large map of the moon. The interior had the appearance of a large hollow, bowl-shaped, with a depth about half a mile from the brim. Within this hollow stood a large town. We may form some idea of its appearance by pouring the white of an egg into a glass of water. The materials of which it was built seemed just as soft, and pictured forth cloudy turrets and sail-like terraces, quite transparent, and floating in the thin air. Our earth hung over his head like a great dark red ball. Presently, he discovered a number of beings, which might certainly be called men, but were very different to ourselves. A more fantastical imagination than Herschel's must have discovered these. Had they been placed in groups and painted, it might have been said, "What beautiful foliage!" They had also a language of their own. No one could have expected the soul of the watchman to understand it, and yet he did understand it, for our souls have much greater capabilities than we are inclined to believe. Do we not, in our dreams, show a wonderful dramatic talent? Each of our acquaintance appears to us then in his own character and with his own voice. No man could thus imitate them in his waking hours. How clearly, too, we are reminded of persons who we have not seen for many years. They start up suddenly to the mind's eye with all their peculiarities as living realities. In fact, this memory of the soul is a fearful thing. Every sin, every sinful thought it can bring back. And we may well ask how we are to give account of every idle word that may have been whispered in the heart or uttered with the lips. The spirit of the watchman, therefore, understood very well the language of the inhabitants of the moon. They were disputing about our earth and doubted whether it could be inhabited. The atmosphere, they asserted, must be too dense for any inhabitants of the moon to exist there. They maintained that the moon alone was inhabited, and was really the heavenly body in which the old world people lived. They likewise talked politics. But now we will descend to East Street and see what happened to the watchman's body. He sat lifeless on the steps. His staff had fallen out of his hand, and his eyes stared at the moon, about which his honest soul was wandering. "What is it o'clock, watchman?" inquired a passenger. But there was no answer from the watchman. The man then pulled his nose gently, which caused him to lose his balance. The body fell forward and lay at full length on the ground as one dead. All his comrades were very much frightened, for he seemed quite dead. Still, they allowed him to remain after they had given notice of what had happened. And at dawn, the body was carried to the hospital. We might imagine it to be no jesting matter if the soul of the man should chance to return to him. For most probably, it would seek for the body in East Street without being able to find it. We might fancy the soul inquiring of the police, or at the address office, or among the missing parcels, and then at length finding it at the hospital. But we may comfort ourselves by the certainty that the soul, when acting upon its own impulses, is wiser than we are. It is the body that makes it stupid. As we have said, the watchman's body had been taken to the hospital, and here it was placed in a room to be washed. Naturally, the first thing done here was to take off the goloshes, upon which the soul was instantly obliged to return, and it took the direct road to the body at once. And in a few seconds, the man's life returned to him. He declared, when he quite recovered himself, that this had been the most dreadful night he had ever passed. Not for £100 would he go through such feelings again. However, it was all over now. The same day he was allowed to leave, but the goloshes remained at the hospital. The eventful moment, a most unusual journey. Every inhabitant of Copenhagen knows what the entrance to Frederick's Hospital is like. But as most probably a few of those who read this little tale may not reside in Copenhagen, we will give a short description of it. The hospital is separated from the street by an iron railing, in which the bars stand so wide apart that, it is said, some very slim patients have squeezed through and gone to pay little visits in the town. The most difficult part of the body to get through was the head, and in this case, as it often happens in the world, the small heads were the most fortunate. This will serve as sufficient introduction to our tale. One of the young volunteers, of whom, physically speaking, it might be said that he had a great head, was on guard that evening at the hospital. The rain was pouring down, yet, in spite of these two obstacles, he wanted to go out just for a quarter of an hour. It was not worthwhile, he thought, to make a confidant of the porter, as he could easily slip through the iron railings. There lay the goloshes, which the watchman had forgotten. It never occurred to him that these could be goloshes of fortune. They would be very serviceable to him in this rainy weather, so he drew them on. Now came the question whether he could squeeze through the palings. He certainly had never tried, so he stood looking at them. "I wish to goodness my head was through," said he, and instantly, though it was so thick and large, it slipped through quite easily. The goloshes answered that purpose very well, but his body had to follow, and this was impossible. "I am too fat," he said. "I thought my head would be the worst, but I cannot get my body through, that is certain." Then he tried to pull his head back again, but without success. He could move his neck about easily enough, and that was all. His first feeling was one of anger, and then his spirits sank below zero. The Goloshes of Fortune had placed him in this terrible position, and unfortunately, it never occurred to him to wish himself free. No, instead of wishing, he kept twisting about, yet did not stir from the spot. The rain poured, and not a creature could be seen in the street. The porter's bell he was unable to reach, and however was he to get loose? He foresaw that he should have to stay there till morning, and then they must send for a smith to file away the iron bars, and that would be a work of time. All the charity children would just be going to school. And all the sailors who inhabited that quarter of the town would be there to see him standing in the pillory. What a crowd there would be. "Ha!" he cried. "The blood is rushing to my head, and I shall go mad. I believe I am crazy already. Oh, I wish I were free. Then all these sensations would pass off." This is just what he ought to have said at first. The moment he had expressed the thought, his head was free. He started back, quite bewildered with the fright which the Goloshes of Fortune had caused him. But we must not suppose it was all over. No, indeed, there was worse to come yet. The night passed, and the whole of the following day, but no one sent for the goloshes. In the evening, a declamatory performance was to take place at the amateur theater in a distant street. The house was crowded. Among the audience was the young volunteer from the hospital, who seemed to have quite forgotten his adventures of the previous evening. He had on the goloshes. They had not been sent for, and as the streets were still very dirty, they were of great service to him. A new poem entitled "My Aunt's Spectacles" was being recited. It described these spectacles as possessing a wonderful power. If anyone put them on in a large assembly, the people appeared like cards, and the future events of ensuing years could be easily foretold by them. The idea struck him that he should very much like to have such a pair of spectacles. For, if used rightly, they would perhaps enable him to see into the hearts of people, which he thought would be more interesting than to know what was going to happen next year. For future events would be sure to show themselves, but the hearts of people never. I can fancy what I should see in the whole row of ladies and gentlemen on the first seat, if I could only look into their hearts. That lady, I imagine, keeps a store for things of all descriptions. How my eyes would wander about in that collection. With many ladies, I should no doubt find a large millinery establishment. There is another that is perhaps empty, and would be all the better for cleaning out. There may be some well stored with good articles. Ah, yes, he sighed. I know one, in which everything is solid. But a servant is there already, and that is the only thing against it. I dare say from many I should hear the words, "Please to walk in." I only wish I could slip into the hearts like a little tiny thought. This was the word of command for the goloshes. The volunteers shrunk up together and commenced a most unusual journey through the hearts of the spectators in the first row. The first heart he entered was that of a lady, but he thought he must have got into one of the rooms of an orthopedic institution, where plaster casts of deformed limbs were hanging on the walls, with this difference, that the casts in the institution are formed when the patient enters. But here they were formed and preserved after the good people had left. These were casts of the bodily and mental deformities of the lady's female friends, carefully preserved. Quickly, he passed into another heart, which had the appearance of a spacious, holy church, with the white dove of innocence fluttering over the altar. Gladly would he have fallen on his knees in such a sacred place, but he was carried on to another heart, still, however, listening to the tones of the organ, and feeling himself that he had become another and a better man. The next heart was also a sanctuary, which he felt almost unworthy to enter. It represented a mean garret, in which lay a sick mother. But the warm sunshine streamed through the window. Lovely roses bloomed in a little flower box on the roof. 2 blue birds sang of childlike joys, and the sick mother prayed for a blessing on her daughter. Next, he crept on his hands and knees through an overfilled butcher's shop. There was meat, nothing but meat, wherever he stepped. This was the heart of a rich, respectable man, whose name is doubtless in the directory. Then he entered the heart of this man's wife. It was an old, tumble-down pigeon house. The husband's portrait served as a weathercock. It was connected with all the doors, which opened and shut just as the husband's decision turned. The next heart was a complete cabinet of mirrors, such as can be seen in the castle of Rosenberg. But these mirrors magnified in an astonishing degree. In the middle of the floor sat, like the Grand Lama, the insignificant eye of the owner, astonished at the contemplation of his own features. At his next visit, he fancied he must have got into a narrow needle case, full of sharp needles. Oh, thought he, this must be the heart of an old maid. But such was not the fact. It belonged to a young officer who wore several orders and was said to be a man of intellect and heart. The poor volunteer came out of the last heart in the row, quite bewildered. He could not collect his thoughts, and imagined his foolish fancies had carried him away. Good gracious, he sighed, I must have a tendency to softening of the brain, and here it is so exceedingly hot that the blood is rushing to my head. And then, suddenly, recurred to him the strange event of the evening before, when his head had been fixed between the iron railings in front of the hospital. That is the cause of it all, he exclaimed. I must do something in time. A Russian bath would be a very good thing to begin with. I wish I were lying on one of the highest shelves. Sure enough, there he lay on an upper shelf of a vapor bath, still in his evening costume, with his boots and goloshes on, and the hot drops from the ceiling falling on his face, jumping down and rushing towards the plunging bath. The attendant stopped him with a loud cry when he saw a man with all his clothes on. The volunteer had, however, presence of mind enough to whisper, "It is for a wager." But the first thing he did, when he reached his own room, was to put a large blister on his neck and another on his back, that his crazy fit might be cured. The next morning his back was very sore, which was all he gained by the Goloshes of Fortune. The clerk's transformation. The watchman, whom we, of course, have not forgotten, thought, after a while, of the goloshes which he had found and taken to the hospital. So he went and fetched them. But neither the lieutenant nor anyone in the street could recognize them as their own, so he gave them up to the police. They look exactly like my own goloshes, said one of the clerks, examining the unknown articles as they stood by the side of his own. It would require even more than the eye of a shoemaker to know one pair from the other. Master clerk, said a servant, who entered with some papers. The clerk turned and spoke to the man, but when he had done with him, he turned to look at the goloshes again, and now he was in greater doubt than ever as to whether the pair on the right or on the left belonged to him. Those that are wet must be mine, thought he. But he thought wrong. It was just the reverse. The Goloshes of Fortune were the wet pair. And besides, why should not a clerk in a police office be wrong sometimes? So he drew them on, thrust his papers into his pocket, placed a few manuscripts under his arm, which he had to take with him, and to make abstracts from at home. Then, as it was Sunday morning, and the weather very fine, he said to himself, "A walk to Fredericksburg will do me good." So away he went. There could not be a quieter or more steady young man than this clerk. We will not grudge him this little walk. It was just the thing to do him good after sitting so much. He went on at first like a mere automaton, without thought or wish. Therefore, the goloshes had no opportunity to display their magic power. In the avenue, he met with an acquaintance, one of our young poets, who told him that he intended to start on the following day on a summer excursion. "Are you really going away so soon?" asked the clerk. "What a free, happy man you are. You can roam about where you will, while such as we are tied by the foot." "But it is fastened to the bread tree," replied the poet. "You need have no anxiety for the morrow, and when you are old, there's a pension for you." "Ah, yes, but you have the best of it," said the clerk. "It must be so delightful to sit and write poetry. The whole world makes itself agreeable to you, and then you are your own master. You should try how you would like to listen to all the trivial things in a court of justice." The poet shook his head. So also did the clerk. Each retained his own opinion, and so they parted. "They are strange people, these poets," thought the clerk. "I should like to try what it is to have a poetic taste, and to become a poet myself. I am sure I should not write such mournful verses as they do. This is a splendid spring day for a poet. The air is so remarkably clear, the clouds are so beautiful, and the green grass has such a sweet smell. For many years I have not felt as I do at this moment." We perceive by these remarks that he had already become a poet. By most poets, what he had said would be considered commonplace, or, as the Germans call it, insipid. It is a foolish fancy to look upon poets as different to other men. There are many who are more the poets of nature than those who are professed poets. The difference is this: the poet's intellectual memory is better. He seizes upon an idea or a sentiment until he can embody it, clearly and plainly in words, which the others cannot do. But the transition from a character of everyday life to one of a more gifted nature is a great transition. And so, the clerk became aware of the change after a time. "What a delightful perfume," said he. "It reminds me of the violets at Aunt Laura's. Ah, that was when I was a little boy. Dear me, how long it seems since I thought of those days. She was a good old maiden lady. She lived yonder, behind the exchange. She always had a sprig or a few blossoms in water, let the winter be ever so severe. I could smell the violets, even while I was placing warm penny pieces against the frozen panes to make peepholes, and a pretty view it was on which I peeped. Out in the river lay the ships, icebound and forsaken by their crews. A screaming crow represented the only living creature on board. But when the breezes of spring came, everything started into life. Amidst shouting and cheers, the ships were tarred and rigged, and then they sailed to foreign lands. I remain here, and always shall remain, sitting at my post at the police office, and letting others take passports to distant lands. Yes, this is my fate." And he sighed deeply. Suddenly, he paused. Good gracious, what has come over me? I never felt before as I do now. It must be the air of spring. It is overpowering, and yet it is delightful. He felt in his pockets for some of his papers. "These will give me something else to think of," said he. Casting his eyes on the first page of one, he read, "Mistress Sigbirth, an original tragedy, in 5 acts. What is this? In my own handwriting, too. Have I written this tragedy? He read again. The Intrigue on the Promenade, or The Fast Day, a vaudeville. However did I get all this? Someone must have put them into my pocket. And here is a letter. It was from the manager of a theater. The pieces were rejected, not at all in polite terms. Sitting down on a bench, his thoughts were very elastic, and his heart softened strangely. Involuntarily, he seized one of the nearest flowers. It was a little, simple daisy. All that botanists can say in many lectures was explained in a moment by this little flower. It spoke of the glory of its birth. It told of the strength of the sunlight, which had caused its delicate leaves to expand and given to it such sweet perfume. The struggles of life, which arouse sensations in the bosom, have their type in the tiny flowers. Air and light are the lovers of the flowers, but light is the favored one. Towards light it turns, and only when light vanishes does it fold its leaves together and sleep in the embraces of the air. It is light that adorns me, said the flower. But the air gives you the breath of life, whispered the poet. Just by him stood a boy, splashing with his stick in a marshy ditch. The water drops spurted up among the green twigs, and the clerk thought of the millions of animalculae which were thrown into the air with every drop of water, at a height which must be the same to them as it would be to us if we were hurled beyond the clouds. As the clerk thought of all these things, and became conscious of the great change in his own feelings, he smiled and said to himself, I must be asleep and dreaming. And yet, if so, how wonderful for a dream to be so natural and real, and to know at the same time, too, that it is but a dream. I hope I shall be able to remember it all when I wake tomorrow. My sensations seem most unaccountable. I have a clear perception of everything, as if I were wide awake. I am quite sure if I recollect all this tomorrow, it will appear utterly ridiculous and absurd. I have had this happen to me before. It is with the clever or wonderful things we say or hear in dreams, as with the gold which comes from under the earth. It is rich and beautiful when we possess it, but when seen in a true light, it is but as stones and withered leaves. Ah, he sighed mournfully, as he gazed at the birds singing merrily, or hopping from branch to branch. They are much better off than I. Flying is a glorious power. Happy is he who is born with wings. Yes, if I could change myself into anything, I would be a little lark. At the same moment, his coat-tails and sleeves grew together and formed wings. His clothes changed to feathers, and his goloshes to claws. He felt what was taking place and laughed to himself. Well, now it is evident I must be dreaming, but I never had such a wild dream as this. And then he flew up into the green boughs and sang. But there was no poetry in the song, for his poetic nature had left him. The goloshes, like all persons who wish to do a thing thoroughly, could only attend to one thing at a time. He wished to be a poet, and he became one. Then he wanted to be a little bird, and in this change, he lost the characteristics of the former one. Well, thought he, this is charming. By day I sit in a police office, amongst the driest law papers, and at night I can dream that I am a lark, flying about in the gardens of Fredericksburg. Really, a complete comedy could be written about it. Then he flew down into the grass, turned his head about in every direction, and tapped his beak on the bending blades of grass, which, in proportion to his size, seemed to him as long as the palm leaves in northern Africa. In another moment, all was darkness around him. It seemed as if something immense had been thrown over him. A sailor boy had flung his large cap over the bird, and a hand came underneath and caught the clerk by the back and wings so roughly that he squeaked, and then said out in his alarm, "You impudent rascal, I am a clerk in the police office." But it only sounded to the boy like tweet, tweet. So he tapped the bird on the beak and walked away with him. In the avenue, he met two schoolboys who appeared to belong to a better class of society, but whose inferior abilities kept them in the lowest class at school. These boys bought the bird for 8 pence, and so the clerk returned to Copenhagen. "It is well for me that I am dreaming," he thought. "Otherwise, I should become really angry. First, I was a poet, and now I am a lark. It must have been the poetic nature that changed me into this little creature. It is a miserable story indeed, especially now I have fallen into the hands of boys. I wonder what will be the end of it." The boys carried him into a very elegant room, where a stout, pleasant-looking lady received them. But she was not at all gratified to find that they had brought a lark, a common field bird, as she called it. However, she allowed them for one day to place the bird in an empty cage that hung near the window. "It will please Polly, perhaps," she said, laughing at a large gray parrot, who was swinging himself proudly on a ring in a handsome brass cage. "It is Polly's birthday," she added in a simpering tone, "and the little field bird has come to offer his congratulations." Polly did not answer a single word. He continued to swing proudly to and fro, but a beautiful canary, who had been brought from his own warm, fragrant fatherland the summer previous, began to sing as loud as he could. "You screamer," said the lady, throwing a white handkerchief over the cage. "Tweet, tweet," sighed he. "What a dreadful snowstorm." And then he became silent. The clerk, or as the lady called him, the field bird, was placed in a little cage close to the canary, and not far from the parrot. The only human speech which Polly could utter, and which she sometimes chattered forth most comically, was, "Now let us be men." All besides was a scream, quite as unintelligible as the warbling of the canary bird, excepting to the clerk, who being now a bird, could understand his comrades very well. "I flew beneath green palm trees and amidst the blooming almond trees," sang the canary. "I flew with my brothers and sisters over beautiful flowers and across the clear, bright sea, which reflected the waving foliage in its glittering depths. And I have seen many gay parrots who could relate long and delightful stories." "They were wild birds," answered the parrot, "and totally uneducated. Now let us be men. Why do you not laugh? If the lady and her visitors can laugh at this, surely you can. It is a great failing not to be able to appreciate what is amusing. Now let us be men." "Do you remember," said the canary, "the pretty maidens who used to dance in the tents that were spread out beneath the sweet blossoms? Do you remember the delicious fruit and the cooling juice from the wild herbs?" "Oh, yes," said the parrot, "but here I am much better off. I am well fed and treated politely. I know that I have a clever head, and what more do I want? Let us be men now. You have a soul for poetry. I have deep knowledge and wit. You have genius, but no discretion. You raise your naturally high notes so much that you get covered over. They never serve me so. Oh no, I cost them something more than you. I keep them in order with my beak, and fling my wit about me. Now let us be men. Oh, my warm, blooming fatherland, sang the canary bird. "I will sing of thy dark green trees and thy quiet streams, where the bending branches kiss the clear, smooth water. I will sing of the joy of my brothers and sisters, as their shining plumage flits among the dark leaves of the plants which grow wild by the springs." "Do leave off those dismal strains," said the parrot. "Sing something to make us laugh. Laughter is the sign of the highest order of intellect. Can a dog or a horse laugh? No, they can cry, but to man alone is the power of laughter given." Laughed Polly, and repeated his witty saying, "Now, let us be men." "You little gray Danish bird," said the canary, "you also have become a prisoner. It is certainly cold in your forests, but still there is liberty there. Fly out. They have forgotten to close the cage, and the window is open at the top. Fly, fly." Instinctively, the clerk obeyed and left the cage. At the same moment, the half-open door leading into the next room creaked on its hinges, and, stealthily, with green, fiery eyes, the cat crept in and chased the lark round the room. The canary bird fluttered in his cage, and the parrot flapped his wings and said, "Let us be men." The poor clerk, in the most deadly terror, flew through the window, over the houses, and through the streets, till at length he was obliged to seek a resting place. A house opposite to him had a look of home. A window stood open. He flew in and perched upon the table. It was his own room. "Let us be men now," said he, involuntarily imitating the parrot. And at the same moment he became a clerk again, only that he was sitting on the table. "Heaven preserve us," said he. "How did I get up here and fall asleep in this way? It was an uneasy dream, too, that I had. The whole affair appears most absurd." The best thing the Goloshes did. Early on the following morning, while the clerk was still in bed, his neighbor, a young divinity student who lodged on the same story, knocked at his door and then walked in. "Lend me your goloshes," said he. "It is so wet in the garden, but the sun is shining brightly. I should like to go out there and smoke my pipe." He put on the goloshes and was soon in the garden, which contained only one plum tree and one apple tree. Yet, in a town, even a small garden like this is a great advantage. The student wandered up and down the path. It was just 6 o'clock, and he could hear the sound of the post horn in the street. "Oh, to travel, cried he. "There is no greater happiness in the world. It is the height of my ambition. This restless feeling would be stilled if I could take a journey far away from this country. I should like to see beautiful Switzerland, to travel through Italy, and it was well for him that the Goloshes acted immediately. Otherwise, he might have been carried too far for himself, as well as for us. In a moment, he found himself in Switzerland, closely packed with 8 others in the diligence. His head ached, his back was stiff, and the blood had ceased to circulate, so that his feet were swelled and pinched by his boots. He wavered in a condition between sleeping and waking. In his right-hand pocket, he had a letter of credit. In his left-hand pocket was his passport, and a few louis d'or were sewn into a little leather bag which he carried in his breast pocket. Whenever he dozed, he dreamed that he had lost one or another of these possessions. Then he would awake with a start, and the first movements of his hand formed a triangle from his right-hand pocket to his breast, and from his breast to his left-hand pocket to feel whether they were all safe. Umbrellas, sticks, and hats swung in the net before him, and almost obstructed the prospect, which which was really very imposing. And as he glanced at it, his memory recalled the words of one poet at least, who has sung of Switzerland, and whose poems have not yet been printed. How lovely to my wondering eyes Mont Blanc's fair summits gently rise. 'Tis sweet to breathe the mountain air, if you have gold enough to spare. Grand, dark, and gloomy appeared the landscape around him. The pine forests looked like little groups of moss on high rocks, whose summits were lost in clouds of mist. Presently, it began to snow, and the wind blew keen and cold. Ah, he sighed. If I were only on the other side of the Alps now, it would be summer, and I should be able to get money on my letter of credit. The anxiety I feel on this matter prevents me from enjoying myself in Switzerland. Oh, I wish I was on the other side of the Alps. And there, in a moment, he found himself far away in the midst of Italy, between Florence and Rome, where the lake Trasimene glittered in the evening sunlight like a sheet of molten gold between the dark blue mountains. There, where Hannibal defeated Flaminius, the grapevines clung to each other with the friendly grasp of their green tendril fingers, while, by the wayside, lovely half-naked children were watching a herd of coal-black swine under the blossoms of fragrant laurel. Could we rightly describe this picturesque scene, our readers would exclaim, "Delightful Italy." But neither the student nor either of his traveling companions felt the least inclination to think of it in this way. Poisonous flies and gnats flew into the coach by thousands. In vain, they drove them away with a myrtle branch. The flies stung them notwithstanding. There was not a man in the coach whose face was not swollen and disfigured with the stings. The poor horses looked wretched. The flies settled on their backs in swarms, and they were only relieved when the coachman got down and drove the creatures off. As the sun set, an icy coldness filled all nature, not however of long duration. It produced the feeling which we experience when we enter a vault at a funeral on a summer's day, while the hills and the clouds put on that singular green hue which we often notice in old paintings and look upon as unnatural until we have ourselves seen nature's coloring in the south. It was a glorious spectacle. But the stomachs of the travelers were empty, their bodies exhausted with fatigue, and all the longings of their heart turned towards a resting place for the night. But where to find one, they knew not. All the eyes were too eagerly seeking for this resting place to notice the beauties of nature. The road passed through a grove of olive trees. It reminded the student of the willow trees at home. Here stood a lonely inn, and close by it, a number of crippled beggars had placed themselves. The brightest among them looked, to quote the words of Marriott, like the eldest son of famine who had just come of age. The others were either blind or had withered legs, which obliged them to creep about on their hands and knees, or they had shriveled arms and hands without fingers. It was indeed poverty arrayed in rags. "Excellenza miserabili," they exclaimed, stretching forth their diseased limbs. The hostess received the travelers with bare feet, untidy hair, and a dirty blouse. The doors were fastened together with string. The floors of the rooms were of brick, broken in many places. Bats flew about under the roof. And as to the odor within, "Let us have supper laid in the stable," said one of the travelers. "Then we shall know what we are breathing." The windows were opened to let in a little fresh air, but quicker than air came in the withered arms and the continual whining sounds. "Miserabili, Excellenza." On the walls were inscriptions, half of them against La Bella Italia. The supper made its appearance at last. It consisted of watery soup, seasoned with pepper and rancid oil. This last delicacy played a principal part in the salad. Musty eggs and roasted coxcombs were the best dishes on the table. Even the wine had a strange taste. It was certainly a mixture. At night, all the boxes were placed against the doors, and one of the travelers watched while the others slept. The student's turn came to watch. How close the air felt in that room. The heat overpowered him. The gnats were buzzing about and stinging, while the miserabili outside moaned in their dreams. Traveling would be all very well, said the student of divinity to himself, if we had no bodies, or if the body could rest while the soul is flying. Wherever I go, I feel a want which oppresses my heart, for something better presents itself at the moment. Yes, something better, which shall be the best of all. But where is that to be found? In fact, I know in my heart very well what I want. I wish to attain the greatest of all happiness. No sooner were the words spoken than he was at home. Long white curtains shaded the windows of his room, and in the middle of the floor stood a black coffin, in which he now lay in the still sleep of death. His wish was fulfilled, his body was at rest, and his spirit traveling. Esteem no man happy until he is in his grave, were the words of Solon. Here was a strong, fresh proof of their truth. Every corpse is a sphinx of immortality. The sphinx in this sarcophagus might unveil its own mystery in the words which the living had himself written 2 days before. Stern death, thy chilling silence waketh dread. Yet in thy darkest hour there may be light. Earth's garden reaper. From the grave's cold bed, the soul on Jacob's ladder takes her flight. Man's greatest sorrows often are a part of hidden griefs, concealed from human eyes, which press far heavier on the lonely heart than now the earth that on his coffin lies. 2 figures were moving about the room. We know them both. One was the fairy named Care, the other the messenger of Fortune. They bent over the dead. Look, said Care, what happiness have your galoshes brought to mankind? They have at least brought lasting happiness to him who slumbers here, she said. Not so, said Care. He went away of himself. He was not summoned. His mental powers were not strong enough to discern the treasures which he had been destined to discover. I will do him a favor now. And she drew the galoshes from his feet. The sleep of death was ended, and the recovered man raised himself. Care vanished, and with her the galoshes. Doubtless she looked upon them as her own property. The end. The golden treasure. The drummer's wife went into the church. She saw the new altar with the painted pictures and the carved angels. Those upon the canvas and in the glory over the altar were just as beautiful as the carved ones, and they were painted and gilt into the bargain. Their hair gleamed golden in the sunshine, lovely to behold. But the real sunshine was more beautiful still. It shone redder, clearer through the dark trees when the sun went down. It was lovely thus to look at the sunshine of heaven. And she looked at the red sun, and she thought about it so deeply, and thought of the little one whom the stork was to bring. And the wife of the drummer was very cheerful, and looked, and wished that the child might have a gleam of sunshine given to it, so that it might at least become like one of the shining angels over the altar. And when she really had the little child in her arms, and held it up to its father, then it was like one of the angels in the church to behold, with hair like gold. The gleam of the setting sun was upon it. "My golden treasure, my riches, my sunshine," said the mother. And she kissed the shining locks, and it sounded like music and song in the room of the drummer. And there was joy and life and movement. The drummer beat a roll of joy, and the drum said, the fire drum that was beaten when there was a fire in the town. "Red hair. The little fellow has red hair. Believe the drum and not what your mother says. Rub-a-dub, rub-a-dub." And the town repeated what the fire drum had said. The boy was taken to church. The boy was christened. There was nothing much to be said about his name. He was called Peter. The whole town, and the drum too, called him Peter the drummer's boy with the red hair. But his mother kissed his red hair and called him her golden treasure. In the hollow way in the clayey bank, many had scratched their names as a remembrance. "Celebrity is always something," said the drummer. And so he scratched his own name there, and his little son's name likewise. And the swallows came. They had, on their long journey, seen more durable characters engraven on rocks, and on the walls of the temples in Hindustan, mighty deeds of great kings, immortal names, so old that no one now could read or speak them. Remarkable celebrity. In the clayey bank, the martins built their nest. They bored holes in the deep declivity, and the splashing rain and the thin mist came and crumbled and washed the names away, and the drummer's name also, and that of his little son. "Peter's name will last a full year and a half longer," said the father. Fool, thought the fire drum, but it only said, "Dub, dub, dub, rub-a-dub." He was a boy full of life and gladness, this drummer's son with the red hair. He had a lovely voice. He could sing, and he sang like a bird in the woodland. There was melody, and yet no melody. "He must become a chorister boy," said his mother. "He shall sing in the church, and stand among the beautiful gilded angels who are like him." "Fiery cat," said some of the witty ones of the town. The drum heard that from the neighbors' wives. "Don't go home, Peter," said the street boys. "If you sleep in the garret, there'll be a fire in the house, and the fire drum will have to be beaten." "Look out for the drumsticks," replied Peter. And small as he was, he ran up boldly and gave the foremost such a punch in the body with his fist that the fellow lost his legs and tumbled over, and the others took their legs off with themselves very rapidly. The town musician was very genteel and fine. He was the son of the royal plate washer. He was very fond of Peter, and would sometimes take him to his home, and he gave him a violin and taught him to play it. It seemed as if the whole art lay in the boy's fingers, and he wanted to be more than a drummer. He wanted to become musician to the town. "I'll be a soldier," said Peter, for he was still quite a little lad, and it seemed to him the finest thing in the world to carry a gun, and to be able to march 1, 2, 1, 2, and to wear a uniform and a sword. "Ah, you learn to long for the drum skin, drum, dum, dum," said the drum. "Yes, if he could only march his way up to be a general," observed his father. "But before he can do that, there must be war." "Heaven forbid," said his mother. "We have nothing to lose," remarked the father. "Yes, we have my boy," she retorted. "But suppose he came back a general," said the father. "Without arms and legs," said the mother. "No, I would rather keep my golden treasure with me. Drum, dum, dum." The fire drum and all the other drums were beating, for war had come. The soldiers all set out, and the son of the drummer followed them. Redhead, golden treasure. The mother wept. The father in fancy saw him famous. The town musician was of opinion that he ought not to go to war, but should stay at home and learn music. Redhead, said the soldiers, and little Peter laughed. But when one of them sometimes said to another, Foxy, he would bite his teeth together and look another way, into the wide world. He did not care for the nickname. The boy was active, pleasant of speech, and good-humored. That is the best canteen, said his old comrades. And many a night he had to sleep under the open sky, wet through with the driving rain or the falling mist. But his good humor never forsook him. The drumstick sounded, rub-a-dub, all up, all up. Yes, he was certainly born to be a drummer. The day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but the morning was come. The air was cold. The battle was hot. There was mist in the air, but still more gunpowder smoke. The bullets and shells flew over the soldiers' heads, and into their heads, into their bodies and limbs. But still, they pressed forward. Here or there, one or other of them would sink on his knees, with bleeding temples and a face as white as chalk. The little drummer still kept his healthy color. He had suffered no damage. He looked cheerfully at the dog of the regiment, which was jumping along as merrily as if the whole thing had been got up for his amusement, and as if the bullets were only flying about that he might have a game of play with them. March, forward, march. This was the word of command for the drum. The word had not yet been given to fall back, though they might have done so, and perhaps there would have been much sense in it. And now at last the word retire was given. But our little drummer beat forward, march, for he had understood the command thus, and the soldiers obeyed the sound of the drum. That was a good roll, and proved the summons to victory for the men, who had already begun to give way. Life and limb were lost in the battle. Bombshells tore away the flesh in red strips. Bombshells lit up into a terrible glow the straw heaps to which the wounded had dragged themselves, to lie untended for many hours. Perhaps for all the hours they had to live. It's no use thinking of it. And yet, one cannot help thinking of it, even far away in the peaceful town. The drummer and his wife also thought of it, for Peter was at the war. Now I'm tired of these complaints, said the fire drum. Again, the day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but it was morning. The drummer and his wife were asleep. They had been talking about their son, as indeed they did almost every night, for he was out yonder in God's hand. And the father dreamt that the war was over, that the soldiers had returned home, and that Peter wore a silver cross on his breast. But the mother dreamt that she had gone into the church, and had seen the painted pictures, and the carved angels with the gilded hair, and her own dear boy, the golden treasure of her heart, who was standing among the angels in white robes, singing so sweetly, as surely only the angels can sing, and that he had soared up with them into the sunshine, and nodded so kindly at his mother. My golden treasure, she said, and she awoke. Now the good God has taken him to himself. She folded her hands and hid her face in the cotton curtains of the bed, and wept. Where does he rest now, among the many in the big grave that they have dug for the dead? Perhaps he's in the water in the marsh. Nobody knows his grave. No holy words have been read over it. And the Lord's Prayer went inaudibly over her lips. She bowed her head, and was so weary that she went to sleep. And the days went by, in life as in dreams. It was evening. Over the battlefield, a rainbow spread, which touched the forest and the deep marsh. It has been said, and is preserved in popular belief, that where the rainbow touches the earth, a treasure lies buried, a golden treasure. And here there was one. No one but his mother thought of the little drummer, and therefore she dreamt of him. And the days went by, in life as in dreams. Not a hair of his head had been hurt, not a golden hair. Drum-a-rum, there he is, the drum might have said, and his mother might have sung, if she had seen or dreamt it. With hurrah and song, adorned with green wreaths of victory, they came home, as the war was at an end, and peace had been signed. The dog of the regiment sprang on in front with large bounds, and made the way 3 times as long for himself as it really was. And days and weeks went by, and Peter came into his parents' room. He was as brown as a wild man, and his eyes were bright, and his face beamed like sunshine. And his mother held him in her arms. She kissed his lips, his forehead, and his red hair. She had her boy back again. He had not a silver cross on his breast, as his father had dreamt, but he had sound limbs, a thing the mother had not dreamt. And what a rejoicing was there! They laughed and they wept, and Peter embraced the old fire drum. "There stands the old skeleton still," he said, and the father beat a roll upon it. "One would think that a great fire had broken out here," said the fire drum. "Bright day, fire in the heart, golden treasure, scrat, scrat, scrat." "And what then? What then?" asked the town musician. "Peter's far outgrowing the drum," he said. "Peter will be greater than I." And yet he was the son of a royal plate washer. But all that he had learned in half a lifetime, Peter learned in half a year. There was something so merry about him, something so truly kind-hearted. His eyes gleamed, and his hair gleamed too. There was no denying that. "He ought to have his hair dyed," said the neighbor's wife. That answered capitally with the policeman's daughter, and she got a husband. But her hair turned as green as duckweed, and was always having to be colored up. "She knows how to manage for herself," said the neighbors, "and so can Peter. He comes to the most genteel houses, even to the burgomaster's, where he gives Miss Charlotte pianoforte lessons. He could play, fresh out of his heart, the most charming pieces that had never been put upon music paper. He played in the bright nights, and in the dark nights too. The neighbors declared it was unbearable, and the fire drum was of the same opinion. He played until his thoughts soared up and burst forth in great plans for the future. To be famous. And Burgomaster Charlotte sat at the piano. Her delicate fingers danced over the keys and made them ring into Peter's heart. It seemed too much for him to bear. And this happened not once, but many times. And at last, one day, he seized the delicate fingers and the white hand, and kissed it, and looked into her great brown eyes. Heaven knows what he said, but we may be allowed to guess at it. Charlotte blushed to guess at it. She reddened from brow to neck, and answered not a single word. And then strangers came into the room, and one of them was the state councillor's son. He had a lofty white forehead, and carried it so high that it seemed to go back into his neck. And Peter sat by her a long time, and she looked at him with gentle eyes. At home that evening, he spoke of travel in the wide world, and of the golden treasure that lay hidden for him in his violin. To be famous. Tum-mi-lum, 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 said the fire drum. Peter has gone clear out of his wits. I think there must be a fire in the house. Next day, the mother went to market. "Shall I tell you news, Peter?" she asked when she came home. "A capital piece of news. Burgomaster's Charlotte has engaged herself to the state councillor's son. The betrothal took place yesterday evening." "No!" cried Peter, and he sprang up from his chair. But his mother persisted in saying, "Yes." She had heard it from the baker's wife, whose husband had it from the burgomaster's own mouth. And Peter became as pale as death and sat down again. "Good heaven, what's the matter with you?" asked his mother. Nothing. Only leave me to myself," he answered, but the tears were running down his cheeks. "My sweet child, my golden treasure," cried the mother, and she wept. But the fire drum sang, not out loud, but inwardly, "Charlotte's gone, Charlotte's gone, and now the song is done." But the song was not done. There were many more verses in it, long verses, the most beautiful verses, the golden treasures of a life. "She behaves like a mad woman," said the neighbor's wife. "All the world is to see the letters she gets from her golden treasure, and to read the words that are written in the papers about his violin playing. And he sends her money too, and that's very useful to her, since she has been a widow. He plays before emperors and kings," said the town musician. "I never had that fortune, but he's my pupil, and he does not forget his old master." And his mother said, "His father dreamt that Peter came home from the war with a silver cross. He did not gain one in the war, but it is still more difficult to gain one in this way. Now he has the cross of honor. If his father had only lived to see it." "He's grown famous," said the fire drum, and all his native town said the same thing, for the drummer's son, Peter with the red hair, Peter whom they had known as a little boy, running about in wooden shoes, and then as a drummer, playing for the dancers, was become famous. "He played at our house before he played in the presence of kings," said the burgomaster's wife. "At that time, he was quite smitten with Charlotte. He was always of an aspiring turn. At that time, he was saucy and an enthusiast. My husband laughed when he heard of the foolish affair, and now our Charlotte is a state councillor's wife." A golden treasure had been hidden in the heart and soul of the poor child, who had beaten the roll as a drummer. A roll of victory for those who had been ready to retreat. There was a golden treasure in his bosom, the power of sound. It burst forth on his violin, as if the instrument had been a complete organ, and as if all the elves of a midsummer night were dancing across the strings. In its sounds were heard the piping of the thrush and the full, clear note of the human voice. Therefore, the sound brought rapture to every heart, and carried his name triumphant through the land. That was a great firebrand, the firebrand of inspiration. "And then he looks so splendid," said the young ladies, and the old ladies too, and the oldest of all procured an album for famous locks of hair, wholly and solely that she might beg a lock of his rich, splendid hair, that treasure, that golden treasure. And the sun came into the poor room of the drummer, elegant as a prince, happier than a king. His eyes were as clear, and his face was as radiant as sunshine, and he held his mother in his arms, and she kissed his mouth, and wept as blissfully as anyone can weep for joy. And he nodded at every old piece of furniture in the room, at the cupboard with the teacups, and at the flower vase. He nodded at the sleeping bench where he had slept as a little boy. But the old fire drum he brought out, and dragged it into the middle of the room, and said to it and to his mother, "My father would have beaten a famous roll this evening. Now I must must do it. And he beat a thundering roll call on the instrument, and the drum felt so highly honored that the parchment burst with exultation. "He has a splendid touch," said the drum. "I've a remembrance of him now that will last. I expect that the same thing will happen to his mother, from pure joy over her golden treasure." And this is the story of the golden treasure. The end. She was good for nothing. The mayor stood at the open window. He looked smart, for his shirt frill, in which he had stuck a breastpin, and his ruffles were very fine. He had shaved his chin uncommonly smooth, although he had cut himself slightly, and had stuck a piece of newspaper over the place. "Hark ye, youngster," cried he. The boy to whom he spoke was no other than the son of a poor washerwoman who was just going past the house. He stopped and respectfully took off his cap. The peak of this cap was broken in the middle, so that he could easily roll it up and put it in his pocket. He stood before the mayor in his poor but clean and well-mended clothes, with heavy wooden shoes on his feet, looking as humble as if it had been the king himself. "You are a good and civil boy," said the mayor. "I suppose your mother is busy washing the clothes down by the river, and you are going to carry that thing to her that you have in your pocket. It is very bad for your mother. How much have you got in it?" "Only half a quartern," stammered the boy in a frightened voice. "And she has had just as much this morning already?" "No, it was yesterday," replied the boy. "Two halves make a whole," said the mayor. "She's good for nothing. What a sad thing it is with these people. Tell your mother she ought to be ashamed of herself. Don't you become a drunkard, but I expect you will, though. Poor child. There, go now." The boy went on his way with his cap in his hand, while the wind fluttered his golden hair till the locks stood up straight. He turned round the corner of the street into the little lane that led to the river, where his mother stood in the water by her washing bench, beating the linen with a heavy wooden bar. The floodgates at the mill had been drawn up, and as the water rolled rapidly on, the sheets were dragged along by the stream and nearly overturned the bench, so that the washerwoman was obliged to lean against it to keep it steady. "I have been very nearly carried away," she said. "It is a good thing that you are come, for I want something to strengthen me. It is cold in the water, and I have stood here 6 hours. Have you brought anything for me?" The boy drew the bottle from his pocket, and the mother put it to her lips and drank a little. "Ah, how much good that does, and how it warms me," she said. "It is as good as a hot meal, and not so dear. Drink a little, my boy. You look quite pale. You are shivering in your thin clothes, and autumn has really come. Oh, how cold the water is. I hope I shall not be ill. But no, I must not be afraid of that. Give me a little more, and you may have a sip too, but only a sip. You must not get used to it, my poor dear child." She stepped up to the bridge on which the boy stood as she spoke, and came on shore. The water dripped from the straw mat which she had bound round her body, and from her gown. "I work hard and suffer pain with my poor hands," said she, "but I do it willingly, that I may be able to bring you up honestly and truthfully, my dear boy." At the same moment, a woman, rather older than herself, came towards them. She was a miserable-looking object, lame of one leg, and with a large false curl hanging down over one of her eyes, which was blind. This curl was intended to conceal the blind eye, but it made the defect only more visible. She was a friend of the laundress, and was called, among the neighbors, Lame Martha with the curl. "Oh, you poor thing, how you do work, standing there in the water," she exclaimed. "You really do need something to give you a little warmth, and yet spiteful people cry out about the few drops you take." And then Martha repeated to the laundress, in a very few minutes, all that the mayor had said to her boy, which she had overheard, and she felt very angry that any man could speak, as he had done, of a mother to her own child, about the few drops she had taken. And she was still more angry, because on that very day, the mayor was going to have a dinner party, at which there would be wine, strong, rich wine, drunk by the bottle. Many will take more than they ought, but they don't call that drinking. "They are all right. You are good for nothing indeed," said Martha indignantly. "And so he spoke to you in that way, did he, my child?" said the washerwoman, and her lips trembled as she spoke. "He says you have a mother who is good for nothing. Well, perhaps he is right, but he should not have said it to my child. How much has happened to me from that house?" "Yes," said Martha. "I remember you were in service there, and lived in the house when the mayor's parents were alive. How many years ago that is? Bushels of salt have been eaten since then, and people may well be thirsty." And Martha smiled. The mayor's great dinner party today ought to have been put off, but the news came too late. The footman told me the dinner was already cooked, when a letter came to say that the mayor's younger brother in Copenhagen is dead. "Dead," said the laundress, turning pale as death. "Yes, certainly," replied Martha. "But why do you take it so much to heart? I suppose you knew him years ago, when you were in service there." "Is he dead?" she exclaimed. "Oh, he was such a kind, good-hearted man. There are not many like him." And the tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. Then she said, "Oh, dear me, I feel quite ill. Everything is going round me. I cannot bear it. Is the bottle empty?" And she leaned against the plank. "Dear me, you are ill indeed," said the other woman. "Come, cheer up. Perhaps it will pass off. No, indeed, I see you are really ill. The best thing for me to do is to lead you home. But my washing yonder? I will take care of that. Come, give me your arm. The boy can stay here and take care of the linen, and I'll come back and finish the washing. It is but a trifle." The limbs of the laundress shook under her, and she said, "I have stood too long in the cold water, and I have had nothing to eat the whole day since the morning. Oh, kind heaven, help me to get home. I am in a burning fever. Oh, my poor child." And she burst into tears. And he, poor boy, wept also, as he sat alone by the river, near to and watching the damp linen. The two women walked very slowly. The laundress slipped and tottered through the lane and round the corner into the street where the mayor lived. And just as she reached the front of his house, she sank down upon the pavement. Many persons came round her, and lame Martha ran into the house for help. The mayor and his guests came to the window. "Oh, it is the laundress," said he. "She has had a little drop too much. She is good for nothing. It is a sad thing for her pretty little son. I like the boy very well, but the mother is good for nothing." After a while, the laundress recovered herself, and they led her to her poor dwelling and put her to bed. Kind Martha warmed a mug of beer for her, with butter and sugar. She considered this the best medicine. and then hastened to the river, washed and rinsed, badly enough, to be sure, but she did her best. Then she drew the linen ashore, wet as it was, and laid it in a basket. Before evening, she was sitting in the poor little room with the laundress. The mayor's cook had given her some roasted potatoes and a beautiful piece of fat for the sick woman. Martha and the boy enjoyed these good things very much, but the sick woman could only say that the smell was very nourishing, she thought. By and by, the boy was put to bed, in the same bed as the one in which his mother lay. But he slept at her feet, covered with an old quilt made of blue and white patchwork. The laundress felt a little better by this time. The warm beer had strengthened her, and the smell of the good food had been pleasant to her. "Many thanks, you good soul," she said to Martha. "Now the boy is asleep. I will tell you all. He is soon asleep. How gentle and sweet he looks as he lies there with his eyes closed. He does not know how his mother has suffered, and heaven grant he never may know it. I was in service at the councillor's, the father of the mayor, and it happened that the youngest of his sons, the student, came home. I was a young wild girl then, but honest, that I can declare in the sight of heaven. The student was merry and gay, brave and affectionate. Every drop of blood in him was good and honorable. A better man never lived on earth. He was the son of the house, and I was only a maid. But he loved me truly and honorably, and he told his mother of it. She was to him as an angel upon earth. She was so wise and loving. He went to travel, and before he started, he placed a gold ring on my finger. And as soon as he was out of the house, my mistress sent for me. Gently and earnestly, she drew me to her, and spake as if an angel were speaking. She showed me clearly, in spirit and in truth, the difference there was between him and me. "He is pleased now," she said, "with your pretty face, but good looks do not last long. You have not been educated like he has. You are not equals in mind and rank, and therein lies the misfortune. I esteem the poor," she added. "In the sight of God, they may occupy a higher place than many of the rich. But here upon earth, we must beware of entering upon a false track, lest we are overturned in our plans, like a carriage that travels by a dangerous road. I know a worthy man, an artisan, who wishes to marry you. I mean, Eric, the glovemaker. He is a widower, without children, and in a good position. Will you think it over?" Every word she said pierced my heart like a knife, but I knew she was right, and the thought pressed heavily upon me. I kissed her hand and wept bitter tears, and I wept still more when I went to my room and threw myself on the bed. I passed through a dreadful night. God knows what I suffered and how I struggled. The following Sunday, I went to the house of God to pray for light to direct my path. It seemed like a providence that as I stepped out of church, Eric came towards me. And then there remained not a doubt in my mind. We were suited to each other in rank and circumstances. He was, even then, a man of good means. I went up to him and took his hand and said, "Do you still feel the same for me?" "Yes, ever and always," said he. "Will you then marry a maiden who honors and esteems you, although she cannot offer you her love? But that may come." "Yes, it will come," said he, and we joined our hands together, and I went home to my mistress. The gold ring which her son had given me, I wore next to my heart. I could not place it on my finger during the daytime, but only in the evening when I went to bed. I kissed the ring till my lips almost bled, and then I gave it to my mistress and told her that the banns were to be put up for me and the glovemaker the following week. Then my mistress threw her arms round me and kissed me. She did not say that I was good for nothing. Very likely I was better then than I am now. But the misfortunes of this world were unknown to me then. At Michaelmas, we were married, and for the first year, everything went well with us. We had a journeyman and an apprentice, and you were our servant, Martha. Ah, yes, and you were a dear, good mistress, said Martha. I shall never forget how kind you and your husband were to me. Yes, those were happy years when you were with us, although we had no children at first. The student I never met again. Yet I saw him once, although he did not see me. He came to his mother's funeral. I saw him, looking pale as death and deeply troubled, standing at her grave, for she was his mother. Some time after, when his father died, he was in foreign lands and did not come home. I know that he never married. I believe he became a lawyer. He had forgotten me, and even had we met, he would not have known me, for I have lost all my good looks, and perhaps that is all for the best. And then she spoke of the dark days of trial, when misfortune had fallen upon them. We had $500, she said, and there was a house in the street to be sold for $200. So we thought it would be worth our while to pull it down and build a new one in its place. So it was bought. The builder and carpenter made an estimate that the new house would cost $1,020 to build. Eric had credit, so he borrowed the money in the chief town. But the captain, who was bringing it to him, was shipwrecked, and the money lost. Just about this time, my dear sweet boy, who lies sleeping there, was born, and my husband was attacked with a severe, lingering illness. For 3/4 of a year, I was obliged to dress and undress him. We were backward in our payments. We borrowed more money, and all that we had was lost and sold, and then my husband died. Since then, I have worked, toiled, and striven for the sake of the child. I have scrubbed and washed both coarse and fine linen, but I have not been able to make myself better off, and it was God's will. In his own time, he will take me to himself, but I know he will never forsake my boy. Then she fell asleep. In the morning, she felt much refreshed, and strong enough, as she thought, to go on with her work. But as soon as she stepped into the cold water, a sudden faintness seized her. She clutched at the air convulsively with her hand, took one step forward, and fell. Her head rested on dry land, but her feet were in the water. Her wooden shoes, which were only tied on by a wisp of straw, were carried away by the stream. And thus she was found by Martha when she came to bring her some coffee. In the meantime, a messenger had been sent to her house by the mayor to say that she must come to him immediately, as he had something to tell her. It was too late. A surgeon had been sent for to open a vein in her arm, but the poor woman was dead. "She has drunk herself to death," said the cruel mayor. In the letter, containing the news of his brother's death, it was stated that he had left in his will a legacy of $600 to the glovemaker's widow, who had been his mother's maid, to be paid with discretion, in large or small sums, to the widow or her child. "There was something between my brother and her, I remember," said the mayor. "It is a good thing that she is out of the way, for now the boy will have the whole. I will place him with honest people to bring him up, that he may become a respectable working man." And the blessing of God rested upon these words. The mayor sent for the boy to come to him and promised to take care of him, but most cruelly added that it was a good thing that his mother was dead, for she was good for nothing. They carried her to the churchyard in which the poor were buried. Martha strewed sand on the grave and planted a rose tree upon it, and the boy stood by her side. "Oh, my poor mother," he said, while the tears rolled down his cheeks. "Is it true what they say, that she was good for nothing?" "No, indeed, it is not true," replied the old servant, raising her eyes to heaven. "She was worth a great deal. I knew it years ago, and since the last night of her life, I am more certain of it than ever. I say she was a good and worthy woman, and God, who is in heaven, knows I am speaking the truth, though the world may say, even now, she was good for nothing." The end. Grandmother. Grandmother is very old. Her face is wrinkled, and her hair is quite white, but her eyes are like two stars, and they have a mild, gentle expression in them when they look at you, which does you good. She wears a dress of heavy, rich silk with large flowers worked on it, and it rustles when she moves. And then she can tell the most wonderful stories. Grandmother knows a great deal, for she was alive before father and mother, that's quite certain. She has a hymn book with large silver clasps, in which she often reads, and in the book, between the leaves, lies a rose, quite flat and dry. It is not so pretty as the roses which are standing in the glass, and yet she smiles at it most pleasantly, and tears even come into her eyes. I wonder why grandmother looks at the withered flower in the old book that way. Do you know? Why, when grandmother's tears fall upon the rose, and she is looking at it, the rose revives and fills the room with its fragrance. The walls vanish as in a mist, and all around her is the glorious green wood, where in summer the sunlight streams through thick foliage. And grandmother, why she is young again, a charming maiden, fresh as a rose, with round, rosy cheeks, fair, bright ringlets, and a figure pretty and graceful. But the eyes, those mild, saintly eyes, are the same. They have been left to grandmother. At her side sits a young man, tall and strong. He gives her a rose, and she smiles. Grandmother cannot smile like that now. Yes, she is smiling at the memory of that day, and many thoughts and recollections of the past. But the handsome young man is gone, and the rose has withered in the old book, and grandmother is sitting there, again an old woman, looking down upon the withered rose in the book. Grandmother is dead now. She had been sitting in her armchair, telling us a long, beautiful tale. And when it was finished, she said she was tired and leaned her head back to sleep a while. We could hear her gentle breathing as she slept. Gradually, it became quieter and calmer, and on her countenance beamed happiness and peace. It was as if lighted up with a ray of sunshine. She smiled once more, and then people said she was dead. She was laid in a black coffin, looking mild and beautiful in the white folds of the shrouded linen, though her eyes were closed. But every wrinkle had vanished. Her hair looked white and silvery, and around her mouth lingered a sweet smile. We did not feel at all afraid to look at the corpse of her, who had been such a dear, good grandmother. The hymn book, in which the rose still lay, was placed under her head, for so she had wished it. And then they buried grandmother. On the grave, close by the churchyard wall, they planted a rose tree. It was soon full of roses, and the nightingale sat among the flowers and sang over the grave. From the organ in the church sounded the music and the words of the beautiful psalms, which were written in the old book under the head of the dead one. The moon shone down upon the grave, but the dead was not there. Every child could go safely, even at night, and pluck a rose from the tree by the churchyard wall. The dead know more than we do who are living. They know what a terror would come upon us if such a strange thing were to happen, as the appearance of a dead person among us. They are better off than we are. The dead return no more. The earth has been heaped on the coffin, and it is earth only that lies within it. The leaves of the hymn book are dust, and the rose, with all its recollections, has crumbled to dust also. But over the grave fresh roses bloom, the nightingale sings, and the organ sounds, and there still lives a remembrance of old grandmother, with the loving, gentle eyes that always looked young. Eyes can never die. Ours will once again behold dear grandmother, young and beautiful, as when, for the first time, she kissed the fresh red rose that is now dust in the grave. The end. A great grief. This story really consists of two parts. The first part might be left out, but it gives us a few particulars, and these are useful. We were staying in the country at a gentleman's seat, where it happened that the master was absent for a few days. In the meantime, there arrived from the next town a lady. She had a pug dog with her, and came, she said, to dispose of shares in her tan yard. She had her papers with her, and we advised her to put them in an envelope, and to write thereon the address of the proprietor of the estate, General War Commissary Knight, and see. She listened to us attentively, seized the pen, paused, and begged us to repeat the directions slowly. We complied, and she wrote. But in the midst of the general war, she struck fast, sighed deeply, and said, "I am only a woman." Her puggy had seated itself on the ground while she wrote, and growled. For the dog had come with her for amusement, and for the sake of its health. And then, the bare floor ought not to be offered to a visitor. His outward appearance was characterized by a snub nose and a very fat back. "He doesn't bite," said the lady. "He has no teeth. He is like one of the family, faithful and grumpy, but the latter is my grandchildren's fault, for they have teased him. They play at wedding, and want to give him the part of the bridesmaid, and that's too much for him, poor old fellow." And she delivered her papers, and took Puggy upon her arm. And this is the first part of the story which might have been left out. Puggy died. That's the second part. It was about a week afterwards we arrived in the town, and put up at the inn. Our windows looked into the tan yard, which was divided into two parts by a partition of planks. In one half were many skins and hides, raw and tanned. Here was all the apparatus necessary to carry on a tannery, and it belonged to the widow. Puggy had died in the morning, and was to be buried in this part of the yard. The grandchildren of the widow, that is, of the tanner's widow, for Puggy had never been married, filled up the grave, and it was a beautiful grave. It must have been quite pleasant to lie there. The grave was bordered with pieces of flower pots and strewn over with sand. Quite at the top, they had stuck up half a beer bottle with the neck upwards, and that was not at all allegorical. The children danced round the grave, and the eldest of the boys among them, a practical youngster of 7 years, made the proposition that there should be an exhibition of Puggy's burial place for all who lived in the lane. The price of admission was to be a trouser button, for every boy would be sure to have one, and each might also give one for a little girl. This proposal was adopted by acclamation, and all the children out of the lane, yes, even out of the little lane at the back, flocked to the place, and each gave a button. Many were noticed to go about on that afternoon with only one suspender. But then they had seen Puggy's grave, and the sight was worth much more. But in front of the tan yard, close to the entrance, stood a little girl clothed in rags, very pretty to look at, with curly hair, and eyes so blue and clear that it was a pleasure to look into them. The child said not a word, nor did she cry. But each time the little door was opened, she gave a long, long look into the yard. She had not a button, that she knew right well, and therefore she remained standing sorrowfully outside till all the others had seen the grave and had gone away. Then she sat down, held her little brown hands before her eyes, and burst into tears. This girl alone had not seen Puggy's grave. It was a grief as great to her as any grown person can experience. We saw this from above, and looked at from above how many a grief of our own and of others can make us smile. That is the story, and whoever does not understand it may go and purchase a share in the tan yard from the window. The end. The happy family. The largest green leaf in this country is certainly the burdock leaf. If you hold it in front of you, it is large enough for an apron, and if you hold it over your head, it is almost as good as an umbrella. It is so wonderfully large. A burdock never grows alone. Where it grows, there are many more, and it is a splendid sight. And all this splendor is good for snails. The great white snails, which grand people in olden times used to have made into fricassees. And when they had eaten them, they would say, "Oh, what a delicious dish." For these people really thought them good. And these snails lived on burdock leaves. And for them, the burdock was planted. There was once an old estate where no one now lived to require snails. Indeed, the owners had all died out. But the burdock still flourished. It grew over all the beds and walks of the garden. Its growth had no check, till it became at last quite a forest of burdocks. Here and there stood an apple or a plum tree. But for this, nobody would have thought the place had ever been a garden. It was burdock from one end to the other, and here lived the last 2 surviving snails. They knew not themselves how old they were, but they could remember the time when there were a great many more of them, and that they were descended from a family which came from foreign lands, and that the whole forest had been planted for them and theirs. They had never been away from the garden, but they knew that another place once existed in the world, called the Duke's Palace Castle, in which some of their relations had been boiled till they became black, and were then laid on a silver dish. But what was done afterwards, they did not know. Besides, they could not imagine exactly how it felt to be boiled and placed on a silver dish, but no doubt it was something very fine and highly genteel. Neither the cockchafer, nor the toad, nor the earthworm, whom they questioned about it, would give them the least information, for none of their relations had ever been cooked or served on a silver dish. The old white snails were the most aristocratic race in the world. They knew that. The forest had been planted for them, and the nobleman's castle had been built entirely that they might be cooked and laid on silver dishes. They lived quite retired and very happily, and as they had no children of their own, they had adopted a little common snail, which they brought up as their own child. The little one would not grow, for he was only a common snail. But the old people, particularly the mother snail, declared that she could easily see how he grew. And when the father said he could not perceive it, she begged him to feel the little snail's shell. And he did so, and found that the mother was right. One day, it rained very fast. Listen, what a drumming there is on the burdock leaves. Turn, 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 said the father snail. There come the drops, said the mother. They are trickling down the stalks. We shall have it very wet here presently. I am very glad we have such good houses, and that the little one has one of his own. There has been really more done for us than for any other creature. It is quite plain that we are the most noble people in the world. We have houses from our birth, and the burdock forest has been planted for us. I should very much like to know how far it extends, and what lies beyond it. There can be nothing better than we have here, said the father snail. I wish for nothing more. Yes, but I do, said the mother. I should like to be taken to the palace, and boiled, and laid upon a silver dish, as was done to all our ancestors. And you may be sure it must be something very uncommon. The nobleman's castle, perhaps, has fallen to decay, said the snail father, or the burdock wood may have grown out. You need not be in a hurry. You are always so impatient, and the youngster is getting just the same. He has been 3 days creeping to the top of that stalk. I feel quite giddy when I look at him. You must not scold him, said the mother snail. He creeps so very carefully. He will be the joy of our home, and we old folks have nothing else to live for. But have you ever thought where we are to get a wife for him? Do you think that farther out in the wood there may be others of our race? There may be black snails, no doubt, said the old snail. Black snails without houses. But they are so vulgar and conceited too. But we can give the ants a commission. They run here and there, as if they all had so much business to get through. They, most likely, will know of a wife for our youngster. I certainly know a most beautiful bride, said one of the ants. But I fear it would not do, for she is a queen. That does not matter, said the old snail. Has she a house? She has a palace, replied the ant. A most beautiful ant palace with 700 passages. Thank you, said the mother snail. But our boy shall not go to live in an ant hill. If you know of nothing better, we will give the commission to the white gnats. They fly about in rain and sunshine. They know the burdock wood from one end to the other. We have a wife for him, said the gnats. 100 man steps from here, there is a little snail with a house, sitting on a gooseberry bush. She is quite alone, and old enough to be married. It is only 100 man steps from here. Then let her come to him, said the old people. He has the whole burdock forest. She has only a bush. So they brought the little lady snail. She took 8 days to perform the journey, but that was just as it ought to be, for it showed her to be one of the right breeding. And then they had a wedding. 6 glowworms gave as much light as they could, but in other respects, it was all very quiet, for the old snails could not bear festivities or a crowd. But a beautiful speech was made by the mother snail. The father could not speak. He was too much overcome. Then they gave the whole burdock forest to the young snails as an inheritance, and repeated what they had so often said, that it was the finest place in the world, and that if they led upright and honorable lives, and their family increased, they and their children might someday be taken to the nobleman's palace to be boiled black and laid on a silver dish. And when they had finished speaking, the old couple crept into their houses and came out no more, for they slept. The young snail pair now ruled in the forest and had a numerous progeny. But as the young ones were never boiled or laid in silver dishes, they concluded that the castle had fallen into decay, and that all the people in the world were dead. And as nobody contradicted them, they thought they must be right. And the rain fell upon the burdock leaves to play the drum for them, and the sun shone to paint colors on the burdock forest for them, and they were very happy. The whole family were entirely and perfectly happy. The end. A leaf from heaven. High up in the clear, pure air flew an angel, with a flower plucked from the garden of heaven. As he was kissing the flower, a very little leaf fell from it and sunk down into the soft earth in the middle of a wood. It immediately took root, sprouted, and sent out shoots among the other plants. "What a ridiculous little shoot," said one. "No one will recognize it, not even the thistle nor the stinging nettle." "It must be a kind of garden plant," said another. And so they sneered and despised the plant as a thing from a garden. "Where are you coming?" said the tall thistles, whose leaves were all armed with thorns. "It is stupid nonsense to allow yourself to shoot out in this way. We are not here to support you." Winter came, and the plant was covered with snow, but the snow glittered over it as if it had sunshine beneath as well as above. When spring came, the plant appeared in full bloom, a more beautiful object than any other plant in the forest. And now the professor of botany presented himself, one who could explain his knowledge in black and white. He examined and tested the plant, but it did not belong to his system of botany, nor could he possibly find out to what class it did belong. "It must be some degenerate species," said he. "I do not know it, and it is not mentioned in any system." "Not known in any system," repeated the thistles and the nettles. The large trees which grew round it saw the plant and heard the remarks, but they said not a word, either good or bad, which is the wisest plan for those who are ignorant. There passed through the forest a poor, innocent girl. Her heart was pure, and her understanding increased by her faith. Her chief inheritance had been an old Bible, which she read and valued. From its pages, she heard the voice of God speaking to her and telling her to remember what was said of Joseph's brethren when persons wished to injure her. They imagined evil in their hearts, but God turned it to good. If we suffer wrongfully, if we are misunderstood or despised, we must think of him who was pure and holy, and who prayed for those who nailed him to the cross. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The girl stood still before the wonderful plant, for the green leaves exhaled a sweet and refreshing fragrance, and the flowers glittered and sparkled in the sunshine like colored flames, and the harmony of sweet sounds lingered round them as if each concealed within itself a deep fount of melody which thousands of years could not exhaust. With pious gratitude, the girl looked upon this glorious work of God and bent down over one of the branches that she might examine the flower and inhale the sweet perfume. Then a light broke in on her mind, and her heart expanded. Gladly would she have plucked a flower, but she could not overcome her reluctance to break one off. She knew it would so soon fade, so she took only a single green leaf, carried it home, and laid it in her Bible, where it remained evergreen, fresh, and unfading. Between the pages of the Bible, it still lay when, a few weeks afterwards, that Bible was laid under the young girl's head in her coffin. A holy calm rested on her face, as if the earthly remains bore the impress of the truth that she now stood in the presence of God. In the forest, the wonderful plant still continued to bloom till it grew and became almost a tree, and all the birds of passage bowed themselves before it. "That plant is a foreigner, no doubt," said the thistles and the burdocks. "We can never conduct ourselves like that in this country." And the black forest snails actually spat at the flower. Then came the swineherd. He was collecting thistles and shrubs to burn them for the ashes. He pulled up the wonderful plant, roots and all, and placed it in his bundle. "This will be as useful as any," he said. So the plant was carried away. Not long after, the king of the country suffered from the deepest melancholy. He was diligent and industrious, but employment did him no good. They read deep and learned books to him, and then the lightest and most trifling that could be found, but all to no purpose. Then they applied for advice to one of the wise men of the world, and he sent them a message to say that there was one remedy which would relieve and cure him, and that it was a plant of heavenly origin which grew in the forest in the king's own dominions. The messenger described the flower so that its appearance could not be mistaken. Then said the swineherd, "I am afraid I carried this plant away from the forest in my bundle, and it has been burnt to ashes long ago. But I did not know any better." "You did not know any better. Ignorance upon ignorance indeed." The poor swineherd took these words to heart, for they were addressed to him. He knew not that there were others who were equally ignorant. Not even a leaf of the plant could be found. There was one, but it lay in the coffin of the dead. No one knew anything about it. Then the king, in his melancholy, wandered out to the spot in the wood. "Here's where the plant stood," he said. "It is a sacred place." Then he ordered that the place should be surrounded with a golden railing and a sentry stationed near it. The botanical professor wrote a long treatise about the heavenly plant, and for this he was loaded with gold, which improved the position of himself and his family. And this part is really the most pleasant part of the story, for the plant had disappeared, and the king remained as melancholy and sad as ever, but the sentry said he had always been so. The end. Holger Danske. In Denmark, there stands an old castle named Kronenberg, close by the Sound of Elsinore, where large ships, both English, Russian, and Prussian, pass by hundreds every day. And they salute the old castle with cannons, boom, boom, which is as if they said, "Good day." And the cannons of the old castle answer, boom, which means, "Many thanks." In winter, no ships sail by, for the whole sound is covered with ice as far as the Swedish coast, and has quite the appearance of a high road. The Danish and the Swedish flags wave, and Danes and Swedes say, "Good day," and thank you to each other, not with cannons, but with a friendly shake of the hand. And they exchange white bread and biscuits with each other, because foreign articles taste the best. But the most beautiful sight of all is the old castle of Kronenberg, where Holger Danske sits in the deep, dark cellar into which no one goes. He is clad in iron and steel and rests his head on his strong arm. His long beard hangs down upon the marble table, into which it has become firmly rooted. He sleeps and dreams, but in his dreams he sees everything that happens in Denmark. On each Christmas Eve, an angel comes to him and tells him that all he has dreamed is true, and that he may go to sleep again in peace, as Denmark is not yet in any real danger. But should danger ever come, then Holger Danske will rouse himself, and the table will burst asunder as he draws out his beard. Then he will come forth in his strength and strike a blow that shall sound in all the countries of the world. An old grandfather sat and told his little grandson all this about Holger Danske, and the boy knew that what his grandfather told him must be true. As the old man related this story, he was carving an image in wood to represent Holger Danske, to be fastened to the prow of a ship. For the old grandfather was a carver in wood, that is, one who carved figures for the heads of ships, according to the names given to them. And now he had carved Holger Danske, who stood there erect and proud, with his long beard, holding in one hand his broad battle axe, while with the other he leaned on the Danish arms. The old grandfather told the little boy a great deal about Danish men and women who had distinguished themselves in olden times, so that he fancied he knew as much, even as Holger Danske himself, who, after all, could only dream. And when the little fellow went to bed, he thought so much about it that he actually pressed his chin against the counterpane and imagined that he had a long beard which had become rooted to it. But the old grandfather remained sitting at his work and carving away at the last part of it, which was the Danish arms. And when he had finished, he looked at the whole figure and thought of all he had heard and read, and what he had that evening related to his little grandson. Then he nodded his head, wiped his spectacles, and put them on, and said, "Ah, yes, Holger Danske will not appear in my lifetime, but the boy who is in bed there may very likely live to see him when the event really comes to pass." And the old grandfather nodded again, and the more he looked at Holger Danske, the more satisfied he felt that he had carved a good image of him. It seemed to glow with the color of life. The armor glittered like iron and steel. The hearts in the Danish arms grew more and more red, while the lions, with gold crowns on their heads, were leaping up. "That is the most beautiful coat of arms in the world," said the old man. "The lions represent strength, and the hearts, gentleness and love." And as he gazed on the uppermost lion, he thought of King Canute, who chained great England to Denmark's throne. And he looked at the second lion, and thought of Waldemar, who untied Denmark and conquered the Vandals. The third lion reminded him of Margaret, who united Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. But when he gazed at the red hearts, their colors glowed more deeply, even as flames, and his memory followed each in turn. The first led him to a dark, narrow prison, in which sat a prisoner, a beautiful woman, daughter of Christian IV, Eleanor Ulfeldt, and the flame became a rose on her bosom, and its blossoms were not more pure than the heart of this noblest and best of all Danish women. "Ah, yes, that is indeed a noble heart in the Danish arms," said the grandfather, and his spirit followed the second flame, which carried him out to sea, where cannons roared and the ships lay shrouded in smoke, and the flaming heart attached itself to the breast of Hvitfeldt in the form of the ribbon of an order, as he blew himself and his ship into the air in order to save the fleet. And the third flame led him to Greenland's wretched huts, where the preacher, Hans Egede, ruled with love in every word and action. The the flame was as a star on his breast, and added another heart to the Danish arms. And as the old grandfather's spirit followed the next hovering flame, he knew whither it would lead him. In a peasant woman's humble room stood Frederick VI, writing his name with chalk on the beam. The flame trembled on his breast and in his heart, and it was in the peasant's room that his heart became one for the Danish arms. The old grandfather wiped his eyes, for he had known King Frederick, with his silvery locks and his honest blue eyes, and had lived for him, and he folded his hands and remained for some time silent. Then his daughter came to him and said it was getting late, that he ought to rest for a while, and that the supper was on the table. "What you have been carving is very beautiful, grandfather," said she. "Holger Danske and the old coat of arms. It seems to me as if I have seen the face somewhere." "No, that is impossible," replied the old grandfather. "But I have seen it, and I have tried to carve it in wood, as I have retained it in my memory. It was a long time ago, while the English fleet lay in the roads, on the 2nd of April, when we showed that we were true, ancient Danes. I was on board the Denmark, in Steenbille's squadron. I had a man by my side, whom even the cannonballs seemed to fear. He sung old songs in a merry voice, and fired and fought as if he were something more than a man. I still remember his face, but from whence he came, or whither he went, I know not. No one knows. I have often thought it might have been Holger Danske himself, who had swam down to us from Kronenberg to help us in the hour of danger. That was my idea, and there stands his likeness. The wooden figure threw a gigantic shadow on the wall, and even on part of the ceiling. It seemed as if the real Holger Danske stood behind it, for the shadow moved. But this was no doubt caused by the flame of the lamp not burning steadily. Then the daughter-in-law kissed the old grandfather and led him to a large armchair by the table. And she and her husband, who was the son of the old man and the father of the little boy who lay in bed, sat down to supper with him. And the old grandfather talked of the Danish lions and the Danish hearts, emblems of strength and gentleness, and explained quite clearly that there is another strength than that which lies in a sword. And he pointed to a shelf where lay a number of old books, and amongst them a collection of Holberg's plays, which are much read and are so clever and amusing that it is easy to fancy we have known the people of those days who are described in them. He knew how to fight also, said the old man, for he lashed the follies and prejudices of people during his whole life. Then the grandfather nodded to a place above the looking-glass, where hung an almanac with a representation of the round tower upon it, and said, "Tycho Brahe was another of those who used a sword, but not one to cut into the flesh and bone, but to make the way of the stars of heaven clear and plain to be understood. And then he whose father belonged to my calling, yes, he, the son of the old image carver, he whom we ourselves have seen, with his silvery locks and his broad shoulders, whose name is known in all lands. Yes, he was a sculptor, while I am only a carver. Holger Danske can appear in marble, so that people in all countries of the world may hear of the strength of Denmark. Now, let us drink the health of Bertel." But the little boy in bed saw plainly the old castle of Kronenberg and the sound of Elsinore and Holger Danske far down in the cellar, with his beard rooted to the table and dreaming of everything that was passing above him. And Holger Danske did dream of the little humble room in which the image carver sat. He heard all that had been said, and he nodded in his dream, saying, "Ah, yes, remember me, you Danish people. Keep me in your memory. I will come to you in the hour of need." The bright morning light shone over Kronenberg, and the wind brought the sound of the hunting horn across from the neighboring shores. The ships sailed by and saluted the castle with the boom of the cannon, and Kronenberg returned the salute. Boom, boom. But the roaring cannons did not awake Holger Danske, for they meant only good morning and thank you. They must fire in another fashion before he awakes. But wake he will, for there is energy yet in Holger Danske. The end. Ib and Little Christina. In the forest that extends from the banks of the Gudenau in North Jutland, a long way into the country, and not far from the clear stream, rises a great ridge of land, which stretches through the wood like a wall. Westward of this ridge, and not far from the river, stands a farmhouse, surrounded by such poor land that the sandy soil shows itself between the scanty ears of rye and wheat which grow in it. Some years have passed since the people who lived here cultivated these fields. They kept 3 sheep, a pig, and 2 oxen. In fact, they maintained themselves very well. They had quite enough to live upon, as people generally have who are content with their lot. They even could have afforded to keep 2 horses, but it was a saying among the farmers in those parts, "The horse eats himself up." That is to say, he eats as much as he earns. Jeppe Jans cultivated his fields in summer, and in the winter he made wooden shoes. He also had an assistant, a lad who understood, as well as he himself, did how to make wooden shoes strong, but light, and in the fashion. They carved shoes and spoons, which paid well. Therefore, no one could justly call Jeppe Jans and his family poor people. Little Ib, a boy of 7 years old and the only child, would sit by, watching the workmen, or cutting a stick, and sometimes his finger instead of the stick. But one day, Ib succeeded so well in his carving that he made 2 pieces of wood look really like 2 little wooden shoes, and he determined to give them as a present to Little Christina. And who was Little Christina? She was the boatman's daughter, graceful and delicate as the child of a gentleman. Had she been dressed differently, no one would have believed that she lived in a hut on the neighboring heath with her father. He was a widower and earned his living by carrying firewood in his large boat from the forest to the eel pond and eel weir on the estate of Silkeborg, and sometimes even to the distant town of Randers. There was no one under whose care he could leave Little Christina. So she was almost always with him in his boat, or playing in the wood among the blossoming heath, or picking the ripe wild berries. Sometimes, when her father had to go as far as the town, he would take Little Christina, who was a year younger than Ib, across the heath to the cottage of Jeppe Jans, and leave her there. Ib and Christina agreed together in everything. They divided their bread and berries when they were hungry. They were partners in digging their little gardens. They ran and crept and played about everywhere. Once they wandered a long way into the forest, and even ventured together to climb the high ridge. Another time, they found a few snipes' eggs in the wood, which was a great event. Ib had never been on the heath where Christina's father lived, nor on the river. But at last came an opportunity. Christina's father invited him to go for a sail in his boat. evening before, he accompanied the boatman across the heath to his house. The next morning early, the two children were placed on the top of a high pile of firewood in the boat and sat eating bread and wild strawberries, while Christina's father and his man drove the boat forward with poles. They floated on swiftly, for the tide was in their favor, passing over lakes, formed by the stream in its course. Sometimes they seemed quite enclosed by reeds and water plants, yet there was always room for them to pass out. Although the old trees overhung the water, and the old oaks stretched out their bare branches, as if they had turned up their sleeves and wished to show their knotty, naked arms. Old alder trees, whose roots were loosened from the banks, clung with their fibers to the bottom of the stream, and the tops of the branches above the water looked like little woody islands. The water lilies waved themselves to and fro on the river. Everything made the excursion beautiful. And at last they came to the great eelweir, where the water rushed through the floodgates, and the children thought this a beautiful sight. In those days, there was no factory nor any townhouse, nothing but the great farm, with its scanty bearing fields, in which could be seen a few herd of cattle and one or two farm laborers. The rushing of the water through the sluices and the scream of the wild ducks were almost the only signs of active life at Silkeborg. After the firewood had been unloaded, Christina's father bought a whole bundle of eels and a sucking pig, which were all placed in a basket in the stern of the boat. Then they returned again up the stream, and as the wind was favorable, 2 sails were hoisted, which carried the boat on as well as if 2 horses had been harnessed to it. As they sailed on, they came by chance to the place where the boatman's assistant lived, at a little distance from the bank of the river. The boat was moored, and the 2 men, after desiring the children to sit still, both went on shore. They obeyed this order for a very short time, and then forgot it altogether. First, they peeped into the basket containing the eels and the sucking pig. Then they must needs pull out the pig and take it in their hands, and feel it, and touch it. And as they both wanted to hold it at the same time, the consequence was that they let it fall into the water, and the pig sailed away with the stream. Here was a terrible disaster. Ib jumped ashore and ran a little distance from the boat. "Oh, take me with you," cried Christina, and she sprang after him. In a few minutes, they found themselves deep in a thicket and could no longer see the boat or the shore. They ran on a little farther, and then Christina fell down and began to cry. Ib helped her up and said, "Never mind, follow me. Yonder is the house." But the house was not yonder, and they wandered still farther, over the dry, rustling leaves of the last year, and treading on fallen branches that crackled under their little feet. Then they heard a loud, piercing cry, and they stood still to listen. Presently, the scream of an eagle sounded through the wood. It was an ugly cry, and it frightened the children. But before them, in the thickest part of the forest, grew the most beautiful blackberries, in wonderful quantities. They looked so inviting that the children could not help stopping, and they remained there so long eating that their mouths and cheeks became quite black with the juice. Presently, they heard the frightful scream again, and Christina said, "We shall get into trouble about that pig." "Oh, never mind," said Ib. "We will go home to my father's house. It is here in the wood." So they went on, but the road led them out of the way. No house could be seen, it grew dark, and the children were afraid. The solemn stillness that reigned around them was now and then broken by the shrill cries of the great horned owl and other birds that they knew nothing of. At last, they both lost themselves in the thicket. Christina began to cry, and then Ib cried too, and after weeping and lamenting for some time, they stretched themselves down on the dry leaves and fell asleep. The sun was high in the heavens when the two children woke. They felt cold, but not far from their resting place, on a hill, the sun was shining through the trees. They thought if they went there, they should be warm, and Ib fancied he should be able to see his father's house from such a high spot. But they were far away from home now, in quite another part of the forest. They clambered to the top of the rising ground and found themselves on the edge of a declivity, which sloped down to a clear, transparent lake. Great quantities of fish could be seen through the clear water, sparkling in the sun's rays. They were quite surprised when they came so suddenly upon such an unexpected sight. Close to where they stood grew a hazel bush, covered with beautiful nuts. They soon gathered some, cracked them, and ate the fine young kernels, which were only just ripe. But there was another surprise and fright in store for them. Out of the thicket stepped a tall old woman, her face quite brown, and her hair of a deep, shining black. The whites of her eyes glittered like a Moor's. On her back, she carried a bundle, and in her hand, a knotted stick. She was a gypsy. The children did not at first understand what she said. She drew out of her pocket 3 large nuts, in which she told them were hidden the most beautiful and lovely things in the world, for they were wishing nuts. Ib looked at her, and as she spoke so kindly, he took courage and asked her if she would give him the nuts, and the woman gave them to him, and then gathered some more from the bushes for herself, quite a pocketful. Ib and Christina looked at the wishing nuts with wide, open eyes. "Is there in this nut a carriage with a pair of horses?" asked Ib. "Yes, there is a golden carriage with 2 golden horses," replied the woman. "Then give me that nut," said Christina. So Ib gave it to her, and the strange woman tied up the nut for her in her handkerchief. Ib held up another nut. "Is there in this nut a pretty little neckerchief like the one Christina has on her neck?" asked Ib. "There are 10 neckerchiefs in it," she replied, "as well as beautiful dresses, stockings, and a hat and veil." "Then I will have that one also," said Christina, "and it is a pretty one too." And then Ib gave her the second nut. The third was a little black thing. "You may keep that one," said Christina. "It is quite as pretty." "What is in it?" asked Ib. "The best of all things for you," replied the gypsy. So Ib held the nut very tight. Then the woman promised to lead the children to the right path, that they might find their way home. And they went forward, certainly in quite another direction to the one they meant to take. Therefore, no one ought to speak against the woman, and say that she wanted to steal the children. In the wild wood path, they met a forester who knew Ib, and by his help, Ib and Christina reached home, where they found everyone had been very anxious about them. They were pardoned and forgiven, although they really had both done wrong, and deserved to get into trouble. First, because they had let the sucking pig fall into the water, and secondly, because they had run away. Christina was taken back to her father's house on the heath, and Ib remained in the farmhouse on the borders of the wood, near the great land ridge. The first thing Ib did that evening was to take out of his pocket the little black nut, in which the best thing of all was said to be enclosed. He laid it carefully between the door and the doorpost, and then shut the door so that the nut cracked directly. But there was not much kernel to be seen. It was what we should call hollow or worm-eaten, and looked as if it had been filled with tobacco or rich black earth. "It is just what I expected," exclaimed Ib. "How should there be room in a little nut like this for the best thing of all? Christina will find her 2 nuts just the same. There will be neither fine clothes or a golden carriage in them." Winter came, and the new year, and indeed many years passed away, until Ib was old enough to be confirmed, and therefore he went during a whole winter to the clergyman of the nearest village to be prepared. One day, about this time, the boatman paid a visit to Ib's parents and told them that Christina was going to service, and that she had been remarkably fortunate in obtaining a good place with most respectable people. "Only think," he said, "she is going to the rich innkeepers at the hotel in Herning, many miles west from here. She is to assist the landlady in the housekeeping. And if afterwards she behaves well and remains to be confirmed, the people will treat her as their own daughter." So Ib and Christina took leave of each other. People already called them the betrothed, and at parting, the girl showed Ib the 2 nuts, which she had taken care of ever since the time that they lost themselves in the wood. And she told him also that the little wooden shoes he once carved for her when he was a boy, and gave her as a present, had been carefully kept in a drawer ever since. And so they parted. After Ib's confirmation, he remained at home with his mother, for he had become a clever shoemaker, and in summer managed the farm for her quite alone. His father had been dead some time, and his mother kept no farm servants. Sometimes, but very seldom, he heard of Christina through a postilion or eel seller who was passing. But she was well off with the rich innkeeper, and after being confirmed, she wrote a letter to her father, in which was a kind message to Ib and his mother. In this letter, she mentioned that her master and mistress had made her a present of a beautiful new dress and some nice underclothes. This was, of course, pleasant news. One day, in the following spring, there came a knock at the door of the house where Ib's old mother lived, and when they opened it, lo and behold, in stepped the boatman and Christina. She had come to pay them a visit and to spend the day. A carriage had to come from the Herning Hotel to the next village, and she had taken the opportunity to see her friends once more. She looked as elegant as a real lady, and wore a pretty dress, beautifully made on purpose for her. There she stood, in full dress, while Ib wore only his working clothes. He could not utter a word. He could only seize her hand and hold it fast in his own, but he felt too happy and glad to open his lips. Christina, however, was quite at her ease. She talked and kissed him in the most friendly manner. Even afterwards, when they were left alone, and she asked, "Did you know me again, Ib?" He still stood holding her hand, and said at last, "You are become quite a grand lady, Christina, and I am only a rough working man, but I have often thought of you and of old times." Then they wandered up the great ridge and looked across the stream to the heath, where the little hills were covered with the flowering broom. Ib said nothing, but before the time came for them to part, it became quite clear to him that Christina must be his wife. Had they not even in childhood been called the betrothed? To him, it seemed as if they were really engaged to each other, although not a word had been spoken on the subject. They had only a few more hours to remain together, for Christina was obliged to return that evening to the neighboring village, to be ready for the carriage, which was to start the next morning early for Herning. Ib and her father accompanied her to the village. It was a fine moonlight evening, and when they arrived, Ib stood holding Christina's hand in his, as if he could not let her go. His eyes brightened, and the words he uttered came with hesitation from his lips, but from the deepest recesses of his heart. Christina, if you have not become too grand, and if you can be contented to live in my mother's house as my wife, we will be married someday. But we can wait for a while. Oh yes, she replied. Let us wait a little longer, Ib. I can trust you, for I believe that I do love you. But let me think it over. Then he kissed her lips, and so they parted. On the way home, Ib told the boatman that he and Christina were as good as engaged to each other, and the boatman found out that he had always expected it would be so, and went home with Ib that evening and remained the night in the farmhouse. But nothing further was said of the engagement. During the next year, 2 letters passed between Ib and Christina. They were signed, faithful till death. But at the end of that time, one day the boatman came over to see Ib with a kind greeting from Christina. He had something else to say, which made him hesitate in a strange manner. At last it came out that Christina, who had grown a very pretty girl, was more lucky than ever. She was courted and admired by everyone. But her master's son, who had been home on a visit, was so much pleased with Christina that he wished to marry her. He had a very good situation in an office at Copenhagen, and as she had also taken a liking for him, his parents were not unwilling to consent. But Christina, in her heart, often thought of Ib, and knew how much he thought of her. So she felt inclined to refuse this good fortune, added the boatman. At first, Ib said not a word, but he became as white as the wall, and shook his head gently, and then he spoke. Christina must not refuse this good fortune. Then, will you write a few words to her? Said the boatman. Ib sat down to write, but he could not get on at all. The words were not what he wished to say, so he tore up the page. The following morning, however, a letter lay ready to be sent to Christina, and the following is what he wrote. The letter written by you to your father I have read, and see from it that you are prosperous in everything, and that still better fortune is in store for you. Ask your own heart, Christina, and think over carefully what awaits you if you take me for your husband, for I possess very little in the world. Do not think of me or of my position. Think only of your own welfare. You are bound to me by no promises, and if in your heart you have given me one, I release you from it. May every blessing and happiness be poured out upon you, Christina. Heaven will give me the heart's consolation. Ever your sincere friend, Ib. This letter was sent, and Christina received it in due time. In the course of the following November, her banns were published in the church on the heath, and also in Copenhagen, where the bridegroom lived. She was taken to Copenhagen under the protection of her future mother-in-law, because the bridegroom could not spare time from his numerous occupations for a journey so far into Jutland. On the journey, Christina met her father at one of the villages through which they passed, and here he took leave of her. Very little was said about the matter to Ib, and he did not refer to it. His mother, however, noticed that he had grown very silent and pensive. Thinking as he did of old times, no wonder the 3 nuts came into his mind which the gypsy woman had given him when a child, and of the 2 which he had given to Christina. These wishing nuts, after all, had proved true fortune-tellers. One had contained a gilded carriage and noble horses, and the other beautiful clothes. All of these Christina would now have in her new home at Copenhagen. Her part had come true. And for him, the nut had contained only black earth. The gypsy woman had said it was the best for him. Perhaps it was, and this also would be fulfilled. He understood the gypsy woman's meaning now. The black earth, the dark grave, was the best thing for him now. Again, years passed away. Not many, but they seemed long years. The old innkeeper and his wife died one after the other, and the whole of their property, many $1,000s, was inherited by their son. Christina could have the golden carriage now, and plenty of fine clothes. During the 2 long years which followed, no letter came from Christina to her father, and when at last her father received one from her, it did not speak of prosperity or happiness. Poor Christina. Neither she nor her husband understood how to economize or save, and the riches brought no blessing with them, because they had not asked for it. Years passed, and for many summers, the heath was covered with bloom. In winter, the snow rested upon it, and the rough winds blew across the ridge, under which stood Ib's sheltered home. One spring day, the sun shone brightly, and he was guiding the plow across his field. The plowshare struck against something which he fancied was a firestone, and then he saw glittering in the earth a splinter of shining metal, which the plow had cut from something which gleamed brightly in the furrow. He searched and found a large golden armlet of superior workmanship, and it was evident that the plow had disturbed a Hun's grave. He searched further and found more valuable treasures, which Ib showed to the clergyman, who explained their value to him. Then he went to the magistrate, who informed the president of the Museum of the Discovery, and advised Ib to take the treasures himself to the president. "You have found in the earth the best thing you could find," said the magistrate. The best thing, thought Ib, the very best thing for me, and found in the earth. Well, if it really is so, then the gypsy woman was right in her prophecy. So Ib went in the ferry boat from Aarhus to Copenhagen. To him, who had only sailed once or twice on the river near his own home, this seemed like a voyage on the ocean, and at length he arrived at Copenhagen. The value of the gold he had found was paid to him. It was a large sum, $600. Then Ib of the Heath went out and wandered about in the great city. On the evening before the day he had settled to return with the captain of the passage boat, Ib lost himself in the streets and took quite a different turning to the one he wished to follow. He wandered on till he found himself in a poor street of the suburb called Christian's Haven. Not a creature could be seen. At last, a very little girl came out of one of the wretched-looking houses, and Ib asked her to tell him the way to the street he wanted. She looked up timidly at him and began to cry bitterly. He asked her what was the matter, but what she said he could not understand. So he went along the street with her, and as they passed under a lamp the light fell on the little girl's face. A strange sensation came over Ib as he caught sight of it. The living, breathing embodiment of little Christina stood before him, just as he remembered her in the days of her childhood. He followed the child to the wretched house and ascended the narrow, crazy staircase which led to a little garret in the roof. The air in the room was heavy and stifling. No light was burning, and from one corner came sounds of moaning and sighing. It was the mother of the child who lay there on a miserable bed. With the help of a match, Ib struck a light and approached her. "Can I be of any service to you?" he asked. "This little girl brought me up here, but I am a stranger in this city. Are there no neighbors or anyone whom I can call?" Then he raised the head of the sick woman and smoothed her pillow. He started as he did so. It was Christina of the Heath. No one had mentioned her name to Ib for years. It would have disturbed his peace of mind, especially as the reports respecting her were not good. The wealth which her husband had inherited from his parents had made him proud and arrogant. He had given up his certain appointment and traveled for 6 months in foreign lands, and, on his return, had lived in great style and got into terrible debt. For a time he had trembled on the high pedestal on which he had placed himself, till at last he toppled over, and ruin came. His numerous merry companions and the visitors at his table said it served him right, for he had kept house like a madman. One morning, his corpse was found in the canal. The cold hand of death had already touched the heart of Christina. Her youngest child, looked for in the midst of prosperity, had sunk into the grave when only a few weeks old. And at last, Christina herself became sick unto death, and lay, forsaken and dying, in a miserable room, amid poverty she might have borne in her younger days, but which was now more painful to her from the luxuries to which she had lately been accustomed. It was her eldest child, also a little Christina, whom Ib had followed to her home, where she suffered hunger and poverty with her mother. "It makes me unhappy to think that I shall die and leave this poor child," sighed she. "Oh, what will become of her?" She could say no more. Then Ib brought out another match and lighted a piece of candle which he found in the room, and it threw a glimmering light over the wretched dwelling. Ib looked at the little girl and thought of Christina in her young days. For her sake, could he not love this child who was a stranger to him? As he thus reflected, the dying woman opened her eyes and gazed at him. Did she recognize him? He never knew, for not another word escaped her lips. In the forest by the river Gudenau, not far from the heath, and beneath the ridge of land, stood the little farm, newly painted and whitewashed. The air was heavy and dark. There were no blossoms on the heath. The autumn winds whirled the yellow leaves towards the boatman's hut, in which strangers dwelt. But the little farm stood safely sheltered beneath the tall trees in the high ridge. The turf blazed brightly on the hearth, and within was sunlight, the sparkling light from the sunny eyes of a child, the bird-like tones from the rosy lips ringing like the song of a lark in spring. All was life and joy. Little Christina sat on Ib's knee. Ib was to her both father and mother. Her own parents had vanished from her memory, as a dream picture vanishes alike from childhood and age. Ib's house was well and prettily furnished, for he was a prosperous man now, while the mother of the little girl rested in the churchyard at Copenhagen, where she had died in poverty. Ib had money now, money which had come to him out of the black earth, and he had Christina for his own, after all. The end. The Jewish Maiden. In a charity school, among the children, sat a little Jewish girl. She was a good, intelligent child, and very quick at her lessons. But the scripture lesson class she was not allowed to join, for this was a Christian school. During the hour of this lesson, the Jewish girl was allowed to learn her geography, or to work her sum for the next day. And when her geography lesson was perfect, the book remained open before her. But she read not another word, for she sat silently listening to the words of the Christian teacher. He soon became aware that the little one was paying more attention to what he said than most of the other children. "Read your book, Sarah," he said to her gently. But again and again, he saw her dark, beaming eyes fixed upon him. And once, when he asked her a question, she could answer him even better than the other children. She had not only heard, but understood his words and pondered them in her heart. Her father, a poor but honest man, had placed his daughter at the school on the conditions that she should not be instructed in the Christian faith. But it might have caused confusion or raised discontent in the minds of the other children if she had been sent out of the room. So she remained. And now it was evident this could not go on. The teacher went to her father and advised him to remove his daughter from the school or to allow her to become a Christian. "I cannot any longer be an idle spectator of those beaming eyes, which express such a deep and earnest longing for the words of the gospel," said he. Then the father burst into tears. "I know very little of the law of my fathers," said he. But Sarah's mother was firm in her belief as a daughter of Israel, and I vowed to her on her deathbed that our child should never be baptized. I must keep my vow. It is to me even as a covenant with God himself. And so the little Jewish girl left the Christian school. Years rolled by. In one of the smallest provincial towns, in a humble household, lived a poor maiden of the Jewish faith as a servant. Her hair was black as ebony, her eye dark as night, yet full of light and brilliancy so peculiar to the daughters of the East. It was Sarah. The expression in the face of the grown-up maiden was still the same as when, a child, she sat on the schoolroom form, listening with thoughtful eyes to the words of the Christian teacher. Every Sunday, there sounded forth from a church close by the tones of an organ and the singing of the congregation. The Jewish girl heard them in the house, where industrious and faithful in all things, she performed her household duties. "Thou shalt keep the Sabbath holy," said the voice of the law in her heart. But her Sabbath was a working day among the Christians, which was a great trouble to her. And then, as the thought arose in her mind, does God reckon by days and hours? Her conscience felt satisfied on this question, and she found it a comfort to her that on the Christian Sabbath she could have an hour for her own prayers, undisturbed. The music and singing of the congregation sounded in her ears while at work in her kitchen, till the place itself became sacred to her. Then she would read in the Old Testament, that treasure and comfort to her people. And it was indeed the only scriptures she could read. Faithfully in her inmost thoughts had she kept the words of her father to her teacher when she left the school, and the vow he had made to her dying mother that she should never receive Christian baptism. The New Testament must remain to her a sealed book, and yet she knew a great deal of its teaching, and the sound of the gospel truths still lingered among the recollections of her childhood. One evening she was sitting in a corner of the dining room while her master read aloud. It was not the gospel he read, but an old storybook. Therefore, she might stay and listen to him. The story related that a Hungarian knight who had been taken prisoner by a Turkish pasha was most cruelly treated by him. He caused him to be yoked with his oxen to the plow and driven with blows from the whip till the blood flowed, and he almost sunk with exhaustion and pain. The faithful wife of the knight at home gave up all her jewels, mortgaged her castle and land, and his friends raised large sums to make up the ransom demanded for his release, which was most enormously high. It was collected at last, and the knight released from slavery and misery. Sick and exhausted, he reached home. Ere long came another summons to a struggle with the foes of Christianity. The still living knight heard the sound. He could endure no more. He had neither peace nor rest. He caused himself to be lifted on his war horse. The color came into his cheeks, and his strength returned to him again as he went forth to battle and to victory. The very same pasha who had yoked him to the plow became his prisoner and was dragged to a dungeon in the castle. But an hour had scarcely passed when the knight stood before the captive pasha and inquired, "What do you suppose awaited thee?" "I know," replied the pasha. "Retribution." "Yes, the retribution of a Christian," replied the knight. "The teaching of Christ, the teacher, commands us to forgive our enemies, to love our neighbors, for God is love. Depart in peace. Return to thy home. I give thee back to thy loved ones. But in future be mild and humane to all who are in trouble." Then the prisoner burst into tears and exclaimed, "Oh, how could I imagine such mercy and forgiveness? I expected pain and torment. It seemed to me so sure that I took poison, which I secretly carried about me, and in a few hours its effects will destroy me. I must die. Nothing can save me. But before I die, explain to me the teaching which is so full of love and mercy, so great and godlike. Oh, that I may hear his teaching and die a Christian." And his prayer was granted. This was the legend which the master read out of the old storybook. Everyone in the house who was present listened and shared the pleasure. But Sarah, the Jewish girl, sitting so still in a corner, felt her heart burn with excitement. Great tears came into her shining dark eyes, and with the same gentle piety with which she had once listened to the gospel while sitting on the form at school, she felt its grandeur now, and the tears rolled down her cheeks. Then the last words of her dying mother rose before her. "Let not my child become a Christian." And with them sounded in her heart the words of the law, "Honor thy father and thy mother." "I am not admitted among the Christians," she said. "They mock me as a Jewish girl. The neighbors' boys did so last Sunday when I stood looking in through the open church door at the candles burning on the altar and listening to the singing. Ever since I sat on the school bench, I have felt the power of Christianity, a power which, like a sunbeam, streams into my heart, however closely I may close my eyes against it. But I will not grieve thee, my mother, in thy grave. I will not be unfaithful to my father's vow. I will not read the Bible of the Christian. I have the God of my fathers, and in him I will trust." And again, years passed by. Sarah's master died, and his widow found herself in such reduced circumstances that she wished to dismiss her servant maid. But Sarah refused to leave the house, and she became a true support in time of trouble, and kept the household together by working till late at night, with her busy hands, to earn their daily bread. Not a relative came forward to assist them, and the widow was confined to a sickbed for months, and grew weaker from day to day. Sarah worked hard, but contrived to spare time to amuse her and watch by the sick bed. She was gentle and pious, an angel of blessing in that house of poverty. "My Bible lies on the table yonder," said the sick woman one day to Sarah. "Read me something from it. The night appears so long, and my spirit thirsts to hear the word of God." And Sarah bowed her head. She took the book and folded her hand over the Bible of the Christians, and at last opened it and read to the sick woman. Tears stood in her eyes as she read, and they shone with brightness, for in her heart it was light. "Mother," she murmured, "thy child may not receive Christian baptism, nor be admitted into the congregation of Christian people. Thou hast so willed it, and I will respect thy command. We are therefore still united here on earth. But in the next world, there will be a higher union, even with God himself, who leads and guides his people till death. He came down from heaven to earth to suffer for us, that we should bring forth the fruits of repentance. I understand it now. I know not how I learnt this truth, unless it is through the name of Christ." Yet she trembled as she pronounced the holy name. She struggled against these convictions of the truth of Christianity for some days, till one evening, while watching her mistress, she was suddenly taken very ill. Her limbs tottered under her, and she sank fainting by the bedside of the sick woman. "Poor Sarah," said the neighbors. "She is overcome with hard work and night watching." And then they carried her to the hospital for the sick poor. There she died, and they bore her to her resting place in the earth, but not to the churchyard of the Christians. There was no place for the Jewish girl, but they dug a grave for her outside the wall, and God's sun, which shines upon the graves of the churchyard of the Christians, also throws its beams on the grave of the Jewish maiden beyond the wall. And when the psalms of the Christians sound across the churchyard, their echo reaches her lonely resting place, and she who sleeps there will be counted worthy at the resurrection through the name of Christ the Lord, who said to his disciples, "John baptized you with water, but I will baptize you with the Holy Ghost." The end. The jumper. The flea, the grasshopper, and the skipjack once wanted to see which of them could jump highest, and they invited the whole world, and whoever else would come, to see the grand sight. And there the three famous jumpers were met together in the room. "Yes, I'll give my daughter to him who jumps highest," said the king, "for it would be mean to let these people jump for nothing." The flea stepped out first. He had very pretty manners, and bowed in all directions, for he had young ladies' blood in his veins, and was accustomed to consort only with human beings, and that was of great consequence. Then came the grasshopper. He was certainly much heavier, but he had a good figure, and wore the green uniform that was born with him. This person, moreover, maintained that he belonged to a very old family in the land of Egypt, and that he was highly esteemed there. He had just come from the field, he said, and had been put into a card house 3 stories high, and all made of picture cards, with the figures turned inwards. There were doors and windows in the house, cut in the body of the Queen of Hearts. "I sing so," he said, "that 16 native crickets who have chirped from their youth up and have never yet had a card house of their own would become thinner than they are with envy if they were to hear me." Both of them, the flea and the grasshopper, took care to announce who they were, and that they considered themselves entitled to marry a princess. The skipjack said nothing, but it was said of him that he thought all the more. And directly the yard dog had smelt at him, he was ready to assert that the skipjack was of good family, and formed from the breastbone of an undoubted goose. The old counselor, who had received 3 medals for holding his tongue, declared that the skipjack possessed the gift of prophecy. One could tell by his bones whether there would be a severe winter or a mild one. And that's more than one can always tell from the breastbone of the man who writes the almanac. "I shall not say anything more," said the old king. "I only go on quietly, and always think the best." Now they were to take their jump. The flea sprang so high that no one could see him, and then they asserted that he had not jumped at all. That was very mean. The grasshopper only sprang half as high, but he sprang straight into the king's face, and the king declared that was horribly rude. The skipjack stood a long time considering. At last, people thought that he could not jump at all. "I only hope he's not become unwell," said the yard dog, and then he smelt at him again. Tap. He sprang with a little crooked jump just into the lap of the princess, who sat on a low golden stool. Then the king said, "The highest leap was taken by him who jumped up to my daughter, for therein lies the point. But it requires head to achieve that, and the skipjack has shown that he has a head. And so he had the princess. I jumped highest after all," said the flea, "but it's all the same. Let her have the goosebone with its lump of wax and bit of stick. I jumped to the highest. But in this world, a body is required if one wishes to be seen." And the flea went into foreign military service, where it is said he was killed. The grasshopper seated himself out in the ditch and thought and considered how things happened in the world. And he too said, "Body is required. Body is required." And then he sang his own melancholy song. And from that, we have gathered the story, which they say is not true, though it's in print. The end. The last dream of the old oak. In the forest, high up on the steep shore, and not far from the open seacoast, stood a very old oak tree. It was just 365 years old, but that long time was to the tree as the same number of days might be to us. We wake by day and sleep by night, and then we have our dreams. It is different with the tree. It is obliged to keep awake through 3 seasons of the year, and does not get any sleep till winter comes. Winter is its time for rest, its night after the long day of spring, summer, and autumn. On many a warm summer, the ephemera, the flies that exist for only a day, had fluttered about the old oak, enjoyed life, and felt happy. And if, for a moment, one of the tiny creatures rested on one of his large, fresh leaves, the tree would always say, "Poor little creature, your whole life consists only of a single day. How very short. It must be quite melancholy." "Melancholy? What do you mean?" the little creature would always reply. "Everything around me is so wonderfully bright and warm and beautiful that it makes me joyous, but only for one day, and then it is all over." "Over?" repeated the fly. What is the meaning of all over? Are you all over too? No, I shall very likely live for thousands of your days, and my day is whole seasons long. Indeed, it is so long that you could never reckon it out. No? Then I don't understand you. You may have thousands of my days, but I have thousands of moments in which I can be merry and happy. Does all the beauty of the world cease when you die? No, replied the tree. It will certainly last much longer, infinitely longer than I can even think of. Well then, said the little fly, we have the same time to live, only we reckon differently. And the little creature danced and floated in the air, rejoicing in her delicate wings of gauze and velvet, rejoicing in the balmy breezes, laden with the fragrance of clover fields and wild roses, elder blossoms and honeysuckle from the garden hedges, wild thyme, primroses, and mint. And the scent of all these was so strong that the perfume almost intoxicated the little fly. The long and beautiful day had been so full of joy and sweet delights that when the sun sank low, it felt tired of all its happiness and enjoyment. Its wings could sustain it no longer, and gently and slowly it glided down upon the soft, waving blades of grass, nodded its little head as well as it could nod, and slept peacefully and sweetly. The fly was dead. Poor little ephemera, said the oak. What a terribly short life. And so, on every summer day the dance was repeated, the same questions asked, and the same answers given. The same thing was continued through many generations of ephemera. All of them felt equally merry and equally happy. The oak remained awake through the morning of spring, the noon of summer, and the evening of autumn. Its time of rest, its night drew nigh. Winter was coming. Already the storms were singing, "Good night, good night." Here fell a leaf, and there fell a leaf. We will rock you and lull you. Go to sleep, go to sleep. We will sing you to sleep and shake you to sleep, and it will do your old twigs good. They will even crackle with pleasure. Sleep sweetly, sleep sweetly. It is your 365th night. Correctly speaking, you are but a youngster in the world. Sleep sweetly. The clouds will drop snow upon you, which will be quite a coverlid, warm and sheltering to your feet. Sweet sleep to you, and pleasant dreams. And there stood the oak, stripped of all its leaves, left to rest during the whole of a long winter, and to dream many dreams of events that had happened in its life, as in the dreams of men. The great tree had once been small. Indeed, in its cradle, it had been an acorn. According to human computation, it was now in the 4th century of its existence. It was the largest and best tree in the forest. Its summit towered above all the other trees and could be seen far out at sea, so that it served as a landmark to the sailors. It had no idea how many eyes looked eagerly for it. In its topmost branches, the wood pigeon built her nest, and the cuckoo carried out his usual vocal performances, and his well-known notes echoed amid the boughs. And in autumn, when the leaves looked like beaten copper plates, the birds of passage would come and rest upon the branches before taking their flight across the sea. But now, it was winter. The tree stood leafless, so that everyone could see how crooked and bent were the branches that sprang forth from the trunk. Crows and rooks came by turns and sat on them, and talked of the hard times which were beginning, and how difficult it was in winter to obtain food. It was just about Holy Christmas time that the tree dreamed a dream. The tree had, doubtless, a kind of feeling that the festive time had arrived. And in his dream, fancied he heard the bells ringing from all the churches round, and yet it seemed to him to be a beautiful summer's day, mild and warm. His mighty summits was crowned with spreading fresh green foliage. The sunbeams played among the leaves and branches, and the air was full of fragrance from herb and blossom. Painted butterflies chased each other. The summer flies danced around him, as if the world had been created merely for them to dance and be merry in. All that had happened to the tree during every year of his life seemed to pass before him, as in a festive procession. He saw the knights of olden times and noble ladies ride by through the wood on their gallant steeds, with plumes waving in their hats and falcons on their wrists. The hunting horn sounded, and the dogs barked. He saw hostile warriors in colored dresses and glittering armor, with spear and halberd, pitching their tents, and anon striking them. The watchfires again blazed, and men sang and slept under the hospitable shelter of the tree. He saw lovers meet in quiet happiness near him in the moonshine, and carve the initials of their names in the grayish-green bark on his trunk. Once, but long years had intervened since then. Guitars and Aeolian harps had been hung on his boughs by merry travelers. Now they seemed to hang there again, and he could hear their marvelous tones. The wood pigeons cooed, as if to explain the feelings of the tree, and the cuckoo called out to tell him how many summer days he had yet to live. Then it seemed as if new life was thrilling through every fiber of root and stem and leaf, rising even to the highest branches. The tree felt itself stretching and spreading out, while through the root beneath the earth ran the warm vigor of life. As he grew higher and still higher with increased strength, his topmost boughs became broader and fuller, and in proportion to his growth, so was his self-satisfaction increased, and with it arose a joyous longing to grow higher and higher, to reach even to the warm, bright sun itself. Already had his topmost branches pierced the clouds, which floated beneath them like troops of birds of passage, or large white swans. Every leaf seemed gifted with sight, as if it possessed eyes to see. The stars became visible in broad daylight, large and sparkling, like clear and gentle eyes. They recalled to the memory the well-known look in the eyes of a child, or in the eyes of lovers who had once met beneath the branches of the old oak. These were wonderful and happy moments for the old tree, full of peace and joy. And yet, amidst all this happiness, the tree felt a yearning, longing desire that all the other trees, bushes, herbs, and flowers beneath him might be able also to rise higher as he had done, and to see all this splendor and experience the same happiness. The grand, majestic oak could not be quite happy in the midst of his enjoyment, while all the rest, both great and small, were not with him. And this feeling of yearning trembled through every branch, through every leaf, as warmly and fervently as if they had been the fibers of a human heart. The summit of the tree waved to and fro, and bent downwards, as if in his silent longing he sought for something. Then there came to him the fragrance of thyme, followed by the more powerful scent of honeysuckle and violets, and he fancied he heard the note of the cuckoo. At length his longing was satisfied. Up through the clouds came the green summits of the forest trees, and beneath him the oak saw them rising and growing higher and higher. Bush and herb shot upward, and some even tore themselves up by the roots to rise more quickly. The birch tree was the quickest of all. Like a lightning flash, the The slender stem shot upwards in a zigzag line, the branches spreading around it like green gauze and banners. Every native of the wood, even to the brown and feathery rushes, grew with the rest, while the birds ascended with the melody of song. On a blade of grass that fluttered in the air like a long green ribbon sat a grasshopper, cleaning his wings with his legs. May beetles hummed, the bees murmured, the birds sang, each in his own way. The air was filled with the sounds of song and gladness. "But where is the little blue flower that grows by the water?" asked the oak, "and the purple bellflower, and the daisy?" You see, the oak wanted to have them all with him. "Here we are here," sounded in voice and song. "But the beautiful time of last summer, where is that? And the lilies of the valley, which last year covered the earth with their bloom, and the wild apple tree with its lovely blossoms, and all the glory of the wood, which has flourished year after year. Even what may have but now sprouted forth could be with us here. We are here," sounded voices higher in the air, as if they had flown there beforehand. "Why, this is beautiful, too beautiful to be believed," said the oak in a joyful tone. "I have them all here, both great and small. Not one has been forgotten. Can such happiness be imagined? It seemed almost impossible. In heaven with the eternal God, it can be imagined, and it is possible," sounded the reply through the air. And the old tree, as it still grew upwards and onwards, felt that his roots were loosening themselves from the earth. "It is right so. It is best," said the tree. "No fetters hold me now. I can fly up to the very highest point in light and glory. And all I love are with me, both small and great. All are here." Such was the dream of the old oak, and while he dreamed, a mighty storm came rushing over land and sea at the holy Christmas time. The sea rolled in great billows towards the shore. There was a cracking and crushing heard in the tree. The root was torn from the ground just at the moment when in his dream he fancied it was being loosened from the earth. He fell. His 365 years were passed as the single day of the ephemera. On the morning of Christmas Day, when the sun rose, the storm had ceased. From all the churches sounded the festive bells, and from every hearth, even of the smallest hut, rose the smoke into the blue sky, like the smoke from the festive thank offerings on the Druids' altars. The sea gradually became calm, and on board a great ship that had withstood the tempest during the night, all the flags were displayed as a token of joy and festivity. "The tree is down, the old oak, our landmark on the coast," exclaimed the sailors. "It must have fallen in the storm of last night. Who can replace it? Alas, no one." This was a funeral oration over the old tree, short but well meant. There it lay stretched on the snow-covered shore, and over it sounded the notes of a song from the ship, a song of Christmas joy and of the redemption of the soul of man, and of eternal life through Christ's atoning blood. "Sing aloud on the happy morn, all is fulfilled, for Christ is born. With songs of joy, let us loudly sing, hallelujahs to Christ our King." Thus sounded the old Christmas carol, and everyone on board the ship felt his thoughts elevated through the song and the prayer, even as the old tree had felt lifted up in its beautiful dream on that Christmas morn. The end. The last pearl. We are in a rich, happy house where the master, the servants, the friends of the family are full of joy and felicity. For on this day, a son and heir has been born, and mother and child are doing well. The lamp in the bedchamber had been partly shaded, and the windows were covered with heavy curtains of some costly silken material. The carpet was thick and soft, like a covering of moss. Everything invited to slumber. Everything had a charming look of repose. And so the nurse had discovered, for she slept. And well, she might sleep, while everything around her told of happiness and blessing. The guardian angel of the house leaned against the head of the bed, while over the child was spread, as it were, a net of shining stars, and each star was a pearl of happiness. All the good stars of life had brought their gifts to the newly born. Here sparkled health, wealth, fortune, and love. In short, there seemed to be everything for which man could wish on earth. Everything has been bestowed here, said the guardian angel. No, not everything, said a voice near him, the voice of the good angel of the child. One fairy has not yet brought her gift, but she will. Even if years should elapse, she will bring her gift. It is the last pearl that is wanting. Wanting, said the guardian angel. Nothing must be wanting here, and if it is so, let us fetch it. Let us seek the powerful fairy. Let us go to her. She will come some day unsought. Her pearl must not be missing. It must be there, that the crown, when worn, may be complete. Where is she to be found? Where does she dwell? Said the guardian angel. Tell me, and I will procure the pearl. Will you do that? Replied the good angel of the child. Then I will lead you to her directly, wherever she may be. She has no abiding place. She rules in the palace of the emperor. Sometimes she enters the peasant's humble cot. She passes no one without leaving a trace of her presence. She brings her gift with her, whether it is a world or a bauble. To this child, she must come. You think that to wait for this time would be long and useless. Well then, let us go for this pearl, the only one lacking amidst all this wealth. Then, hand in hand, they floated away to the spot where the fairy was now lingering. It was in a large house with dark windows and empty rooms, in which a peculiar stillness reigned. A whole row of windows stood open, so that the rude wind could enter at its pleasure, and the long white curtains waved to and fro in the current of air. In the center of one of the rooms stood an open coffin, in which lay the body of a woman, still in the bloom of youth and very beautiful. Fresh roses were scattered over her. The delicate folded hands, and the noble face glorified in death by the solemn, earnest look which spoke of an entrance into a better world, were alone visible. Around the coffin stood the husband and children, a whole troop, the youngest in the father's arms. They were come to take a last farewell look of their mother. The husband kissed her hand, which now lay like a withered leaf, but which a short time before had been diligently employed in deeds of love for them all. Tears of sorrow rolled down their cheeks and fell in heavy drops on the floor, but not a word was spoken. The silence which reigned here expressed a world of grief. With silent steps, still sobbing, they left the room. A burning light remained in the room, and a long red wick rose far above the flame, which fluttered in the draught of air. Strange men came in and placed the lid of the coffin over the dead, and drove the nails firmly in, while the blows of the hammer resounded through the house, and echoed in the hearts that were bleeding. "Whither art thou leading me?" asked the guardian angel. "Here dwells no fairy whose pearl could be counted amongst the best gifts of life. Yes, she is here. Here in this sacred hour, replied the angel, pointing to a corner of the room. And there, where in her lifetime, the mother had taken her seat amidst flowers and pictures. In that spot, where she, like the blessed fairy of the house, had welcomed husband, children, and friends, and, like a sunbeam, had spread joy and cheerfulness around her, the center and heart of them all. There, in that very spot, sat a strange woman, clothed in long, flowing garments, and occupying the place of the dead wife and mother. It was the fairy, and her name was Sorrow. A hot tear rolled into her lap and formed itself into a pearl, glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. The angel seized it. The pearl glittered like a star with sevenfold radiance. The pearl of sorrow, the last, which must not be wanting, increases the luster and explains the meaning of all the other pearls. Do you see the shimmer of the rainbow, which unites earth to heaven? So has there been a bridge built between this world and the next. Through the night of the grave, we gaze upwards beyond the stars to the end of all things. Then we glance at the pearl of sorrow, in which are concealed the wings which shall carry us away to eternal happiness. The end. Little Claus and Big Claus. In a village, there once lived two men who had the same name. They were both called Claus. One of them had 4 horses, but the other had only 1. So, to distinguish them, people called the owner of the 4 horses Great Claus, and he who had only 1, Little Claus. Now, we shall hear what happened to them, for this is a true story. Through the whole week, Little Claus was obliged to plow for Great Claus and lend him his 1 horse. And once a week, on a Sunday, Great Claus lent him all his 4 horses. Then, how Little Claus would smack his whip over all 5 horses. They were as good as his own on that one day. The sun shone brightly, and the church bells were ringing merrily as the people passed by, dressed in their best clothes, with their prayer books under their arms. They were going to hear the clergyman preach. They looked at Little Claus, plowing with his 5 horses, and he was so proud that he smacked his whip and said, "Gee up, my 5 horses." "You must not say that," said Big Claus, "for only one of them belongs to you." But Little Claus soon forgot what he ought to say, and when anyone passed, he would call out, "Gee up, my 5 horses." "Now, I must beg you not to say that again," said Big Claus, "for if you do, I shall hit your horse on the head, so that he will drop dead on the spot, and there will be an end of him." "I promise you, I will not say it any more," said the other. But as soon as people came by, nodding to him and wishing him good day, he became so pleased and thought how grand it looked to have 5 horses plowing in his field that he cried out again, "Gee up, my 5 horses." "I'll gee up your horses for you," said Big Claus. And seizing a hammer, he struck the 1 horse of Little Claus on the head, and he fell dead instantly. "Oh no, now I have no horse at all," cried Little Claus, weeping. But after a while, he took off the dead horse's skin and hung the hide to dry in the wind. Then he put the dry skin into a bag, and placing it over his shoulder, went out into the next town to sell the horse's skin. He had a very long way to go, and had to pass through a dark, gloomy forest. Presently, a storm arose, and he lost his way, and before he discovered the right path, evening came on, and it was still a long way to the town, and too far to return home before night. Near the road stood a large farmhouse. The shutters outside the windows were closed, but lights shone through the crevices at the top. I might get permission to stay here for the night, thought little Claus. So he went up to the door and knocked. The farmer's wife opened the door, but when she heard what he wanted, she told him to go away, as her husband would not allow her to admit strangers. "Then I shall be obliged to lie out here," said little Claus to himself, as the farmer's wife shut the door in his face. Near to the farmhouse stood a large haystack, and between it and the house was a small shed with a thatched roof. "I can lie up there," said little Claus as he saw the roof. "It will make a famous bed, but I hope the stork will not fly down and bite my legs." For on it stood a living stork, whose nest was in the roof. So little Claus climbed to the roof of the shed, and while he turned himself to get comfortable, he discovered that the wooden shutters, which were closed, did not reach to the tops of the windows of the farmhouse, so that he could see into a room in which a large table was laid out with wine, roast meat, and a splendid fish. The farmer's wife and the sexton were sitting at the table together, and she filled his glass and helped him plenteously to fish, which appeared to be his favorite dish. "If I could only get some too," thought little Claus. And then, as he stretched his neck towards the window, he spied a large, beautiful pie. Indeed, they had a glorious feast before them. At this moment, he heard someone riding down the road towards the farmhouse. It was the farmer returning home. He was a good man, but still he had a very strange prejudice. He could not bear the sight of a sexton. If one appeared before him, he would put himself in a terrible rage. In consequence of this dislike, the sexton had gone to visit the farmer's wife during her husband's absence from home, and the good woman had placed before him the best she had in the house to eat. When she heard the farmer coming, she was frightened and begged the sexton to hide himself in a large, empty chest that stood in the room. He did so, for he knew her husband could not endure the sight of a sexton. The woman then quickly put away the wine and hid all the rest of the nice things in the oven. For if her husband had seen them, he would have asked what they were brought out for. "Oh dear," sighed little Claus from the top of the shed, as he saw all the good things disappear. "Is anyone up there?" asked the farmer, looking up and discovering little Claus. "Why are you lying up there? Come down and come into the house with me." So little Claus came down and told the farmer how he had lost his way and begged for a night's lodging. "All right," said the farmer, "but we must have something to eat first." The woman received them both very kindly, laid the cloth on a large table, and placed before them a dish of porridge. The farmer was very hungry and ate his porridge with a good appetite, but little Claus could not help thinking of the nice roast meat, fish, and pies, which he knew were in the oven. Under the table, at his feet, lay the sack containing the horse's skin, which he intended to sell at the next town. Now, little Claus did not relish the porridge at all, so he trod with his foot on the sack under the table, and the dry skin squeaked quite loud. "Hush," said little Claus to his sack, at the same time treading upon it again, till it squeaked louder than before. "Hello, what have you got in your sack?" asked the farmer. "Oh, it is a conjurer," said little Claus, "and he says we need not eat porridge, for he has conjured the oven full of roast meat, fish, and pie." "Wonderful," cried the farmer, starting up and opening the oven door. and there lay all the nice things hidden by the farmer's wife, but which he supposed had been conjured there by the wizard under the table. The woman dared not say anything, so she placed the things before them, and they both ate of the fish, the meat, and the pastry. Then Little Claus trod again upon his sack, and it squeaked as before. "What does he say now?" asked the farmer. "He says," replied Little Claus, "that there are 3 bottles of wine for us, standing in the corner, by the oven." So the woman was obliged to bring out the wine also, which she had hidden, and the farmer drank it till he became quite merry. He would have liked such a conjurer as Little Claus carried in his sack. "Could he conjure up the evil one?" asked the farmer. "I should like to see him now, while I am so merry." "Oh, yes," replied Little Claus. "My conjurer can do anything I ask him. Can you not?" he asked, treading at the same time on the sack till it squeaked. "Do you hear?" He answers, "Yes," but he fears that we shall not like to look at him. "Oh, I am not afraid. What will he be like?" "Well, he is very much like a sexton." "Ha," said the farmer, "then he must be ugly. Do you know I cannot endure the sight of a sexton? However, that doesn't matter. I shall know who it is, so I shall not mind. Now then, I have got up my courage, but don't let him come too near me." "Stop, I must ask the conjurer," said Little Claus. So he trod on the bag and stooped his ear down to listen. "What does he say?" "He says that you must go and open that large chest which stands in the corner, and you will see the evil one crouching down inside. But you must hold the lid firmly, that he may not slip out." "Will you come and help me hold it?" said the farmer, going towards the chest in which his wife had hidden the sexton, who now lay inside, very much frightened. The farmer opened the lid a very little way and peeped in. "Oh," said he, springing backwards, "I saw him, and he is exactly like our sexton. How dreadful it is." So, after that, he was obliged to drink again, and they sat and drank till far into the night. "You must sell your conjurer to me," said the farmer. "Ask as much as you like, I will pay it. Indeed, I would give you directly a whole bushel of gold." "No, indeed, I cannot," said Little Claus. "Only think how much profit I could make out of this conjurer." "But I should like to have him," said the fanner, still continuing his entreaties. "Well," said Little Claus at length, "you have been so good as to give me a night's lodging. I will not refuse you. You shall have the conjurer for a bushel of money, but I will have quite full measure." "So you shall," said the farmer, "but you must take away the chest as well. I would not have it in the house another hour. There is no knowing if he may not be still there." So Little Claus gave the farmer the sack containing the dried horse's skin, and received in exchange a bushel of money, full measure. The farmer also gave him a wheelbarrow on which to carry away the chest and the gold. "Farewell," said Little Claus, as he went off with his money and the great chest, in which the sexton lay still concealed. On one side of the forest was a broad, deep river. The water flowed so rapidly that very few were able to swim against the stream. A new bridge had lately been built across it, and in the middle of this bridge, Little Claus stopped and said, loud enough to be heard by the sexton, "Now what shall I do with this stupid chest? It is as heavy as if it were full of stones. I shall be tired if I roll it any farther, so I may as well throw it in the river. If it swims after me to my house, well and good, and if not, it will not much matter." So he seized the chest in his hand and lifted it up a little, as if he were going to throw it into the water. "No, leave it alone," cried the sexton from within the chest. "Let me out first." "Oh," exclaimed little Claus, pretending to be frightened. "He is in there still, is he? I must throw him into the river, that he may be drowned." "Oh no," said the sexton. "I will give you a whole bushel full of money if you will let me go." "Why, that is another matter," said little Claus, opening the chest. The sexton crept out, pushed the empty chest into the water, and went to his house. Then he measured out a whole bushel full of gold for little Claus, who had already received one from the farmer, so that now he had a barrow full. "I have been well paid for my horse," said he to himself when he reached home, entered his own room, and emptied all his money into a heap on the floor. How vexed Great Claus will be when he finds out how rich I have become all through my one horse. But I shall not tell him exactly how it all happened. Then he sent a boy to Great Claus to borrow a bushel measure. "What can he want it for?" thought Great Claus. So he smeared the bottom of the measure with tar, that some of whatever was put into it might stick there and remain. And so it happened. For when the measure returned, 3 new silver florins were sticking to it. "What does this mean?" said Great Claus. So he ran off directly to Little Claus and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" "Oh, for my horse's skin. I sold it yesterday." "It was certainly well paid for then," said Great Claus. And he ran home to his house, seized a hatchet, and knocked all his 4 horses on the head, flayed off their skins, and took them to the town to sell. "Skins, skins. Who'll buy skins?" he cried as he went through the streets. All the shoemakers and tanners came running and asked how much he wanted for them. "A bushel of money for each," replied Great Claus. "Are you mad?" they all asked. "Do you think we have money to spend by the bushel?" "Skins, skins," he said again. "Who'll buy skins?" But to all who inquired the price, his answer was, "A bushel of money." "He is making fools of us," said they all. Then the shoemakers took their straps, and the tanners their leather aprons, and began to beat Great Claus. "Skins, skins," they said, mocking him. "Yes, we'll mark your skin for you, till it is black and blue." "Out of the town with him," said they. And Great Claus was obliged to run as fast as he could. He had never before been so thoroughly beaten. "Ah," said he, as he came to his house, "Little Claus shall pay me for this. I will beat him to death." Meanwhile, the old grandmother of Little Claus died. She had been cross, unkind, and really spiteful to him. But he was very sorry, and took the dead woman and laid her in his warm bed to see if he could bring her to life again. There, he determined that she should lie the whole night, while he seated himself in a chair in a corner of the room, as he had often done before. During the night, as he sat there, the door opened, and in came Great Claus with a hatchet. He knew well where Little Claus's bed stood, so he went right up to it and struck the old grandmother on the head, thinking it must be Little Claus. "There," said he, "now you cannot make a fool of me again." And then he went home. "That is a very wicked man," thought Little Claus. "He meant to kill me. It is a good thing for my old grandmother that she was already dead, or he would have taken her life." Then he dressed his old grandmother in her best clothes, borrowed a horse of his neighbor, and harnessed it to a cart. Then he placed the old woman on the back seat so that she might not fall out as he drove, and rode away through the wood. By sunrise, They reached a large inn, where Little Claus stopped and went to get something to eat. The landlord was a rich man, and a good man too, but as passionate as if he had been made of pepper and snuff. "Good morning," said he to Little Claus. "You are come betimes today." "Yes," said Little Claus. "I am going to the town with my old grandmother. She is sitting at the back of the wagon, but I cannot bring her into the room. Will you take her a glass of mead? But you must speak very loud, for she cannot hear well." "Yes, certainly I will," replied the landlord. And pouring out a glass of mead, he carried it out to the dead grandmother, who sat upright in the cart. "Here is a glass of mead from your grandson," said the landlord. The dead woman did not answer a word, but sat quite still. "Do you not hear?" said the landlord as loud as he could. "Here is a glass of mead from your grandson." Again and again he bawled it out, but as she did not stir, he flew into a passion and threw the glass of mead in her face. It struck her on the nose, and she fell backwards out of the cart, for she was only seated there, not tied in. "Hello," said Little Claus, rushing out of the door and seizing hold of the landlord by the throat. "You have killed my grandmother. See, here's a great hole in her forehead." "Oh, how unfortunate," said the landlord, wringing his hands. "This all comes of my fiery temper. Dear Little Claus, I will give you a bushel of money. I will bury your grandmother as if she were my own. Only keep silent, or else they will cut off my head, and that would be disagreeable." So it happened that Little Claus received another bushel of money, and the landlord buried his old grandmother as if she had been his own. When Little Claus reached home again, he immediately sent a boy to Great Claus, requesting him to lend him a bushel measure. "How is this?" thought Great Claus. "Did I not kill him? I must go and see for myself." So he went to Little Claus and took the bushel measure with him. "How did you get all this money?" asked Great Claus, staring with wide open eyes at his neighbor's treasures. "You killed my grandmother instead of me," said Little Claus. "So I have sold her for a bushel of money." "That is a good price at all events," said Great Claus. So he went home, took a hatchet, and killed his old grandmother with one blow. Then he placed her on a cart and drove into the town to the apothecary and asked him if he would buy a dead body. "Whose is it, and where did you get it?" asked the apothecary. "It is my grandmother," he replied. "I killed her with a blow, that I might get a bushel of money for her." "Heaven preserve us," said the apothecary. "You are out of your mind. Don't say such things, or you will lose your head." And then he talked to him seriously about the wicked deed he had done, and told him that such a wicked man would surely be punished. Great Claus got so frightened that he rushed out of the surgery, jumped into the cart, whipped up his horses, and drove home quickly. The apothecary and all the people thought him mad and let him drive where he liked. "You shall pay for this," said Great Claus, as soon as he got into the high road. "That you shall, Little Claus." So as soon as he reached home, he took the largest sack he could find and went over to Little Claus. "You have played me another trick," said he. "First, I killed all my horses, and then my old grandmother, and it is all your fault. But you shall not make a fool of me any more." So he laid hold of Little Claus round the body and pushed him into the sack, which he took on his shoulders, saying, "Now I'm going to drown you in the river." He had a long way to go before he reached the river, and Little Claus was not a very light weight to carry. The road led by the church, and as they passed, he could hear the organ playing and the people singing beautifully. Great Claus put down the sack close to the church door and thought he might as well go in and hear a psalm before he went any farther. Little Claus could not possibly get out of the sack, and all the people were in church. So in he went. Oh dear, sighed Little Claus in the sack as he turned and twisted about. But he found he could not loosen the string with which it was tied. Presently, an old cattle driver with snowy hair passed by, carrying a large staff in his hand, with which he drove a large herd of cows and oxen before him. They stumbled against the sack in which lay Little Claus and turned it over. Oh dear, sighed Little Claus. I am very young, yet I am soon going to heaven. And I, poor fellow, said the drover, I who am so old already, cannot get there. Open the sack, said Little Claus. Creep into it instead of me, and you will soon be there. With all my heart, replied the drover, opening the sack, from which sprung Little Claus as quickly as possible. Will you take care of my cattle? Said the old man, as he crept into the bag. Yes, said Little Claus, and he tied up the sack, and then walked off with all the cows and oxen. When Great Claus came out of church, he took up the sack and placed it on his shoulders. It appeared to have become lighter, for the old drover was not half so heavy as Little Claus. How light he seems now, said he. Ah, it is because I have been to a church. So he walked on to the river, which was deep and broad, and threw the sack containing the old drover into the water, believing it to be Little Claus. There you may lie, he exclaimed. You will play me no more tricks now. Then he turned to go home, but when he came to a place where two roads crossed, there was Little Claus driving the cattle. How is this? Said Great Claus. Did I not drown you just now? Yes, said Little Claus. You threw me into the river about half an hour ago. But wherever did you get all these fine beasts? Asked Great Claus. These beasts are sea cattle, replied Little Claus. I'll tell you the whole story, and thank you for drowning me. I am above you now. I am really very rich. I was frightened, to be sure, while I lay tied up in the sack, and the wind whistled in my ears when you threw me into the river from the bridge, and I sank to the bottom immediately. But I did not hurt myself, for I fell upon beautifully soft grass which grows down there, and in a moment the sack opened, and the sweetest little maiden came towards me. She had snow-white robes and a wreath of green leaves on her wet hair. She took me by the hand and said, So you are come, Little Claus, and here are some cattle for you to begin with. About a mile farther on the road, there is another herd for you. Then I saw that the river formed a great highway for the people who live in the sea. They were walking and driving here and there from the sea to the land at the spot where the river terminates. The bed of the river was covered with the loveliest flowers and sweet, fresh grass. The fish swam past me as rapidly as the birds do here in the air. How handsome all the people were, and what fine cattle were grazing on the hills and in the valleys. But why did you come up again? Said Great Claus. If it was all so beautiful down there, I should not have done so. Well, said Little Claus, it was good policy on my part. You heard me say just now that I was told by the sea maiden to go a mile farther on the road, and I should find a whole herd of cattle. By the road, she meant the river, for she could not travel any other way. But I knew the winding of the river and how it bends, sometimes to the right, and sometimes to the left. And it seemed a long way, so I chose a shorter one. And by coming up to the land, and then driving across the fields back again to the river, I shall save 1/2 a mile, and get all my cattle more quickly." "What a lucky fellow you are," exclaimed Great Claus. "Do you think I should get any sea cattle if I went down to the bottom of the river?" "Yes, I think so," said Little Claus. "But I cannot carry you there in a sack. You are too heavy. However, if you will go there first, and then creep into a sack, I will throw you in with the greatest pleasure." "Thank you," said Great Claus. "But remember, if I do not get any sea cattle down there, I shall come up again and give you a good thrashing." "No, now don't be too fierce about it," said Little Claus, as they walked on towards the river. When they approached it, the cattle, who were very thirsty, saw the stream and ran down to drink. "See what a hurry they are in," said Little Claus. "They are longing to get down again." "Come, help me, make haste," said Great Claus, "or you'll get beaten." So he crept into a large sack, which had been lying across the back of one of the oxen. "Put in a stone," said Great Claus, "or I may not sink." "Oh, there's not much fear of that," he replied. Still, he put a large stone into the bag, and then tied it tightly, and gave it a push. In went Great Claus, and immediately sank to the bottom of the river. "I'm afraid he will not find any cattle," said Little Claus, and then he drove his own beasts homewards. The end. The Little Elder Tree Mother. There was once a little boy who had caught cold. He had gone out and got wet feet. Nobody had the least idea how it had happened. The weather was quite dry. His mother undressed him, put him to bed, and ordered the teapot to be brought in, that she might make him a good cup of tea from the elder tree blossoms, which is so warming. At the same time, the kind-hearted old man who lived by himself in the upper story of the house came in. He led a lonely life, for he had no wife and children. But he loved the children of others very much, and he could tell so many fairy tales and stories that it was a pleasure to hear him. "Now, drink your tea," said the mother. "Perhaps you will hear a story." "Yes, if I only knew a fresh one," said the old man, and nodded smilingly. "But how did the little fellow get his wet feet?" he then asked. "That," replied the mother, "nobody can understand." "Will you tell me a story?" asked the boy. "Yes, if you can tell me as nearly as possible how deep is the gutter in the little street where you go to school." "Just half as high as my top boots," replied the boy. "But then I must stand in the deepest holes." "There. Now we know where you got your wet feet," said the old man. "I ought to tell you a story, but the worst of it is, I do not know any more." "You can make one up," said the little boy. "Mother says you can tell a fairy tale about anything you look at or touch." "That is all very well, but such tales or stories are worth nothing. No, the right ones come by themselves and knock at my forehead saying, 'Here I am.'" "Will not one knock soon?" asked the boy. And the mother smiled while she put elder tree blossoms into the teapot and poured boiling water over them. "Pray, tell me a story." "Yes, if stories came by themselves. They are so proud. They only come when they please. But wait," he said suddenly. "There is one. Look at the teapot. There is a story in it now." And the little boy looked at the teapot. The lid rose up gradually. The elder tree blossoms sprang forth one by one, fresh and white. Long boughs came forth. Even out of the spout, they grew up in all directions and formed a bush. Nay, a large elder tree, which stretched its branches up to the bed and pushed the curtains aside. And there were so many blossoms and such a sweet fragrance. In the midst of the tree sat a kindly-looking old woman with a strange dress. It was as green as the leaves and trimmed with large white blossoms, so that it was difficult to say whether it was real cloth or the leaves and blossoms of the elder tree. "What is this woman's name?" asked the little boy. "Well, the Romans and Greeks used to call her a dryad," said the old man, "but we do not understand that. Out in the sailors' quarter, they give her a better name. There she is called Elder Tree Mother. Now, you must attentively listen to her and look at the beautiful elder tree. Just such a large tree, covered with flowers, stands out there. It grew in the corner of an humble little yard. Under this tree sat two old people one afternoon in the beautiful sunshine. He was an old, old sailor, and she his old wife. They had already great-grandchildren, and were soon to celebrate their golden wedding, but they could not remember the date. And the elder tree mother was sitting in the tree and looked as pleased as this one here. "I know very well when the golden wedding is to take place," she said. But they did not hear it. They were talking of bygone days. "Well, do you remember," said the old sailor, "when we were quite small and used to run about and play? It was in the very same yard where we now are. We used to put little branches into the ground and make a garden." "Yes," said the old woman, "I remember it very well. We used to water the branches, and one of them, an elder tree branch, took root and grew and became the large tree under which we are now sitting as old people." "Certainly you are right," he said. "And in yonder corner stood a large water tub. There I used to sail my boat, which I had cut out myself. It sailed so well, but soon I had to sail somewhere else." "But first we went to school to learn something," she said. "And then we were confirmed. We both wept on that day, but in the afternoon we went out hand in hand and ascended the high round tower and looked out into the wide world right over Copenhagen and the sea. Then we walked to Fredericksburg, where the king and the queen were sailing about in their magnificent boat on the canals. But soon I had to sail about somewhere else, and for many years I was traveling about far away from home. And I often cried about you, for I was afraid lest you were drowned and lying at the bottom of the sea. Many a time I got up in the night and looked if the weathercock had turned. It turned often, but you did not return. I remember one day distinctly. The rain was pouring down in torrents. The dustman had come to the house where I was in service. I went down with the dustbin and stood for a moment in the doorway and looked at the dreadful weather. Then the postman gave me a letter. It was from you. Heavens, how that letter had traveled about. I tore it open and read it. I cried and laughed at the same time and was so happy. Therein was written that you were staying in the hot countries, where the coffee grows. These must be marvelous countries. You said a great deal about them, and I read all while the rain was pouring down, and I was standing there with the dustbin. Then suddenly, someone put his arm round my waist. Yes, and you gave him a hearty smack on the cheek, said the old man. I did not know that it was you. You had come as quickly as your letter, and you looked so handsome, and so you do still. You had a large yellow silk handkerchief in your pocket, and a shining hat on. You looked so well, and the weather in the street was horrible. Then we married, he said. Do you remember how we got our first boy? And then Mary, Niels, Peter, John, and Christian. Oh yes. And now they have all grown up and have become useful members of society whom everybody cares for. And their children have had children again, said the old sailor. Yes, these are children's children, and they are strong and healthy. If I am not mistaken, our wedding took place at this season of the year. Yes, today is your golden wedding day, said the little elder tree mother, stretching her head down between the two old people, who thought that she was their neighbor, who was nodding to them. They looked at each other and clasped hands. Soon afterwards, the children and grandchildren came, for they knew very well that it was the golden wedding day. They had already wished them joy and happiness in the morning, but the old people had forgotten it, although they remembered things so well that had passed many, many years ago. The elder tree smelt strongly, and the setting sun illuminated the faces of the two old people so that they looked quite rosy. The youngest of the grandchildren danced round them and cried merrily that there would be a feast in the evening, for they were to have hot potatoes. And the elder mother nodded in the tree and cried, "Hooray!" with the others. But that was no fairy tale, said the little boy, who had listened to it. You will presently understand it, said the old man who told the story. Let us ask little elder tree mother about it. That was no fairy tale, said the little elder tree mother, but now it comes. Real life furnishes us with subjects for the most wonderful fairy tales. For otherwise, my beautiful elder bush could not have grown forth out of the teapot. And then she took the little boy out of bed and placed him on her bosom. The elder branches, full of blossoms, closed over them. It was as if they sat in a thick, leafy bower, which flew with them through the air. It was beautiful beyond all description. The little elder tree mother had suddenly become a charming young girl, but her dress was still of the same green material, covered with white blossoms, as the elder tree mother had worn. She had a real elder blossom on her bosom, and a wreath of the same flowers was wound round her curly golden hair. Her eyes were so large and so blue that it was wonderful to look at them. She and the boy kissed each other, and then they were of the same age and felt the same joys. They walked hand in hand out of the bower, and now stood at home in a beautiful flower garden. Near the green lawn, the father's walking stick was tied to a post. There was life in this stick for the little ones, for as soon as they seated themselves upon it, the polished knob turned into a neighing horse's head. A long black mane was fluttering in the wind, and 4 strong, slender legs grew out. The animal was fiery and spirited. They galloped round the lawn. Hooray! Now we shall ride far away many miles, said the boy. We shall ride to the nobleman's estate where we were last year. And they rode round the lawn again, and the little girl, who, as we know, was no other than the little elder tree mother, continually said, Now we are in the country. Do you see the farmhouse there, with the large baking stove, which projects like a gigantic egg out of the wall into the road? The elder tree spreads its branches over it, and the cock struts about and scratches for the hens. Look how proud he is. Now we are near the church. It stands on a high hill under the spreading oak trees. One of them is half dead. Now we are at the smithy, where the fire roars and the half-naked men beat with their hammers, so that the sparks fly far and wide. Let's be off to the beautiful farm. And they passed by everything. The little girl, who was sitting behind on the stick, described, and the boy saw it. And yet, they only went round the lawn. Then they played in a sidewalk and marked out a little garden on the ground. She took elder blossoms out of her hair and planted them, and they grew exactly like those the old people planted when they were children, as we have heard before. They walked about hand in hand, just as the old couple had done when they were little, but they did not go to the round tower nor to the Fredericksburg garden. No, the little girl seized the boy round the waist, and then they flew far into the country. It was spring, and it became summer. It was autumn, and it became winter, and thousands of pictures reflected themselves in the boy's eyes and heart. And the little girl always sang again, "You will never forget that." And during their whole flight, the elder tree smelt so sweetly. He noticed the roses and the fresh beeches, but the elder tree smelt much stronger, for the flowers were fixed on the little girl's bosom, against which the boy often rested his head during the flight. "It is beautiful here in spring," said the little girl, and they were again in the green beechwood, where the thyme breathed forth sweet fragrance at their feet, and the pink anemones looked lovely in the green moss. Oh, that it were always spring in the fragrant beechwood! "Here it is splendid in summer," she said, and they passed by old castles of the age of chivalry. The high walls and indented battlements were reflected in the water of the ditches, on which swans were swimming and peering into the old shady avenues. The corn waved in the field like a yellow sea. Red and yellow flowers grew in the ditches, wild hops and convolvuli in full bloom in the hedges. In the evening, the moon rose, large and round, and the hayricks in the meadows smelt sweetly. One can never forget it. "Here it is beautiful in autumn," said the little girl, and the atmosphere seemed twice as high and blue, while the wood shone with crimson, green, and gold. The hounds were running off. Flocks of wild fowl flew screaming over the barrows, while the bramble bushes twined round the old stones. The dark blue sea was covered with white-sailed ships, and in the barns sat old women, girls, and children, picking hops into a large tub. The young ones sang songs, and the old people told fairy tales about goblins and sorcerers. It could not be more pleasant anywhere. "Here it's agreeable in winter," said the little girl, and all the trees were covered with hoarfrost, so that they looked like white coral. The snow creaked under one's feet, as if one had new boots on. One shooting star after another traversed the sky. In the room, the Christmas tree was lit, and there were song and merriment. In the peasant's cottage, the violin sounded, and games were played for apple quarters. Even the poorest child said, "It is beautiful in winter," and indeed, it was beautiful. And the little girl showed everything to the boy, and the elder tree continued to breathe forth sweet perfume, while the red flag with the white cross was streaming in the wind. It was the flag under which the old sailor had served. The boy became a youth. He was to go out into the wide world, far away to the countries where the coffee grows. But at parting, the little girl took an elder blossom from her breast and gave it to him as a keepsake. He placed it in his prayer book, and when he opened it in distant lands, it was always at the place where the flower of remembrance was lying. And the more he looked at it, the fresher it became, so that he could almost smell the fragrance of the woods at home He distinctly saw the little girl with her bright blue eyes peeping out from behind the petals, and heard her whispering, "Here it is, beautiful in spring, in summer, in autumn, and in winter," and hundreds of pictures passed through his mind. Thus, many years rolled by. He had now become an old man, and was sitting with his old wife under an elder tree in full bloom. They held each other by the hand, exactly as the great-grandfather and the great-grandmother had done outside. And like them, they talked about bygone days and of their golden wedding. The little girl, with the blue eyes and elder blossoms in her hair, was sitting high up in the tree and nodded to them, saying, "Today is the golden wedding." And then she took 2 flowers out of her wreath and kissed them. They glittered at first like silver, then like gold. And when she placed them on the heads of the old people, each flower became a golden crown. There they both sat like a king and queen under the sweet-smelling tree, which looked exactly like an elder tree. And he told his wife the story of the elder tree mother, as it had been told him when he was a little boy. They were both of opinion that the story contained many points like their own, and these similarities they liked best. "Yes, so it is," said the little girl in the tree. "Some call me Little Elder Tree Mother, others a dryad, but my real name is Remembrance. It is I who sit in the tree which grows and grows. I can remember things and tell stories, but let's see if you have still got your flower." And the old man opened his prayer book. The elder blossom was still in it, and as fresh as if it had only just been put in. Remembrance nodded, and the 2 old people, with the golden crowns on their heads, sat in the glowing evening sun. They closed their eyes and, well, now the story is ended. The little boy in bed did not know whether he had dreamt it or heard it told. The teapot stood on the table, but no elder tree was growing out of it, and the old man who had told the story was on the point of leaving the room, and he did go out. "How beautiful it was," said the little boy. "Mother, I have been to warm countries." "I believe you," said the mother. "If one takes 2 cups of hot elder tea, it is quite natural that one gets into warm countries." And she covered him up well, so that he might not take cold. "You have slept soundly while I was arguing with the old man whether it was a story or a fairy tale." "And what has become of the little elder tree mother?" asked the boy. "She is in the teapot," said the mother, "and there she may remain." The end. Little Ida's flowers. "My poor flowers are quite dead," said little Ida. "They were so pretty yesterday evening, and now all the leaves are hanging down quite withered." "What do they do that for?" she asked of the student who sat on the sofa. She liked him very much. He could tell the most amusing stories and cut out the prettiest pictures. Hearts and ladies dancing, castles with doors that opened, as well as flowers. He was a delightful student. "Why do the flowers look so faded today?" she asked again, and pointed to her nosegay, which was quite withered. "Don't you know what is the matter with them?" said the student. "The flowers were at a ball last night, and therefore it is no wonder they hang their heads." "But flowers cannot dance?" cried little Ida. "Yes, indeed they can," replied the student. "When it grows dark and everybody is asleep, they jump about quite merrily. They have a ball almost every night." "Can children go to these balls?" "Yes," said the student. "Little daisies and lilies of the valley." "Where do the beautiful flowers dance?" asked little Ida. Have you not often seen the large castle outside the gates of the town, where the king lives in summer, and where the beautiful garden is full of flowers? And have you not fed the swans with bread when they swam towards you? Well, the flowers have capital balls there, believe me. I was in the garden out there yesterday with my mother, said Ida, but all the leaves were off the trees, and there was not a single flower left. Where are they? I used to see so many in the summer. They are in the castle, replied the student. You must know that as soon as the king and all the court are gone into the town, the flowers run out of the garden into the castle. And you should see how merry they are. The two most beautiful roses seat themselves on the throne and are called the king and queen. Then all the red coxcombs range themselves on each side and bow. These are the lords in waiting. After that, the pretty flowers come in, and there is a grand ball. The blue violets represent little naval cadets and dance with hyacinths and crocuses, which they call young ladies. The tulips and tiger lilies are the old ladies who sit and watch the dancing, so that everything may be conducted with order and propriety. But, said little Ida, is there no one there to hurt the flowers for dancing in the king's castle? No one knows anything about it, said the student. The old steward of the castle, who has to watch there at night, sometimes comes in. But he carries a great bunch of keys. And as soon as the flowers hear the keys rattle, they run and hide themselves behind the long curtains and stand quite still, just peeping their heads out. Then the old steward says, I smell flowers here, but he cannot see them. Oh, how capital, said little Ida, clapping her hands. Should I be able to see these flowers? Yes, said the student. Mind you think of it the next time you go out. No doubt you will see them, if you peep through the window. I did so today, and I saw a long yellow lily lying stretched out on the sofa. She was a court lady. Can the flowers from the botanical gardens go to these balls? Asked Ida. It is such a distance. Oh, yes, said the student. Whenever they like, for they can fly. Have you not seen those beautiful red, white, and yellow butterflies that look like flowers? They were flowers once. They have flown off their stalks into the air and flap their leaves as if they were little wings to make them fly. Then, if they behave well, they obtain permission to fly about during the day, instead of being obliged to sit still on their stems at home. And so in time, their leaves become real wings. It may be, however, that the flowers in the botanical gardens have never been to the king's palace, and therefore they know nothing of the merry doings at night, which take place there. I will tell you what to do, and the botanical professor, who lives close by here, will be so surprised. You know him very well, do you not? Well, next time you go into his garden, you must tell one of the flowers that there is going to be a grand ball at the castle. Then that flower will tell all the others, and they will fly away to the castle as soon as possible. And when the professor walks into his garden, there will not be a single flower left. How he will wonder what has become of them. But how can one flower tell another? Flowers cannot speak? No, certainly not, replied the student. But they can make signs. Have you not often seen that when the wind blows, they nod at one another and rustle all their green leaves? Can the professor understand the signs? Asked Ida. Yes, to be sure he can. He went one morning into his garden and saw a stinging nettle making signs with its leaves to a beautiful red carnation. It was saying, "You are so pretty. I like you very much." But the professor did not approve of such nonsense, so he clapped his hands on the nettle to stop it. Then the leaves, which are its fingers, stung him so sharply that he has never ventured to touch a nettle since. "Oh, how funny," said Ida, and she laughed. "How can anyone put such notions into a child's head?" said a tiresome lawyer, who had come to pay a visit and sat on the sofa. He did not like the student, and would grumble when he saw him cutting out droll or amusing pictures. Sometimes it would be a man hanging on a gibbet and holding a heart in his hand, as if he had been stealing hearts. Sometimes it was an old witch riding through the air on a broom and carrying her husband on her nose. But the lawyer did not like such jokes, and he would say, as he had just said, "How can anyone put such nonsense into a child's head? What absurd fancies there are." But to little Ida, all these stories which the student told her about the flowers seemed very droll, and she thought over them a great deal. The flowers did hang their heads, because they had been dancing all night and were very tired, and most likely they were ill. Then she took them into the room, where a number of toys lay on a pretty little table, and the whole of the table drawer besides was full of beautiful things. Her doll, Sophie, lay in the doll's bed asleep, and little Ida said to her, "You must really get up, Sophie, and be content to lie in the drawer tonight. The poor flowers are ill, and they must lie in your bed. Then perhaps they will get well again." So she took the doll out, who looked quite cross, and said not a single word, for she was angry at being turned out of her bed. Ida placed the flowers in the doll's bed and drew the quilt over them. Then she told them to lie quite still and be good, while she made some tea for them, so that they might be quite well and able to get up the next morning. And she drew the curtains close round the little bed, so that the sun might not shine in their eyes. During the whole evening, she could not help thinking of what the student had told her. And before she went to bed herself, she was obliged to peep behind the curtains into the garden, where all her mother's beautiful flowers grew, hyacinths and tulips, and many others. Then she whispered to them quite softly, "I know you are going to a ball tonight." But the flowers appeared as if they did not understand, and not a leaf moved. Still, Ida felt quite sure she knew all about it. She lay awake a long time after she was in bed, thinking how pretty it must be to see all the beautiful flowers dancing in the king's garden. "I wonder if my flowers have really been there," she said to herself. And then she fell asleep. In the night, she awoke. She had been dreaming of the flowers and of the student, as well as of the tiresome lawyer who found fault with him. It was quite still in Ida's bedroom. The night lamp burnt on the table, and her father and mother were asleep. "I wonder if my flowers are still lying in Sophie's bed," she thought to herself. "How much I should like to know." She raised herself a little and glanced at the door of the room where all her flowers and playthings lay. It was partly open, and as she listened, it seemed as if someone in the room was playing the piano, but softly and more prettily than she had ever before heard it. "Now, all the flowers are certainly dancing in there," she thought. "Oh, how much I should like to see them." But she did not dare move for fear of disturbing her father and mother. If they would only come in here, she thought. But they did not come, and the music continued to play so beautifully and was so pretty that she could resist no longer. She crept out of her little bed, went softly to the door, and looked into the room. Oh, what a splendid sight there was, to be sure. There was no night lamp burning, but the room appeared quite light, for the moon shone through the window upon the floor and made it almost like day. All the hyacinths and tulips stood in 2 long rows down the room. Not a single flower remained in the window, and the flower pots were all empty. The flowers were dancing gracefully on the floor, making turns and holding each other by their long green leaves as they swung round. At the piano sat a large yellow lily, which little Ida was sure she had seen in the summer, for she remembered the student saying she was very much like Miss Lena, one of Ida's friends. They all laughed at him then, but now it seemed to little Ida as if the tall, yellow flower was really like the young lady. She had just the same manners while playing, bending her long, yellow face from side to side and nodding in time to the beautiful music. Then she saw a large purple crocus jump into the middle of the table where the playthings stood, go up to the doll's bedstead, and draw back the curtains. There lay the sick flowers, but they got up directly and nodded to the others as a sign that they wished to dance with them. The old rough doll with the broken mouth stood up and bowed to the pretty flowers. They did not look ill at all now, but jumped about and were very merry, yet none of them noticed little Ida. Presently, it seemed as if something fell from the table. Ida looked that way and saw a slight carnival rod jumping down among the flowers, as if it belonged to them. It was, however, very smooth and neat, and a little wax doll with a broad-brimmed hat on her head, like the one worn by the lawyer, sat upon it. The carnival rod hopped about among the flowers on its 3 red, stilted feet, and stamped quite loud when it danced the mazurka. The flowers could not perform this dance. They were too light to stamp in that manner. All at once, the wax doll which rode on the carnival rod seemed to grow larger and taller, and it turned round and said to the paper flowers, "How can you put such things in a child's head? They are all foolish fancies." And then the doll was exactly like the lawyer, with the broad-brimmed hat, and looked as yellow and as cross as he did. But the paper dolls struck him on his thin legs, and he shrunk up again and became quite a little wax doll. This was very amusing, and Ida could not help laughing. The carnival rod went on dancing, and the lawyer was obliged to dance also. It was no use. He might make himself great and tall, or remain a little wax doll with a large black hat. Still, he must dance. Then at last the other flowers interceded for him, especially those who had lain in the doll's bed, and the carnival rod gave up his dancing. At the same moment, a loud knocking was heard in the drawer, where Ida's doll Sophie lay with many other toys. Then the rough doll ran to the end of the table, laid himself flat down upon it, and began to pull the drawer out a little way. Then Sophie raised himself and looked round quite astonished. "There must be a ball here tonight," said Sophie. "Why did not somebody tell me?" "Will you dance with me?" said the rough doll. "You are the right sort to dance with, certainly," said she, turning her back upon him. Then she seated herself on the edge of the drawer and thought that perhaps one of the flowers would ask her to dance. But none of them came. Then she coughed, but for all that not one came. The shabby doll now danced quite alone, and not very badly, after all. As none of the flowers seemed to notice Sophie, she let herself down from the drawer to the floor, so as to make a very great noise. All the flowers came round her directly and asked if she had hurt herself, especially those who had lain in her bed. But she was not hurt at all, and Ida's flowers thanked her for the use of the nice bed and were very kind to her. They led her into the middle of the room where the moon shone and danced with her, while all the other flowers formed a circle round them. Then Sophie was very happy and said they might keep her bed. She did not mind lying in the drawer at all. But the flowers thanked her very much and said, "We cannot live long. Tomorrow morning we shall be quite dead, and you must tell little Ida to bury us in the garden, near to the grave of the canary. Then in the summer we shall wake up and be more beautiful than ever." "No, you must not die," said Sophie, as she kissed the flowers. Then the door of the room opened, and a number of beautiful flowers danced in. Ida could not imagine where they could come from, unless they were the flowers from the king's garden. First came 2 lovely roses, with little golden crowns on their heads. These were the king and queen. Beautiful stocks and carnations followed, bowing to everyone present. They had also music with them. Large poppies and peonies had pea shells for instruments, and blew into them till they were quite red in the face. The bunches of blue hyacinths and the little white snowdrops jingled their bell-like flowers as if they were real bells. Then came many more flowers: blue violets, purple heartsease, daisies, and lilies of the valley. And they all danced together and kissed each other. It was very beautiful to behold. At last, the flowers wished each other good night. Then little Ida crept back into her bed again and dreamt of all she had seen. When she arose the next morning, she went quickly to the little table to see if the flowers were still there. She drew aside the curtains of the little bed. There they all lay, but quite faded, much more so than the day before. Sophie was lying in the drawer where Ida had placed her, but she looked very sleepy. "Do you remember what the flowers told you to say to me?" said little Ida. But Sophie looked quite stupid and said not a single word. "You are not kind at all," said Ida, "and yet they all danced with you." Then she took a little paper box, on which were painted beautiful birds, and laid the dead flowers in it. "This shall be your pretty coffin," she said, "and by, when my cousins come to visit me, they shall help me to bury you out in the garden, so that next summer you may grow up again, more beautiful than ever." Her cousins were 2 good-tempered boys, whose names were James and Adolphus. Their father had given them each a bow and arrow, and they had brought them to show Ida. She told them about the poor flowers which were dead, and as soon as they obtained permission, they went with her to bury them. The 2 boys walked first, with their crossbows on their shoulders, and little Ida followed, carrying the pretty box containing the dead flowers. They dug a little grave in the garden. Ida kissed her flowers, and then laid them, with the box, in the earth. James and Adolphus then fired their crossbows over the grave, as they had neither guns nor cannons. The end. Little Took. Yes, they called him Little Took, but it was not his real name. He had called himself so before he could speak plainly, and he meant it for Charles. It was all very well for those who knew him, but not for strangers. Little Took was left at home to take care of his little sister, Gustava, who was much younger than himself, and he had to learn his lessons at the same time, and the two things could not very well be performed together. The poor boy sat there with his sister on his lap and sung to her all the songs he knew, and now and then he looked into his geography lesson that lay open before him. By the next morning, he had to learn by heart all the towns in Zealand and all that could be described of them. His mother came home at last and took little Gustava in her arms. Then Tuk ran to the window and read so eagerly that he nearly read his eyes out, for it had become darker and darker every minute, and his mother had no money to buy a light. "There goes the old washerwoman up the lane," said the mother as she looked out of the window. "The poor woman can hardly drag herself along, and now she had to drag a pail of water from the well. Be a good boy, Tuk, and run across and help the old woman, won't you?" So Tuk ran across quickly and helped her. But when he came back into the room, it was quite dark, and there was not a word said about a light, so he was obliged to go to bed on his little truckle bedstead, and there he lay and thought of his geography lesson and of Zealand and of all the master had told him. He ought really to have read it over again, but he could not for want of light. So he put the geography book under his pillow, for he had heard that this was a great help towards learning a lesson, but not always to be depended upon. He still lay thinking and thinking, when all at once it seemed as if someone kissed him on his eyes and mouth. He slept, and yet he did not sleep, and it appeared as if the old washerwoman looked at him with kind eyes and said, "It would be a great pity if you did not know your lesson tomorrow morning. You helped me, and now I will help you, and Providence will always keep those who help themselves." And at the same time, the book under Tuk's pillow began to move about. "Cluck, cluck," cried a hen as she crept towards him. "I am a hen from Kyoga." And then she told him how many inhabitants the town contained, and about a battle that had been fought there, which really was not worth speaking of. Crack, crack, down fell something. It was a wooden bird, the parrot which is used as a target as Prasto. He said there were as many inhabitants in that town as he had nails in his body. He was very proud and said, "Thorwaldsen lived close to me, and here I am now, quite comfortable." But now little Tuk was no longer in bed. All in a moment he found himself on horseback. Gallop, gallop. Away he went, seated in front of a richly attired knight with a waving plume who held him on the saddle. And so they rode through the wood by the old town of Wordingburg, which was very large and busy. The king's castle was surrounded by lofty towers, and radiant light streamed from all the windows. Within there were songs and dancing. King Waldemar and the young, gaily dressed ladies of the court were dancing together. Morning dawned, and as the sun rose, the whole city and the king's castle sank suddenly down together. One tower after another fell, till at last only one remained standing on the hill where the castle had formerly been. The town now appeared small and poor, and the schoolboys read in their books, which they carried under their arms, that it contained 2,000 inhabitants. But this was a mere boast, for it did not contain so many. And again, little Tuk lay in his bed, scarcely knowing whether he was dreaming or not, for someone stood by him. "Tuk, little Tuk," said a voice. It was a very little person who spoke. He was dressed as a sailor, and looked small enough to be a middy, but he was not one. "I bring you many greetings from Corsair. It is a rising town, full of life, It has steamships and mail coaches. In times past, they used to call it ugly, but that is no longer true. I lie on the seashore, said Corsor. I have high roads and pleasure gardens. I have given birth to a poet who is witty and entertaining, which they are not all. I once wanted to fit out a ship to sail round the world, but I did not accomplish it, though most likely I might have done so. But I am fragrant with perfume, for close to my gates, most lovely roses bloom. Then before the eyes of little Took appeared a confusion of colors, red and green, but it cleared off, and he could distinguish a cliff close to the bay, the slopes of which were quite overgrown with verdure, and on its summit stood a fine old church with pointed towers. Springs of water flowed out of the cliff in thick waterspouts, so that there was a continual splashing. Close by sat an old king with a golden crown on his white head. This was King Hror of the Springs, and near the springs stood the town of Roskilde, as it is called. Then all the kings and queens of Denmark went up the ascent to the old church, hand in hand, with golden crowns on their heads, while the organ played and the fountains sent forth jets of water. Little Took saw and heard it all. Don't forget the names of these towns, said King Hror. All at once, everything vanished. But where? It seemed to him like turning over the leaves of a book. And now there stood before him an old peasant woman who had come from Sorrow, where the grass grows in the marketplace. She had a green linen apron thrown over her head and shoulders, and it was quite wet, as if it had been raining heavily. Yes, that it has, said she. And then, just as she was going to tell him a great many pretty stories from Holberg's comedies, and about Waldemar and Absalom, she suddenly shrunk up together and wagged her head as if she were a frog about to spring. Croak, she cried. It is always wet, and as quiet as death in Sorrow. Then little Took saw she was changed into a frog. Croak, and again she was an old woman. One must dress according to the weather, said she. It is wet, and my town is just like a bottle. By the cork we must go in, and by the cork we must come out again. In olden times I had beautiful fish, and now I have fresh, rosy-cheeked boys in the bottom of the bottle, and they learn wisdom, Hebrew and Greek. Croak. How it sounded like the cry of the frogs on the moor, or like the creaking of great boots when someone is marching. Always the same tone, so monotonous and wearing, that little Took at length fell fast asleep, and then the sound could not annoy him. But even in this sleep came a dream or something like it. His little sister Gustava, with her blue eyes and fair curly hair, had grown up a beautiful maiden all at once, and without having wings, she could fly. And they flew together over Zealand, over green forests and blue lakes. Hark! So you hear the cockcrow, little Took? Cock-a-doodle-doo. The fowls are flying out of Kyoga. You shall have a large farmyard. You shall never suffer hunger or want. The bird of good omen shall be yours, and you shall become a rich and happy man. Your house shall rise up like King Waldemar's towers, and shall be richly adorned with marble statues, like those at Prasto. Understand me well. Your name shall travel with fame round the world, like the ship that was to sail from Corsor, and at Roskilde, don't forget the names of the towns, as King Hror said. You shall speak well and clearly, little Took, and when at last you lie in your grave, you shall sleep peacefully, as if I lay in sorrow, said little Took, awaking. It was bright daylight, and he could not remember his dream, But that was not necessary, for we are not to know what will happen to us in the future. Then he sprang out of bed quickly and read over his lesson in the book, and knew it all at once, quite correctly. The old washerwoman put her head in at the door and nodded to him quite kindly and said, "Many thanks, you good child, for your help yesterday. I hope all your beautiful dreams will come true." Little Tuk did not at all know what he had dreamt, but one above did. The end. The loveliest rose in the world. There lived once a great queen, in whose garden were found at all seasons the most splendid flowers, and from every land in the world. She specially loved roses, and therefore she possessed the most beautiful varieties of this flower, from the wild hedge rose, with its apple-scented leaves, to the splendid Provence rose. They grew near the shelter of the walls, wound themselves round columns and window frames, crept along passages and over the ceilings of the halls. They were of every fragrance and color, but care and sorrow dwelt within these halls. The queen lay upon a sick bed, and the doctors declared that she must die. "There is still one thing that could save her," said one of the wisest among them. "Bring her the loveliest rose in the world, one which exhibits the purest and brightest love, and if it is brought to her before her eyes close, she will not die." Then from all parts came those who brought roses that bloomed in every garden, but they were not the right sort. The flower must be one from the garden of love, but which of the roses there showed forth the highest and purest love? The poets sang of this rose, the loveliest in the world, and each named one which he considered worthy of that title, and intelligence of what was required was sent far and wide to every heart that beat with love, to every class, age, and condition. "No one has yet named the flower," said the wise man. "No one has pointed out the spot where it blooms in all its splendor. It is not a rose from the coffin of Romeo and Juliet, or from the grave of Walberg, though these roses will live in everlasting song. It is not one of the roses which sprouted forth from the blood-stained fame of Winkelried, the blood which flows from the breast of a hero who dies for his country is sacred, and his memory is sweet, and no rose can be redder than the blood which flows from his veins. Neither is it the magic flower of science, to obtain which wondrous flower a man devotes many an hour of his fresh young life in sleepless nights in a lonely chamber. "I know where it blooms," said a happy mother, who came with her lovely child to the bedside of the queen. "I know where the loveliest rose in the world is. It is seen on the blooming cheeks of my sweet child, when it expresses the pure and holy love of infancy. When refreshed by sleep, it opens its eyes and smiles upon me with childlike affection." "This is a lovely rose," said the wise man, "but there is one still more lovely." "Yes, one far more lovely," said one of the women. "I have seen it, and a loftier and purer rose does not bloom, but it was white, like the leaves of a blush rose. I saw it on the cheeks of the queen. She had taken off her golden crown, and through the long, dreary night, she carried her sick child in her arms. She wept over it, kissed it, and prayed for it as only a mother can pray in that hour of her anguish. Holy and wonderful in its might is the white rose of grief, but it is not the one we seek. No, the loveliest rose in the world I saw at the Lord's table," said the good old bishop. "I saw it shine as if an angel's face had appeared. A young maiden knelt at the altar and renewed the vows made at her baptism, and there were white roses and red roses on the blushing cheeks of that young girl. She looked up to heaven with all the purity and love of her young spirit, in all the expression of the highest and purest love. "May she be blessed," said the wise man, "but no one has yet named the loveliest rose in the world." Then there came into the room a child, the queen's little son. Tears stood in his eyes and glistened on his cheeks. He carried a great book, and the binding was of velvet with silver clasps. "Mother," cried the little boy, "only hear what I have read." And the child seated himself by the bedside and read from the book of him who suffered death on the cross to save all men, even who are yet unborn. He read, "Greater love hath no man than this." And as he read, a roseate hue spread over the cheeks of the queen, and her eyes became so enlightened and clear that she saw from the leaves of the book a lovely rose spring forth, a type of him who shed his blood on the cross. "I see it," she said. "He who beholds this, the loveliest rose on earth, shall never die." The end. The mail coach passengers. It was bitterly cold. The sky glittered with stars, and not a breeze stirred. Bump! An old pot was thrown at a neighbor's door, and bang, bang went the guns, for they were greeting the new year. It was New Year's Eve, and the church clock was striking 12. Tantara sounded the horn, and the mail coach came lumbering up. The clumsy vehicle stopped at the gate of the town. All the places had been taken, for there were 12 passengers in the coach. "Hooray," said the people in the town, for in every house the new year was being welcomed. And as the clock struck, they stood up, the full glasses in their hands, to drink success to the newcomer. "A happy new year," was the cry. A pretty wife, plenty of money, and no sorrow or care. The wish passed round, and the glasses clashed together till they rang again, while before the town gate the mail coach stopped with the 12 strange passengers. And who were these strangers? Each of them had his passport and his luggage with him. They even brought presents for me, and for you, and for all the people in the town. Who were they? What did they want? And what did they bring with them? "Good morning," they said to the sentry at the town gate. "Good morning," replied the sentry, for the clock had struck 12. "Your name and profession?" asked the sentry of the one who alighted first from the carriage. "See for yourself in the passport," he replied. "I am myself." And a famous fellow he looked, arrayed in bearskin and fur boots. "I am the man on whom many persons fix their hopes. Come to me tomorrow, and I'll give you a New Year's present. I throw shillings and pence among the people. I give balls, no less than 31. Indeed, that is the highest number I can spare for balls. My ships are often frozen in, but in my offices it is warm and comfortable. My name is January. I'm a merchant, and I generally bring my accounts with me." Then the second alighted. He seemed a merry fellow. He was a director of a theater, a manager of masked balls, and a leader of all the amusements we can imagine. His luggage consisted of a great cask. "We'll dance the bung out of the cask at carnival time," said he. "I'll prepare a merry tune for you, and for myself too. Unfortunately, I have not long to live, the shortest time, in fact, of my whole family, only 28 days. Sometimes they pop me in a day extra, but I trouble myself very little about that." "Hurrah!" "You must not shout so," said the sentry. "Certainly I may shout," retorted the man. "I'm Prince Carnival, traveling under the name of February." The third now got out. He looked a personification of fasting, but he carried his nose very high, for he was related to the 40 Knights and was a weather prophet. But that is not a very lucrative office, and therefore he praised fasting. In his buttonhole, he carried a little bunch of violets, but they were very small. "March, march," the fourth called after him, slapping him on the shoulder. "Don't you smell something? Make haste into the guardroom. They're drinking punch there. That's your favorite drink. I can smell it out here already. Forward, Master March." But it was not true. The speaker only wanted to remind him of his name and to make an April fool of him. For with that fun, the fourth generally began his career. He looked very jovial, did little work, and had the more holidays. "If the world were only a little more settled," said he. "But sometimes I'm obliged to be in a good humor, and sometimes a bad one, according to circumstances. Now rain, now sunshine. I'm kind of a house agent, also a manager of funerals. I can laugh or cry according to circumstances. I have my summer wardrobe in this box here, but it would be very foolish to put it on now. Here I am. On Sundays, I go out walking in shoes and white silk stockings and a muff." After him, a lady stepped out of the coach. She called herself Miss May. She wore a summer dress and overshoes. Her dress was a light green, and she wore anemones in her hair. She was so scented with wild thyme that it made the sentry sneeze. "Your health, and God bless you," was her salutation to him. How pretty she was, and such a singer. Not a theater singer, nor a ballad singer. No, but a singer of the woods. For she wandered through the gay green forest and had a concert there for her own amusement. "Now comes the young lady," said those in the carriage. And out stepped a young dame, delicate, proud, and pretty. It was Mistress June, in whose service people become lazy and fond of sleeping for hours. She gives a feast on the longest day of the year, that there may be time for her guests to partake of the numerous dishes at her table. Indeed, she keeps her own carriage, but still she traveled by the mail with the rest, because she wished to show that she was not high-minded. But she was not without a protector. Her younger brother, July, was with her. He was a plump young fellow, clad in summer garments and wearing a straw hat. He had but very little luggage with him, because it was so cumbersome in the great heat. He had, however, swimming trousers with him, which are nothing to carry. Then came the mother herself, in crinoline, Madame Auguste, a wholesale dealer in fruit, proprietress of a large number of fish ponds and a land cultivator. She was fat and heated, yet she could use her hands well, and would herself carry out beer to the laborers in the field. "In the sweat of the face shalt thou eat bread," said she. "It is written in the Bible." After work came the recreations, dancing and playing in the greenwood, and the harvest homes. She was a thorough housewife. After her, a man came out of the coach, who was a painter. He is the great master of colors, and is named September. The forest, on his arrival, had to change its colors when he wished it. And how beautiful are the colors he chooses. The woods glow with hues of red and gold and brown. This great master painter could whistle like a blackbird. He was quick in his work, and soon entwined the tendrils of the hop plant around his beer jug. This was an ornament to the jug, and he has a great love for ornament. There he stood with his color pot in his hand, and that was the whole of his luggage. A landowner followed, who in the month for sowing seed attended to the plowing, and was fond of field sports. Squire October brought his dog and his gun with him, and had nuts in his game bag. Crack, crack. He had a great deal of luggage, even an English plough. He spoke of farming, but what he said could scarcely be heard for the coughing and gasping of his neighbor. It was November, who coughed violently as he got out. He had a cold, which caused him to use his pocket handkerchief continually. And yet he said he was obliged to accompany servant girls to their new places and initiate them into their winter service. He said he thought his cold would never leave him when he went out woodcutting, for he was a master sawyer and had to supply wood to the whole parish. He spent his evenings preparing wooden soles for skates, for he knew, he said, that in a few weeks these shoes would be wanted for the amusement of skating. At length, the last passenger made her appearance, old Mother December, with her fire stool. The dame was very old, but her eyes glistened like two stars. She carried on her arm a flower pot in which a little fir tree was growing. "This tree I shall guard and cherish," she said, "that it may grow large by Christmas Eve and reach from the ground to the ceiling, to be covered and adorned with flaming candles, golden apples, and little figures. The fire stool will be as warm as a stove, and I shall then bring a storybook out of my pocket and read aloud till all the children in the room are quite quiet. Then the little figures on the tree will become lively, and the little waxen angel at the top spread out his wings of gold leaf and fly down from his green perch. He will kiss everyone in the room, great and small. Yes, even the poor children who stand in the passage or out in the street singing a carol about the Star of Bethlehem." "Well, now the coach may drive away," said the sentry. "We have the whole 12. Let the horses be put up." "First, let all the 12 come to me," said the captain on duty, "one after another. The passports I will keep here. Each of them is available for 1 month. When that has passed, I shall write the behavior of each on his passport. Mr. January, have the goodness to come here." And Mr. January stepped forward. "When a year has passed, I think I shall be able to tell you what the 12 passengers have brought to you, to me, and to all of us. Now, I do not know, and probably even they don't know themselves, for we live in strange times." The end. The Metal Pig. In the city of Florence, not far from the Piazza del Granduca, runs a little street called Porta Rossa. In this street, just in front of the marketplace where vegetables are sold, stands a pig made of brass and curiously formed. The bright color has been changed by age to dark green, but clear, fresh water pours from the snout, which shines as if it had been polished. And so indeed it has, for hundreds of poor people and children seize it in their hands as they place their mouths close to the mouth of the animal to drink. It is quite a picture to see a half-naked boy clasping the well-formed creature by the head as he presses his rosy lips against its jaws. Everyone who visits Florence can very quickly find the place. He has only to ask the first beggar he meets for the metal pig, and he will be told where it is. It was late on a winter evening. The mountains were covered with snow, but the moon shone brightly, and moonlight in Italy is like a dull winter's day in the north. Indeed, it is better, for clear air seems to raise us above the earth, while in the north, a cold, gray, leaden sky appears to press us down to earth, even as the cold, damp earth shall one day press on us in the grave. in the garden of the Grand Duke's palace, under the roof of one of the wings, where 1,000 roses bloom in winter, a little ragged boy had been sitting the whole day long. A boy who might serve as a type of Italy, lovely and smiling, and yet still suffering. He was hungry and thirsty, yet no one gave him anything. And when it became dark, and they were about to close the gardens, the porter turned him out. He stood a long time musing on the bridge, which crosses the Arno, and looking at the glittering stars reflected in the water which flowed between him and the elegant marble bridge della Trinita. He then walked away towards the metal pig, half knelt down, clasped it with his arms, and then put his mouth to the shining snout and drank deep draughts of the fresh water. Close by lay a few salad leaves and 2 chestnuts, which were to serve for his supper. No one was in the street but himself. It belonged only to him, so he boldly seated himself on the pig's back, leaned forward so that his curly head could rest on the head of the animal, and before he was aware, he fell asleep. It was midnight. The metal pig raised himself gently, and the boy heard him say quite distinctly, "Hold tight, little boy, for I am going to run." And away he started for a most wonderful ride. First, they arrived at the Piazza del Granduca, and the metal horse, which bears the Duke's statue, neighed aloud. The painted coats of arms on the old council house shone like transparent pictures, and Michelangelo's David tossed his sling. It was as if everything had life. The metallic groups of figures, among which were Perseus and the Rape of the Sabines, looked like living persons, and cries of terror sounded from them all across the noble square. By the Palazzo degli Uffizi, in the arcade, where the nobility assemble for the carnival, the metal pig stopped. "Hold fast," said the animal. "Hold fast, for I am going upstairs." The little boy said not a word. He was half pleased and half afraid. They entered a long gallery where the boy had been before. The walls were resplendent with paintings. Here stood statues and busts, all in a clear light as if it were day. But the grandest appeared when the door of a side room opened. The little boy could remember what beautiful things he had seen there. But tonight, everything shone in its brightest colors. Here stood the figure of a beautiful woman, as beautifully sculptured as possible by one of the great masters. Her graceful limbs appeared to move. Dolphins sprang at her feet, and immortality shone from her eyes. The world called her the Venus de Medici. By her side were statues in which the spirit of life breathed in stone. Figures of men, one of whom whetted his sword and was named the Grinder. Wrestling gladiators formed another group. The sword had been sharpened for them, and they strove for the goddess of beauty. The boy was dazzled by so much glitter, for the walls were gleaming with bright colors. All appeared living reality. As they passed from hall to hall, beauty everywhere showed itself. And as the metal pig went step by step from one picture to the other, the little boy could see it all plainly. One glory eclipsed another. Yet there was one picture that fixed itself on the little boy's memory, more especially because of the happy children it represented. For these the little boy had seen in daylight. Many passed this picture by with indifference, and yet it contains a treasure of poetic feeling. It represents Christ descending into Hades. They are not the lost whom the spectator sees, but the heathen of olden times. The Florentine, Angiolo Bronzino, painted this picture. Most beautiful is the expression on the face of the 2 children, who appear to have full confidence that they shall reach heaven at last. They are embracing each other, and one little one stretches out his hand towards another who stands below him and points to himself as if he were saying, "I am going to heaven." The older people stand as if uncertain, yet hopeful, and they bow in humble adoration to the Lord Jesus. On this picture, the boy's eyes rested longer than on any other. The metal pig stood still before it. A low sigh was heard. Did it come from the picture or from the animal? The boy raised his hands towards the smiling children, and then the pig ran off with him through the open vestibule. Thank you, you beautiful animal," said the little boy, caressing the metal pig as it ran down the steps. "Thanks to yourself also," replied the metal pig. "I have helped you, and you have helped me, for it is only when I have an innocent child on my back that I receive the power to run. Yes, as you see, I can even venture under the rays of the lamp in front of the picture of the Madonna, but I may not enter the church, still from without. And while you are upon my back, I may look in through the open door. Do not get down yet, for if you do, then I shall be lifeless, as you have seen me in the Porta Rosa." "I will stay with you, my dear creature," said the little boy. So then they went on at a rapid pace through the streets of Florence, till they came to the square before the church of Santa Croce. The folding doors flew open, and light streamed from the altar through the church into the deserted square. A wonderful blaze of light streamed from one of the monuments in the left side aisle, and 1,000 moving stars seemed to form a glory round it. Even the coat of arms on the tombstone shone, and a red ladder on a blue field gleamed like fire. It was the grave of Galileo. The monument is unadorned, but the red ladder is an emblem of art, signifying that the way to glory leads up a shining ladder, on which the prophets of mind rise to heaven, like Elias of old. In the right aisle of the church, every statue on the richly carved sarcophagi seemed endowed with life. Here stood Michelangelo. There Dante, with the laurel wreath round his brow, Alfieri and Machiavelli. For here, side by side, rest the great men, the pride of Italy. The church itself is very beautiful, even more beautiful than the marble cathedral at Florence, though not so large. It seemed as if the carved vestments stirred, and as if the marble figures they covered raised their heads higher to gaze upon the brightly colored glowing altar where the white-robed boys swung the golden censers amid music and song, while the strong fragrance of incense filled the church and streamed forth into the square. The boy stretched forth his hands towards the light, and at the same moment the metal pig started again so rapidly that he was obliged to cling tightly to him. The wind whistled in his ears. He heard the church door creak on its hinges as it closed, and it seemed to him as if he had lost his senses. Then a cold shudder passed over him, and he awoke. It was morning. The metal pig stood in its old place on the Porta Rosa, and the boy found he had slipped nearly off its back. Fear and trembling came upon him as he thought of his mother. She had sent him out the day before to get some money. He had not done so, and now he was hungry and thirsty. Once more he clasped the neck of his metal horse, kissed its nose, and nodded farewell to it. Then he wandered away into one of the narrowest streets, where there was scarcely room for a loaded donkey to pass. A great iron-bound door stood ajar. He passed through and climbed up a brick staircase with dirty walls and a rope for a balustrade, till till he came to an open gallery hung with rags. From here, a flight of steps led down to a court, where from a well water was drawn up by iron rollers to the different stories of the house, and where the water buckets hung side by side. Sometimes the roller and the bucket danced in the air, splashing the water all over the court. Another broken-down staircase led from the gallery, and 2 Russian sailors running down it almost upset the poor boy. They were coming from their nightly carousal. A woman not very young, with an unpleasant face and a quantity of black hair, followed them. "What have you brought home?" she asked when she saw the boy. "Don't be angry," he pleaded. "I received nothing. I have nothing at all." And he seized his mother's dress and would have kissed it. Then they went into a little room. I need not describe it, but only say that there stood in it an earthen pot with handles, made for holding fire, which in Italy is called a marito. This pot she took in her lap, warmed her fingers, and pushed the boy with her elbow. "Certainly, you must have some money," she said. The boy began to cry, and then she struck him with her foot till he cried out louder. "Will you be quiet, or I'll break your screaming head?" And she swung about the fire pot, which she held in her hand, while the boy crouched to the earth and screamed. Then a neighbor came in, and she had also a marito under her arm. "Felicita," she said, "what are you doing to the child?" "The child is mine," she answered. "I can murder him if I like, and you too, Janina." And then she swung about the fire pot. The other woman lifted up hers to defend herself, and the 2 pots clashed together so violently that they were dashed to pieces, and fire and ashes flew about the room. The boy rushed out at the sight, sped across the courtyard, and fled from the house. The poor child ran till he was quite out of breath. At last, he stopped at the church, the doors of which were open to him the night before, and went in. Here, everything was bright, and the boy knelt down by the first tomb on his right, the grave of Michelangelo, and sobbed as if his heart would break. People came and went. Mass was performed, but no one noticed the boy, excepting an elderly citizen who stood still and looked at him for a moment, and then went away like the rest. Hunger and thirst overpowered the child, and he became quite faint and ill. At last, he crept into a corner behind the marble monuments and went to sleep. Towards evening, he was awakened by a pull at his sleeve. He started up, and the same old citizen stood before him. "Are you ill? Where do you live? Have you been here all day?" were some of the questions asked by the old man. After hearing his answers, the old man took him home to a small house close by, in a back street. They entered a glovemaker's shop, where a woman sat sewing busily. A little white poodle, so closely shaven that his pink skin could plainly be seen, frisked about the room and gamboled upon the boy. "Innocent souls are soon intimate," said the woman, as she caressed both the boy and the dog. These good people gave the child food and drink, and said he should stay with them all night, and that the next day the old man, who was called Giuseppe, would go and speak to his mother. A little homely bed was prepared for him, but to him, who had so often slept on the hard stones, it was a royal couch, and he slept sweetly and dreamed of the splendid pictures and of the metal pig. Giuseppe went out the next morning, and the poor child was not glad to see him go, for he knew that the old man was gone to his mother, and that, perhaps, he would have to go back. He wept at the thought, and then he played with the little, lively dog, and kissed it, while the old woman looked kindly at him to encourage him. And what news did Giuseppe bring back? At first, the boy could not hear, for he talked a great deal to his wife, and she nodded and stroked the boy's cheek. Then she said, "He is a good lad. He shall stay with us. He may become a clever glove maker like you. Look what delicate fingers he has got. Madonna intended him for a glove maker." So the boy stayed with them, and the woman herself taught him to sew. And he ate well, and slept well, and became very merry. But at last he began to tease Bellissima, as the little dog was called. This made the woman angry, and she scolded him and threatened him, which made him very unhappy. And he went and sat in his own room full of sad thoughts. This chamber looked upon the street, in which hung skins to dry, and there were thick iron bars across his window. That night he lay awake, thinking of the metal pig. Indeed, it was always in his thoughts. Suddenly, he fancied he heard feet outside going pit-a-pat. He sprung out of bed and went to the window. Could it be the metal pig? But there was nothing to be seen. Whatever he had heard had passed already. Next morning, their neighbor, the artist, passed by, carrying a paint box and a large roll of canvas. "Help the gentleman to carry his box of colors," said the woman to the boy, and he obeyed instantly, took the box, and followed the painter. They walked on till they reached the picture gallery, and mounted the same staircase up which he had ridden that night on the metal pig. He remembered all the statues and pictures, the beautiful marble Venus, and again he looked at the Madonna with the Savior and St. John. They stopped before the picture by Bronzino, in which Christ is represented as standing in the lower world, with the children smiling before him, in the sweet expectation of entering heaven. And the poor boy smiled too, for here was his heaven. "You may go home now," said the painter, while the boy stood watching him till he had set up his easel. "May I see you paint?" asked the boy. "May I see you put the picture on this white canvas?" "I am not going to paint yet," replied the artist. Then he brought out a piece of chalk. His hand moved quickly, and his eye measured the great picture. And though nothing appeared but a faint line, the figure of the Savior was as clearly visible as in the colored picture. "Why don't you go?" said the painter. Then the boy wandered home silently and seated himself on the table and learned to sew gloves. But all day long his thoughts were in the picture gallery, and so he pricked his fingers and was awkward. But he did not tease Bellissima. When evening came and the house door stood open, he slipped out. It was a bright, beautiful, starlight evening, but rather cold. Away he went through the already deserted streets, and soon came to the metal pig. He stooped down and kissed its shining nose, and then seated himself on its back. "You happy creature," he said. "How I have longed for you. We must take a ride tonight." But the metal pig lay motionless, while the fresh stream gushed forth from its mouth. The little boy still sat astride on its back when he felt something pulling at his clothes. He looked down, and there was Bellissima, little smooth-shaven Bellissima, barking as if she would have said, "Here I am too. Why are you sitting there?" A fiery dragon could not have frightened the little boy so much as did the little dog in this place. Bellissima in the street, and not dressed, as the old lady called it. What would be the end of this? The dog never went out in winter, unless she was attired in a little lambskin coat which had been made for her. It was fastened round the little dog's neck and body with red ribbons, and was decorated with rosettes and little bells. The dog looked almost like a little kid when she was allowed to go out in winter and trot after her mistress. And now here she was in the cold and not dressed. Oh, how would it end? All his fancies were quickly put to flight. Yet he kissed the metal pig once more, and then took Bellissima in his arms. The poor little thing trembled so with cold that the boy ran homeward as fast as he could. "What are you running away with there?" asked two of the police whom he met, and at whom the dog barked. "Where have you stolen that pretty dog?" they asked, and they took it away from him. "Oh, I have not stolen it. Do give it to me back again," cried the boy despairingly. "If you have not stolen it, you may say at home that they can send to the watch house for the dog." Then they told him where the watch house was, and went away with Bellissima. Here was a dreadful trouble. The boy did not know whether he had better jump into the Arno or go home and confess everything. They would certainly kill him, he thought. Well, I would gladly be killed, he reasoned, for then I shall die and go to heaven. And so he went home, almost hoping for death. The door was locked, and he could not reach the knocker. No one was in the street, so he took up a stone, and with it made a tremendous noise at the door. "Who is there?" asked somebody from within. "It is I," said he. "Bellissima is gone. Open the door, and then kill me." Then, indeed, there was a great panic. Madame was so very fond of Bellissima. She immediately looked at the wall where the dog's dress usually hung, and there was the little lambskin. "Bellissima in the watch house," she said. "You bad boy. How did you entice her out? Poor little delicate thing, with those rough policemen, and she'll be frozen with cold." Giuseppe went off at once, while his wife lamented, and the boy wept. Several of the neighbors came in, and amongst them the painter. He took the boy between his knees and questioned him. And, in broken sentences, he soon heard the whole story, and also about the metal pig and the wonderful ride to the picture gallery, which was certainly rather incomprehensible. The painter, however, consoled the little fellow and tried to soften the lady's anger, but she would not be pacified till her husband returned with Bellissima, who had been with the police. Then there was great rejoicing, and the painter caressed the boy and gave him a number of pictures. Oh, what beautiful pictures these were! Figures with funny heads. And above all, the metal pig was there too. Oh, nothing could be more delightful. By means of a few strokes, it was made to appear on the paper, and even the house that stood behind it had been sketched in. Oh, if he could only draw and paint. He who could do this could conjure all the world before him. The first leisure moment during the next day, the boy got a pencil, and on the back of one of the other drawings, he attempted to copy the drawing of the metal pig, and he succeeded. Certainly, it was rather crooked, rather up and down, one leg thick and another thin. Still, it was like the copy, and he was overjoyed at what he had done. The pencil would not go quite as it ought. He had found that out. But the next day, he tried again. A second pig was drawn by the side of the first, and this looked 100 times better. And the third attempt was so good that everybody might know what it was meant to represent. And now the glove-making went on, but slowly. The orders given by the shops in the town were not finished quickly, for the metal pig had taught the boy that all objects may be drawn upon paper, and Florence is a picture book in itself, for anyone who chooses to turn over its pages. On the Piazza del Trinita stands a slender pillar, and upon it is the goddess of justice, blindfolded, with her scales in her hand. She was soon represented on paper, and it was the glovemaker's boy who placed her there. His collection of pictures increased, but as yet they were only copies of lifeless objects, when one day Bellissima came gambolling before him. "Stand still," cried he, "and I will draw you beautifully to put amongst my collection." But Bellissima would not stand still, so she must be bound fast in one position. He tied her head and tail, but she barked and jumped, and so pulled and tightened the string that she was nearly strangled. And just then her mistress walked in. "You wicked boy," the poor little creature was all she could utter. She pushed the boy from her, thrust him away with her foot, called him a most ungrateful, good-for-nothing, wicked boy, and forbade him to enter the house again. Then she wept and kissed her little, half-strangled Bellissima. At this moment, the painter entered the room. In the year 1834, there was an exhibition in the Academy of Arts at Florence. Two pictures, placed side by side, attracted a large number of spectators. The smaller of the two represented a little boy sitting at a table, drawing. Before him was a little white poodle, curiously shaven. But as the animal would not stand still, it had been fastened with a string to its head and tail to keep it in one position. The truthfulness and life in this picture interested everyone. The painter was said to be a young Florentine who had been found in the streets when a child by an old glovemaker who had brought him up. The boy had taught himself to draw. It was also said that a young artist, now famous, had discovered talent in the child just as he was about to be sent away for having tied up Madame's favorite little dog and using it as a model. The glovemaker's boy had also become a great painter, as the picture proved. But the larger picture by its side was a still greater proof of his talent. It represented a handsome boy, clothed in rags, lying asleep and leaning against the metal pig in the street of the Porta Rosa. All the spectators knew the spot well. The child's arms were round the neck of the pig, and he was in a deep sleep. The lamp before the picture of the Madonna threw a strong, effective light on the pale, delicate face of the child. It was a beautiful picture. A large gilt frame surrounded it, and on one corner of the frame, a laurel wreath had been hung, but a black band twined unseen among the green leaves, and a streamer of crepe hung down from it. For within the last few days, the young artist had died. The end. The money box. In a nursery where a number of toys lay scattered about, a money box stood on the top of a very high wardrobe. It was made of clay in the shape of a pig and had been bought of the potter. In the back of the pig was a slit, and this slit had been enlarged with a knife so that dollars or crown pieces might slip through. And indeed, there were two in the box, besides a number of pence. The money pig was stuffed so full that it could no longer rattle, which is the highest state of perfection to which a money pig can attain. There he stood upon the cupboard, high and lofty, looking down upon everything else in the room. He knew very well that he had enough inside him to buy up all the other toys, and this gave him a very good opinion of his own value. The rest thought of this fact also, although they did not express it, for there were so many other things to talk about, A large doll, still handsome, though rather old, for her neck had been mended, lay inside one of the drawers, which was partly open. She called out to the others, "Let us have a game at being men and women. That is something worth playing at." Upon this, there was a great uproar. Even the engravings, which hung in frames on the wall, turned round in their excitement, and showed that they had a wrong side to them, although they had not the least intention to expose themselves in this way, or to object to the game. It was late at night, but as the moon shone through the windows, they had light at a cheap rate, and as the game was now to begin, all were invited to take part in it, even the children's wagon, which certainly belonged to the coarser playthings. "Each has its own value," said the wagon. "We cannot all be noblemen. There must be some to do the work." The money pig was the only one who received a written invitation. He stood so high that they were afraid he would not accept a verbal message. But in his reply, he said, if he had to take a part, he must enjoy the sport from his own home. They were to arrange for him to do so, and so they did. The little toy theater was therefore put up in such a way that the money pig could look directly into it. Some wanted to begin with a comedy, and afterwards to have a tea party and a discussion for mental improvement, but they commenced with the latter first. The rocking horse spoke of training and races, the wagon of railways and steam power, for these subjects belonged to each of their professions, and it was right they should talk of them. The clock talked politics, tick, tick. He professed to know what was the time of day, but there was a whisper that he did not go correctly. The bamboo cane stood by, looking stiff and proud. He was vain of his brass ferrule and silver top, and on the sofa lay 2 worked cushions, pretty but stupid. When the play at the little theater began, the rest sat and looked on. They were requested to applaud and stamp, or crack, when they felt gratified with what they saw. But the riding whip said he never cracked for old people, only for the young who were not yet married. "I crack for everybody," said the cracker. "Yes, and a fine noise you make," thought the audience as the play went on. It was not worth much, but it was very well played, and all the characters turned their painted sides to the audience, for they were made only to be seen on one side. The acting was wonderful, excepting that sometimes they came out beyond the lamps, because the wires were a little too long. The doll, whose neck had been darned, was so excited that the place in her neck burst, and the money pig declared he must do something for one of the players, as they had all pleased him so much. So he made up his mind to remember one of them in his will, as the one to be buried with him in the family vault, whenever that event should happen. They all enjoyed the comedy so much that they gave up all thoughts of the tea party, and only carried out their idea of intellectual amusement, which they called playing at men and women. And there was nothing wrong about it, for it was only play. All the while, each one thought most of himself, or of what the money pig could be thinking. His thoughts were on, as he supposed, a very distant time, of making his will, and of his burial, and of when it might all come to pass. Certainly sooner than he expected, for all at once down he came from the top of the press, fell on the ground, and was broken to pieces. Then the pennies hopped and danced about in the most amusing manner. The little ones twirled round like tops, and the large ones rolled away as far as they could, especially the one great silver crown piece, who had often to go out into the world. And now he had his wish, as well as all the rest of the money. The pieces of the money pig were thrown into the dustbin, and the next day there stood a new money pig on the cupboard. But it had not a farthing in its inside yet, and therefore, like the old one, it could not rattle. This was the beginning with him, and we will make it the end of our story. The end. The Neighbouring Families. One would have thought that something important was going on in the duck pond, but it was nothing after all. All the ducks lying quietly on the water or standing on their heads in it, for they could do that, at once swarmed to the sides. The traces of their feet were seen in the wet earth, and their cackling was heard far and wide. The water, which a few moments before had been as clear and smooth as a mirror, became very troubled. Before, every tree, every neighboring bush, the old farmhouse with the holes in the roof, and the swallow's nest, and especially the great rose bush full of flowers, had been reflected in it. The rose bush covered the wall and hung out over the water, in which everything was seen as if in a picture, except that it all stood on its head. But when the water was troubled, everything got mixed up, and the picture was gone. 2 feathers, which the fluttering ducks had lost, floated up and down. Suddenly, they took a rush, as if the wind were coming. But as it did not come, they had to lie still, and the water once more became quiet and smooth. The roses were again reflected. They were very beautiful, but they did not know it, for no one had told them. The sun shone among the delicate leaves. Everything breathed forth the loveliest fragrance, and all felt as we do when we are filled with joy at the thought of our happiness. "How beautiful existence is," said each rose. "The only thing that I wish for is to be able to kiss the sun, because it is so warm and bright. I should also like to kiss those roses down in the water, which are so much like us, and the pretty little birds down in the nest. There are some up above, too. They put out their heads and pipe softly. They have no feathers like their father and mother. We have good neighbors, both below and above. How beautiful existence is. The young ones above and below, those below were really only shadows in the water, were sparrows. Their parents were sparrows too, and had taken possession of the empty swallow's nest of last year, and now lived in it as if it were their own property. Are those the ducks' children swimming here?" asked the young sparrows when they saw the feathers on the water. "If you must ask questions, ask sensible ones," said their mother. "Don't you see that they are feathers, such as I wear and you will wear too? But ours are finer. Still, I should like to have them up in the nest, for they keep one warm. I am very curious to know what the ducks were so startled about. Not about us, certainly, although I did say peep to you pretty loudly. The thick-headed roses ought to know why, but they know nothing at all. They only look at themselves and smell. I am heartily tired of such neighbors." "Listen to the dear little birds up there," said the roses. "They begin to want to sing too, but are not able to manage it yet. But it will soon come. What a pleasure that must be. It is fine to have such cheerful neighbors." Suddenly, 2 horses came galloping up to be watered. A peasant boy rode on one, and he had taken off all his clothes except his large, broad, black hat. The boy whistled like a bird and rode into the pond where it was deepest. And as he passed the rose bush, he plucked a rose and stuck it in his hat. Now he looked dressed and rode on. The other roses looked after their sister and asked each other, "Where can she be going to?" But none of them knew. "I should like to go out into the world for once," said one. "But here at home among our green leaves, it is beautiful too. The whole day long the sun shines bright and warm, and in the night the sky shines more beautifully still. We can see that through all the little holes in it." They meant the stars, but they knew no better. "We make it lively about the house," said the sparrow mother, "and people say that a swallow's nest brings luck, so they are glad of us. But such neighbors as ours, a rose bush on the wall like that causes damp. I dare say it will be taken away. Then we shall, perhaps, have some corn growing here. The roses are good for nothing but to be looked at and to be smelt, or at most, to be stuck in a hat. Every year, as I have been told by my mother, they fall off. The farmer's wife preserves them and strews salt among them. Then they get a French name, which I neither can pronounce nor care to, and are put into the fire to make a nice smell. You see, that's their life. They exist only for the eye and the nose. Now, you know, in the evening, when the gnats were playing about in the warm air and in the red clouds, the nightingale came and sang to the roses that the beautiful was like sunshine to the world, and that the beautiful lived forever. The roses thought that the nightingale was singing about itself, and that one might easily have believed. They had no idea that the song was about them, but they were very pleased with it, and wondered whether all the little sparrows could become nightingales. "I understand the song of that bird very well," said the young sparrows. "There was only one word that was not clear to me. What does the beautiful mean?" "Nothing at all," answered their mother. "That's only something external. Up at the hall, where the pigeons have their own house, and corn and peas are strewn before them every day, I have dined with them myself, and that you shall do in time too. For tell me what company you keep, and I'll tell you who you are. Up at the hall, they have 2 birds with green necks and a crest upon their heads. They can spread out their tails like a great wheel, and these are so bright with various colors that it makes one's eyes ache. These birds are called peacocks, and that is the beautiful. If they were only plucked a little, they would look no better than the rest of us. I would have plucked them already if they had not been so big." "I'll pluck them," piped the young sparrow, who had no feathers yet. In the farmhouse lived a young married couple. They loved each other dearly, were industrious and active, and everything in their home looked very nice. On Sundays, the young wife came down early, plucked a handful of the most beautiful roses, and put them into a glass of water, which she placed upon the cupboard. "Now I see that it is Sunday," said the husband, kissing his little wife. They sat down, read their hymn book, and held each other by the hand, while the sun shone down upon the fresh roses and upon them. "This sight is really too tedious," said the sparrow mother, who could see into the room from her nest, and she flew away. The same thing happened on the following Sunday. For every Sunday, fresh roses were put into the glass, but the rose bush bloomed as beautifully as ever. The young sparrows now had feathers, and wanted very much to fly with their mother, but she would not allow it, and so they had to stay at home. In one of her flights, however, it may have happened, she was caught before she was aware of it, in a horsehair net, which some boys had attached to a tree. The horsehair was drawn tightly round her leg, as tightly as if the latter were to be cut off. She was in great pain and terror. The boys came running up and seized her, and in no gentle way either. "It's only a sparrow," they said. They did not, however, let her go, but took her home with them. And every time she cried, they hit her on the beak. In the farmhouse was an old man who understood making soap into cakes and balls, both for shaving and washing. He was a merry old man, always wandering about. On seeing the sparrow which the boys had brought, and which they said they did not want, he asked, "Shall we make it look very pretty?" At these words, an icy shudder ran through the sparrow mother. Out of his box, in which were the most beautiful colors, the old man took a quantity of shining leaf gold, while the boys had to go and fetch some white of egg, with which the sparrow was to be smeared all over. The gold was stuck onto this, and the sparrow mother was now gilded all over. But she, trembling in every limb, did not think of the adornment. Then the soap man tore off a small piece from the red lining of his old jacket, and cutting it so as to make it look like a coxcomb, he stuck it to the bird's head. "Now you will see the gold jacket fly," said the old man, letting the sparrow go, which flew away in deadly fear, with the sun shining upon her. How she glittered! All the sparrows, and even a crow, and an old boy, he was too, were startled at the sight. But still they flew after her, to learn what kind of strange bird she was. Driven by fear and horror, she flew homeward. She was almost sinking, fainting to the earth, while the flock of pursuing birds increased, some even attempting to peck at her. "Look at her! Look at her!" they all said. "Look at her! Look at her!" said her little ones, as she approached the nest. "That is certainly a young peacock, for it glitters in all colors. It makes one's eyes ache, as Mother told us. Peep! That's the beautiful." And then they pecked at the bird with their little beaks, so that it was impossible for her to get into the nest. She was so exhausted that she couldn't even say, "Peep," much less, "I am your own mother." The other birds, too, now fell upon the sparrow and plucked off feather after feather until she fell bleeding into the rose bush. "Poor creature," said all the roses, "only be still, and we will hide you. Lean your little head against us." The sparrow spread out her wings once more, then drew them closely to her, and lay dead near the neighbouring family, the beautiful fresh roses. "Peep," sounded from the nest. "Where can Mother be so long? It's more than I can understand. It cannot be a trick of hers, and mean that we are now to take care of ourselves. She has left us the house as an inheritance, but to which of us is it to belong when we have families of our own? Yes, it won't do for you to stay with me when I increase my household with a wife and children," said the smallest. "I dare say I shall have more wives and children than you," said the second. "But I am the eldest," exclaimed the third. Then they all got excited. They hit out with their wings, pecked with their beaks, and flop. One after another was thrown out of the nest. There they lay with their anger, holding their heads on one side and blinking the eye that was turned upwards. That was their way of looking foolish. They could fly a little. By practice, they learned to improve, and at last they agreed upon a sign by which to recognize each other if they should meet in the world later on. It was to be one peep and 3 scratches on the ground with the left foot. The young one who had remained behind in the nest made himself as broad as he could, for he was the proprietor. But this greatness did not last long. In the night, the red flames burst through the window and seized the roof. The dry straw blazed up high, and the whole house, together with the young sparrow, was burned. The two others, who wanted to marry, thus saved their lives by a stroke of luck. When the sun rose again, and everything looked as refreshed as if it had had a quiet sleep, there only remained of the farmhouse a few black, charred beams leaning against the chimney, which was now its own master. Thick smoke still rose from the ruins, but the rosebush stood yonder, fresh, blooming, and untouched, every flower and every twig being reflected in the clear water. "How beautifully the roses bloom before the ruined house," exclaimed a passerby. "A pleasanter picture cannot be imagined. I must have that." And the man took out of his portfolio a little book with white leaves. He was a painter, and with his pencil he drew the smoking house, the charred beams, and the overhanging chimney, which bent more and more. In the foreground, he put the large, blooming rose bush, which presented a charming view. For its sake alone, the whole picture had been drawn. Later in the day, the two sparrows who had been born there came by. "Where's the house?" they asked. "Where's the nest?" "Peep. All is burned, and our strong brother too. That's what he has now for keeping the nest. The roses got off very well. There they still stand with their red cheeks. They certainly do not mourn at their neighbors' misfortunes. I don't want to talk to them, and it looks miserable here. That's my opinion." And away they went. On a beautiful sunny autumn day, one could almost have believed it was still the middle of summer, there hopped about in the dry, clean-swept courtyard before the principal entrance of the hall a number of black, white, and gaily colored pigeons, all shining in the sunlight. The pigeon mothers said to their young ones, stand in groups, for that looks much better." "What kind of creatures are those little gray ones that run about behind us?" asked an old pigeon, with red and green in her eyes. Little gray ones, she said. "They are sparrows, and good creatures. We have always had the reputation of being pious, so we will allow them to pick up the corn with us. They don't interrupt our talk, and they scrape so prettily when they bow. Indeed, they were continually making 3 foot scrapings with the left foot, and also said, 'Peep!' By this means, they recognized each other, for they were the sparrows from the nest on the burned house. 'Here is excellent fare,' said the sparrow. The pigeons strutted round one another, puffed out their chests mightily, and had their own private views and opinions. 'Do you see that pouter pigeon?' said one to the other. 'Do you see how she swallows the peas? She eats too many, and the best ones too. Coo! How she lifts her crest, the ugly, spiteful creature. Coo!' And the eyes of all sparkled with malice. 'Stand in groups, little gray ones, coo!' So their chatter ran on, and so it will run on for thousands of years. The sparrows ate lustily. They listened attentively, and even stood in the ranks with the others, but it did not suit them at all. They were full, and so they left the pigeons, exchanging opinions about them, slipped in under the garden palings, and when they found the door leading into the house open, one of them, who was more than full, and therefore felt brave, hopped onto the threshold. 'Peep,' said he, 'I may venture that.' 'Peep,' said the other, So may I, and something more too. And he hopped into the room. No one was there. The third sparrow, seeing this, flew still farther into the room, exclaiming, "All or nothing. It is a curious man's nest all the same. And what have they put up here? What is it?" Close to the sparrows, the roses were blooming. They were reflected in the water, and the charred beams leaned against the overhanging chimney. "Do tell me what this is. How comes this in a room at the hall?" And all 3 sparrows wanted to fly over the roses and the chimney, but flew against a flat wall. It was all a picture, a great splendid picture, which the artist had painted from a sketch. "Peep," said the sparrows. "It's nothing. It only looks like something. Peep. That is the beautiful. Do you understand it? I don't." And they flew away, for some people came into the room. Days and years went by. The pigeons had often cooed, not to say growled. The spiteful creatures. The sparrows had been frozen in winter and had lived merrily in summer. They were all betrothed, or married, or whatever you like to call it. They had little ones, and of course each one thought his own the handsomest and cleverest. One flew this way, another that, and when they met, they recognized each other by their peep and the 3 scrapes with the left foot. The eldest had remained an old maid and had no nest nor young ones. It was her pet idea to see a great city, so she flew to Copenhagen. There was a large house painted in many gay colors, standing close to the castle and the canal, upon which latter were to be seen many ships laden with apples and pottery. The windows of the house were broader at the bottom than at the top, and when the sparrows looked through them, every room appeared to them like a tulip with the brightest colors and shades. But in the middle of the tulip stood white men made of marble. A few were of plaster, still looked at with sparrow's eyes. That comes to the same thing. Up on the roof stood a metal chariot drawn by metal horses, and the goddess of victory, also of metal, was driving. It was Thorvaldsen's museum. "How it shines! How it shines!" said the maiden sparrow. "I suppose that is the beautiful. Peep, but here it is larger than a peacock." She still remembered what, in her childhood's days, her mother had looked upon as the greatest among the beautiful. She flew down into the courtyard. There, everything was extremely fine. Palms and branches were painted on the walls, and in the middle of the court stood a great blooming rose tree spreading out its fresh boughs, covered with roses, over a grave. Thither flew the maiden sparrow, for she saw several of her own kind there. A peep and 3 foot scrapings. In this way she had often greeted throughout the year, and no one here had responded. For those who are once parted do not meet every day, and so this greeting had become a habit with her. But today, 2 old sparrows and a young one answered with a peep and the thrice repeated scrape with the left foot. "Ah, good day." They were 2 old ones from the nest, and a little one of the family. "Do we meet here? It's a grand place, but there's not much to eat. This is the beautiful. Peep." Many people came out of the side rooms, where the beautiful marble statues stood, and approached the grave, where lay the great master who had created these works of art. All stood with enraptured faces round Thorvaldsen's grave, and a few picked up the fallen rose leaves and preserved them. They had come from afar, one from mighty England, others from Germany and France. The fairest of the ladies plucked one of the roses and hid it in her bosom. Then the sparrows thought that the roses reigned here, and that the house had been built for their sake. That appeared to them to be really too much. But since all the people showed their love for the roses, they did not wish to be behindhand. "Peep," they said, sweeping the ground with their tails, and blinking with one eye at the roses. They had not looked at them long before they were convinced that they were their old neighbors. And so, they really were. The painter, who had drawn the rosebush near the ruined house, had afterwards obtained permission to dig it up, and had given it to the architect, for finer roses had never been seen. The architect had planted it upon Thorwaldsen's grave, where it bloomed as an emblem of the beautiful, and yielded fragrant red rose leaves to be carried as mementos to distant lands. "Peep," said the other, "so may I, and something more too." And he hopped into the room. No one was there. The third sparrow, seeing this, flew still farther into the room, exclaiming, "All or nothing. It is a curious man's nest, all the same. And what have they put up here? What is it?" Close to the sparrows, the roses were blooming. They were reflected in the water, and the charred beams leaned against the overhanging chimney. "Do tell me what this is. How comes this in a room at the hall?" And all three sparrows wanted to fly over the roses and the chimney, but flew against a flat wall. It was all a picture, a great splendid picture, which the artist had painted from a sketch. "Peep," said the sparrows, "it's nothing. It only looks like something. Peep. That is the beautiful. Do you understand it? I don't." And they flew away, for some people came into the room. Days and years went by. The pigeons had often cooed, not to say growled. The spiteful creatures. The sparrows had been frozen in winter and had lived merrily in summer. They were all betrothed, or married, or whatever you like to call it. They had little ones, and of course each one thought his own the handsomest and cleverest. One flew this way, another that, and when they met, they recognized each other by their peep and the 3 scrapes with the left foot. The eldest had remained an old maid and had no nest nor young ones. It was her pet idea to see a great city, so she flew to Copenhagen. There was a large house painted in many gay colors, standing close to the castle and the canal, upon which latter were to be seen many ships laden with apples and pottery. The windows of the house were broader at the bottom than at the top, and when the sparrows looked through them, every room appeared to them like a tulip with the brightest colors and shades. But in the middle of the tulip stood white men, made of marble. A few were of plaster, still looked at with sparrow's eyes. That comes to the same thing. Up on the roof stood a metal chariot drawn by metal horses, and the goddess of victory, also of metal, was driving. It was Thorwaldsen's museum. "How it shines! How it shines!" said the maiden sparrow. "I suppose that is the beautiful. Peep, but here it is larger than a peacock." She still remembered what, in her childhood's days, her mother had looked upon as the greatest among the beautiful. She flew down into the courtyard. There, everything was extremely fine. Palms and branches were painted on the walls, and in the middle of the court stood a great blooming rose tree spreading out its fresh boughs, covered with roses, over a grave. Thither flew the maiden sparrow, for she saw several of her own kind there. A peep and 3 foot scrapings. In this way she had often greeted throughout the year, and no one here had responded. For those who are once parted do not meet every day, and so this greeting had become a habit with her. But today, 2 old sparrows and a young one answered with a peep, and the thrice repeated scrape with the left foot. Ah, good day. They were 2 old ones from the nest, and a little one of the family. Do we meet here? It's a grand place, but there's not much to eat. This is beautiful. Have you obtained an appointment here in the city? Asked the sparrows. The roses nodded. They recognized their gray neighbors and were pleased to see them again. How glorious it is to live and to bloom, to see old friends again, and happy faces every day. It is as if every day were a festival. Peep, said the sparrows. Yes, they really are old neighbors. We remember their origin near the pond. Peep, how they have got on. Yes, some succeed while they are asleep. Ah, there's a faded leaf. I can see that quite plainly. And they pecked at it till it fell off. But the tree stood there fresher and greener than ever. The roses bloomed in the sunshine on Thorwaldsen's grave and became associated with his immortal name. The end. Thank you for taking the time to listen along with me this evening. I hope this has helped to relax you and that you have enjoyed the story. If there are any stories you would like to hear in the future, please leave a comment in the section below. And please consider subscribing so that you won't miss out on all the stories coming to the channel very soon. And until next time, goodbye for now.